Chapter 1766. This youth had a woman as his companion and another worker helping them. She was beautiful and commanded an oppressive noble aura. This made it obvious that she came from a great background. The worker was stuck in a tough position after this youth grabbed the cup out of Wuxia's hand. He smiled awkwardly and asked Wuxia, "The prince is very impatient, dear customer, will you look at something else?" Wuxia didn't bother looking at the youth and said dismissively, "Tell him to give it back, I want this cup." The two workers became awkward. According to their store's rules, it was first come, first served. The second worker rubbed his palms together and smiled at the youth, "My prince, will you take a look at something different? We have a lot of treasures here, especially a new dagger that will be very suitable for Miss Lin." Even though a mortal like Wuxia wouldn't necessarily be able to afford the jade cup, he was still first in line to buy because of the rule. "No, I want this cup, it can purify bloodline, perfect for my sister. This will be my gift for her." The youth was very arrogant. "Ah, sir, we have other treasures too. I'm sure you will be able to find the right one." After seeing the youth's swift refusal, Wuxia's worker turned towards him and persuaded. "No. This cup will be mine." Wuxia flatly refused as well without backing down. Wuxia's attitude made the two workers speechless. What kind of mortal dared to vex a cultivator? Moreover, this youth came from a great background. He was on a shopping spree with this beauty and coincidentally saw this cup, then felt that it was very suitable for his older sister. But now, a mortal dared to compete with him. This embarrassed him in front of the lady and everyone else here. "Brat, can you afford it?" The youth coldly stared at Wuxia with contempt. In his eyes, even a rich mortal wouldn't be able to buy this level of treasure. "Attendant, pack it up for me, we'll pay later," Wuxia told the worker next to him. This scared the wits out of Shen Shaoshan because she knew that he didn't even have one chaos stone on him. But now, he dared to tell the worker to pack it up. What if he couldn't afford to pay when the time comes? It would be too embarrassing and awkward. The youth's eyes turned cold with a murderous glint after seeing the non-cooperating mortal. If this wasn't the Jilin's territory, he would crush this mortal already. It would be as easy as killing an ant for someone like him. "Humph, only a mortal yet you still dare to bluster. Do you know who he is?" The beauty became unhappy with Wuxia as well and sneered, "He is the crown prince of Heavenly Phoenix, the little brother of Heavenly Phoenix Princess." Heavenly Phoenix Princess. Sherso's group turned pale after hearing this title. Heavenly Phoenix Crown Prince wasn't famous, but it was a different story for the princess. Many people in Pure would show respect after hearing her title. This country was an imperial lineage, created by Heavenly Phoenix Immortal Monarch. However, being an imperial lineage wasn't the proudest thing in the country. Their true pride was their princess. She had a prestigious bloodline, but more importantly, she was Jin Ji's fiancé. He was the successor of the War Monarch clan and had taken up the post of clan master before too. He was an emperor candidate and once threatened the 13 continents. Not the cultivation title here, just an aspirant, which does confuse me. Is this really a big deal? Sherso felt his legs giving in. They were less than insects compared to someone like the princess and her lineage. Shaoshan slightly pulled on Wuxia's sleeve in order to remind him from going against the crown prince. The beauty next to the prince felt complacent and sneered again, "His Highness' prestige isn't something you can compare to, be smart and scram now." "Never heard of him." "Scram to the side, do not interrupt my shopping." Wuxia ignored those two and told the worker again, "Pack it up well." This was not a good trip for Sherso's group since they were repeatedly frightened by Wuxia. They expected him to back off a bit after hearing the prince's identity, but it turned out that he didn't give a damn at all. The two workers were astonished as well. This might be the most aggressive and domineering mortal they have ever met, even going as far as to shout at the Heavenly Phoenix Crown Prince. The prince's expression turned ugly after being treated with contempt publicly by this mortal. If it wasn't for his rationality holding him back from killing in a Jilin shop, he would have crushed this ant long ago. Attendant, this is my card. He took out a VIP card made out of gold and handed it to the worker next to him. The worker next to him was surprised to see this card. The prince's status alone wasn't enough to enjoy this gold VIP card. It must have been his father's. He accepted the card and apologized sincerely to Li Chia. Dear customer, the prince is our esteemed guest and has purchasing priority. The prince was appeased after hearing this and snorted, only a mortal, a gleam of light daring to compete against the radiant moon. The prince normally wouldn't care to compete against a mortal. However, if he didn't release this anger today, he wouldn't be able to save his face as the crown prince of an entire country, no, an imperial lineage. If he couldn't take a mortal down a notch, it would show utter incompetence. Is that so? Li Chia freely replied with his gaze shifting at the wooden box again. Get the hell out now and I shall show mercy by not killing you. The prince almost vomited blood after seeing that this mortal was still as haughty as ever and shouted. Sherso's group was truly scared this time by the shouting prince. Remember that just his finger alone could destroy Sago Palm. This was even before talking about his older sister and brother-in-law. Sherso almost dropped to the ground in fear. Xiao Shan tugged on Li Chia's sleeve again, signaling him to stop. Li Chia ignored this and casually went over to brush his hand across the zither. A noise came about. Suddenly, a phoenix roar resounded with the zither becoming bright. However, it quickly disappeared as if it was only a coincidence. The two workers were completely stunned by this event. Meanwhile, the stunned manager immediately got up and walked closer towards Li Chia. He cupped his fist and said, "Sir, you are a master. Your presence brightens our humble abode. This is our boss." The worker quietly introduced. "I see. I'm here to buy some toys at your store," Li Chia casually said. The workers were taken by a storm with his attitude. Keep in mind that even kings and sect masters wouldn't be received by their manager. They would even bow down when talking to him, yet Li Chia treated it so trivially. The manager immediately grabbed the jade cup and told the prince, "My prince, the rule of the store is first come, first served. Please excuse us." "Manager, I'm not trying to force the issue, but I do have a VIP card." The prince didn't accept this. He didn't dare to become angry at the manager, but he couldn't swallow it down. "This gentleman is our venerable guest with all the priorities, please excuse us," the manager said seriously. With that, the old manager ordered a worker to take down a dagger and give it to the lady next to him. It was quite pricey, so she liked it a lot. Nevertheless, the prince was still furious at Li Chia and would surely kill him if this wasn't a Jilin store. Chapter 1767, the manager used both hands and raised the jade cup towards Li Chia and said, "This is a little token of our goodwill, please accept it, sir." This course of event astounded Sherso's group even more and robbed them of their words. Even before mentioning the manager's respectful attitude, the guy was actually giving this pricey jade cup to Li Chia. How unbelievable was this? Even selling all of Sago Palm wasn't enough to buy this cup, but now, the manager was handing it over without any condition. Such an extravagant play was something beyond their imagination. Li Chia accepted the cup for a look before loosening his grip. Bang! The cup shattered on the ground with pieces scattering everywhere. Today had too many surprises, so everyone was stunned and couldn't regain their wits, especially Shen Xiaoshan's group. In their eyes, this pricey cup could be their hereditary treasure if they were to ever get it. But now, Li Chia casually dropped it down. This was simply treating money like trash. Li Chia shook his head and told the manager, "It's not a bad cup, just not old Ku's best work though." In fact, when Li Chia was looking at it, he thought about someone who was quite weird with his works. When this person focused during the crafting process, something amazing would happen. If he wasn't, then the result would only be an ordinary piece. Because of this, Li Qiye smashed the cup since there was nothing special about it, so he lost interest. Heavenly Phoenix Crown Prince became aggravated again and clenched his teeth. He wanted to spend a large amount of money to buy this cup for his older sister. But now, Li Qiye broke it in front of him. This was the same as smashing his face with the cup. How could he endure such a blatant provocation? Of course, Li Qiye treated the prince as heir and didn't bother to look at him. "Sir, would you like to go to the back?" the manager asked Li Qiye while letting his workers talk to the prince. Of course, offending this prince didn't matter to him. Even the prince's father, Heavenly Phoenix Royal Lord, was only his junior. Li Qiye nodded in response, "Fine, for a bit then." The manager led the way for Li Qiye. This was a reception unavailable to even the kings and sect masters. Inside the back room, he personally made some tea for Li Qiye with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Li Qiye was pretty nonchalant while sipping his tea. He acted as if this was his house and he could do as he pleases. The other three were still in a daze. Everything happened so fast and they couldn't digest it all. "May I have your name, sir?" The manager respectfully started a conversation. Even though Li Qiye was a mortal, the manager knew right away that this guy was extraordinary after the previous scene. More importantly, he wanted to ask Li Qiye for a favor. "Li Qiye, but you don't know anyway." Li Qiye chuckled. The manager naturally had never heard of this name before, but being the experienced fox that he is, he smiled and said, "Sir, you are a true dragon soaring deep in the clouds among the horizon, a hidden master. Of course, ordinary people like us wouldn't know your name. It is due to our ignorance." "Sure so," and Hichin glanced at each other. They couldn't describe their emotion at this moment. The manager was an unfathomable character in their eyes. If he were to visit Sago Palm, perhaps the entire sect would prostrate to greet him with a grand ceremony. But now, such a big shot was so humble before Li Qiye and called himself an ordinary person. This was quite a shocking debacle. Li Qiye sat there comfortably without answering, so the manager continued to wait on him. "I'm actually a bit curious. Why did this zither come out of the Jilin clan?" Li Qiye asked directly. The three were quite shaken since they didn't expect this zither to be from the clan itself. "Sir, the truth is that our ancestors belonged to a branch in the imperial clan. Due to their contribution, the clan bestowed the zither to them." The manager replied. "You do not have the phoenix melody." Li Qiye smiled and said. The manager coughed in response and became a bit awkward. "We, the descendants, are useless and couldn't inherit the melody. Same with the imperial clan itself without the actual zither. But you believe that someone in this world will know the melody of the phoenix because this zither was brought into the clan in the past. That's why you display the zither here as a bait of sorts." Li Qiye revealed. "Sir, the zither is useless without the melody. We do hope that this zither can find the fated one for it." The manager hurriedly said. "I know the melody." Li Qiye chuckled. How could he not? The zither was his before it came to the Jilin clan. The group was shocked again. They didn't expect Li Qiye to know the phoenix melody of the Jilin clan. "Sir, you are the fated one. Of course, if you really want this zither, we are willing to sell it to you." The manager said. "No, I do not need this zither. Plus, I don't want to take your heirloom." Li Qiye spoke. "Sir, you are willing to pass down the melody?" The manager became ecstatic and added, "In that case, you will be our benefactor. Just say the words if you need anything." "I want that wooden box." Li Qiye responded. "The wooden box?" The manager was a bit surprised. Of course, he knew which box Li Qiye was talking about. "That's not our item, a friend is asking us to sell it," he said. Li Qiye nodded. "I know. I'm trading the Phoenix Melody for an immortal monarch's defensive art. You think this is a bad deal on your end?" "Well, of course not. But we need to ask the clan because it is an imperial law. The manager replied. That's your business. To be frank, you're greatly benefiting from this trade. Must I say more about the power of this zither with its melody? Otherwise, it is as useful as firewood. Li Qiye leisurely added. Indeed. The manager didn't try to hide it since there was no point. The guy was knowledgeable enough. He hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. Then I shall be bold enough to take charge of this matter and accept your request, sir. Since you're so decisive, I will be too. Bring me something to write on. Li Qiye chuckled. Of course, he wasn't worried about writing the melody down first. He knew that the manager wouldn't change his mind or tried to trick him. The guy didn't know his identity. A mortal acting so bold before him. This person would either be a madman or completely confident in his skill. However, Li Qiye was no madman. A mortal not caring about cultivators. This was quite frightening, so the manager didn't have any ideas about tricking Li Qiye. After the manager brought a brush and paper here, Li Qiye wrote down the melody. After he finished, the manager carefully picked up the paper with both hands and carefully read it. Despite losing the melody long ago, a being of his level could definitely tell if it was fake. After confirming that it was real, he bowed towards Li Qiye and said, Sir, thank you for bestowing us our inheritance again. Anyone else was likely to hold on to the melody because the combination of the zither and the melody was quite devastating and precious. The manager personally went to pick up the wooden box and respectfully handed it over to Li Qiye. The box is yours now, sir. Li Qiye accepted it for a quick glance before putting it away. Sir, may I ask you a question? The manager spoke with a prudent tone. Li Qiye smiled and said, Go for it. What is in the box? He was very curious. In fact, when the box was brought here, he personally appraised it, but he couldn't tell what was inside. If he didn't know its owner, he wouldn't have agreed. Chapter 1768. In fact, Shen Shaoshan and the others were curious, just like the manager, about the magical content. There were so many treasures in the store, yet Li Qiye was fixated on the box alone. They gave it a careful look but couldn't see what was special about it. I don't know either. Li Qiye shook his head, but that's why I must find out. Very few things could elude my gaze, but here we are now. Isn't this worth finding out? The manager was taken aback since he thought Li Qiye knew something, and that's why he wanted the box so bad. He didn't wonder whether Li Qiye was telling the truth or not since the box was his now. No point in thinking about it. You are so wise already, yet you still seek further knowledge. We are ashamed. The manager cupped his fist and said, I'm sure your future will be boundlessly brilliant once you cultivate. This was not an empty praise. He was an amazing expert, but his knowledge was far inferior compared to a mortal like Li Qiye. That's why he had a very high evaluation of Li Qiye. The Grand Tao is long and arduous, no need to rush. Li Qiye said, cultivation is easy, but maintaining one's mind isn't. Each step must be careful and polished along the way. The manager felt a sense of respect after hearing this. Your words can grant others a flash of insight. If you are willing, sir, I will recommend you to the Jilin clan. It is not a bad option. Shirso's group was shocked after hearing this. So many people in this region wanted to join the Jilin clan. For example, if they could join, it would be like a phoenix soaring to the sky or a carp crossing the dragon gate. It was a glorious thing for both their ancestors and Sagopom. If Li Qiye could join the Jilin clan without an examination, the result would be exactly what their master wanted. They could follow him and get connections there as well. Thus, the group jubilated and stared at Li Qiye, waiting for his response. They all wanted him to say yes to this once-in-lifetime opportunity, coveted by so many. Join the Jilin? Li Qiye chuckled and shook his head. Sorry, I'm not planning on having a teacher. The Grand Tao might be hard, but I believe I can find my own path. His refusal stunned the group to the point where they almost jumped off the ground. It was too unbelievable since joining the clan was so prestigious, but Li Qie had just refused it. They wanted to persuade him into thinking it over, but this was not the time and place for them to interject. "Sir, your ambition is too great for ordinary people like us to understand." The manager was disappointed but didn't force the issue. Li Qie smiled and gently waved his sleeve at the other three. They didn't know what he wanted to talk with the manager about, but they still quietly left. He then looked at the manager and said, "I'm not interested in joining the Jilin clan. However, I am about the thing that flew into the clan after the 6th expedition." "You?" The manager's expression changed. He instantly took one step back with a terrible flash in his eyes. It was full of murderous intention now. However, Li Qie still sat there calmly and said, "Manager, no need for this. The fact that I am here to talk to you means that I can annihilate you, if it wasn't for your respectful attitude." The manager glared at Li Qie for a long time before taking a deep breath and sitting down again. He bowed and slowly said, "Sir, this is a top secret." "How did you find out about it?" Even though he wasn't a direct disciple of the Jilin clan, he was still an ancestor-level character with a great position. He only knew very little about this matter. "Looks like it's the truth then, it really happened." Li Qie gently sighed with a tinge of sadness after confirming. "You tricked me just now." The manager shuddered and said. Li Qie shook his head, "No need for that, this is just to confirm my speculation. The clan is trying to recruit people skilled in runes reading. This shows that there is a demand for it. However, these particular runes aren't of this world, only up above." He pointed at the sky. He didn't say anything else. Nightfall Immortal Monarch had participated in the 6th expedition started by Immortal Emperor Qizhen. The result was obvious. The appearance of these runes wasn't a good news, so Li Qie lamented in his mind. "Sir, you are like an immortal in this world in terms of knowledge." The manager was shocked at this erudite mortal. People would never be able to catch up, and sects would love to have him despite his cultivation. The clan has it but can't understand. Nevertheless, they didn't dare to be too blatant either, so they started this kind of examination. Li Qie said. "We shouldn't talk about this too much." The manager hesitated. "This is a top secret of the clan and I know very little about it anyway. If you are interested, why not join the clan? Once you are at a higher position, you will surely be able to see it. I don't want something that requires waiting." Li Qie chuckled and said. He didn't have time to wait. The only reason why he agreed with Tai's Ho Wang was that he needed to go to the clan anyway, on top of the guy's respectful attitude. This was to give a fortune to Sago Palm. The manager sighed in disappointment. He truly wanted for the clan to recruit this great talent but didn't dare to force the issue. Even though Li Qie was immortal, he couldn't see through him, so a certain sense of caution was necessary. Plus, as Li Qie had said, if the guy dared to act so arrogant in this place, it showed that he wasn't afraid of anyone. Provoking such a person was quite unwise. The manager personally sent Li Qie off when he left the shop in a sincere manner. At the same time, he also generously gave 3 VIP cards to Shen Xiaoshan's group. The group was speechless as they were holding the cards and felt that this was a dream. It was a different story whether they could afford to buy the treasures here or not. However, little characters like them weren't qualified to possess the cards. Only kings and sect masters had this privilege. For example, even the heavenly Phoenix Crown Prince couldn't obtain one, so he resorted to using his father's. Of course, they were aware that the manager did it because of Li Qie. "Come, we'll go to Stone Workshop now." Li Qie interrupted their stupor. They regained their mind and quickly followed right behind him. Despite not being able to see through Li Qie, they were certain that if they could rely on him, this great mountain, it would be truly beneficial. Stone was the biggest shop for Dao materials at the Western market. There were too many types of materials in great abundance in this place, a favorite location for cultivators. Everyone wanted to find treasures such as the right type of Tao material which could result in a supreme Tao fetus. Chapter 1769. When one stepped inside the workshop, they would be dazzled by the mountains of materials. Even the treasuries of many great powers couldn't compare to this. Shen Xiaoshan's group was shaken beyond words by the plethora of materials here. Their sect also saved up some Tao materials, but it was no match for even a tiny corner of this place. Shi So became emotional after seeing this and thought that the imperial lineages were too lucky. If they had access to these resources, they would have soared towards greatness already. Tao materials were very important in the 13 continents. All cultivators needed them since they were required for weapons and treasures. The artifacts in the 10th world were different from those in the 9. The majority of the ones here were crafted by combining Tao fetus and precious metals. Meanwhile, the Tao fetus were born in Tao materials. These fetuses were created by nature, normally gestating in a mysterious pebble or the remains of a beast. They had both chaos and primordial energies on top of laws of the Grand Tao. Real weapons required these Tao fetuses. Only then would they be able to use the power of the Grand Tao and primordial chaos. Otherwise, they would only be cold steel like mortal weapons. These fetuses actually gave the weapons life, in a sense. The most common cause of birth for these fetuses was when the heaven and earth flowed together. This was when laws of the Grand Tao would appear. It could be inside an ore or tree, that's when a fetus would be created. Normally, the origin of the fetus would play a large part in determining the outcome of the weapons. Because one couldn't see inside a Tao material regardless of their strength and heavenly gaze, no one would know what kind of fetus would be inside. That's why opening these materials became a form of entertainment or gambling in the 13 continents. The stone workshop didn't only sell materials and fetuses. Their main source of income was gambling. Visitors could bet among themselves or against the workshop. The group saw cultivators from all over the world picking Tao materials. Some were shouting like addicted gamblers, no longer caring about their own images as nobles and masters. A worker immediately went up to greet the group and enthusiastically said, "Sir, are you here to pick some materials or to gamble?" Li Qiye smiled in response, "Your store isn't enough to pay if I were to gamble." The worker was understandably surprised by the reply. Keep in mind that their shop had the most brilliant appraisers in Jilin or even all of Pure. No one would dare to brag about beating them. Nevertheless, the worker still said respectfully, "Then please have a look at the Tao materials, let me know when you find something you like." The group strolled around the store with the worker guiding them. Of course, Li Qiye was the only one really looking. There were too many items here. Some stones were as small as a fist while others were as big as mountains. Moreover, the form varied too, metals were common while a rare one was made up from the spine of a flood dragon. Of course, they were separated into different levels with a varying price range. The cheapest was very affordable even for the young cultivators. As for the most expensive, well, even a sect master would be left speechless. Outside of just materials, there were all types of Tao fetuses that have been taken out such as sword fetus, saber fetus, spear fetus. The group of 3 was dazed while walking behind Li Qiye. They had never seen so many Tao materials before in their life. After taking a stroll of the store, he stared at the skeleton of a dragon in the central floor and said, "There is indeed a lot of varieties here. Sir, please don't laugh, but I do think that in terms of the number of Tao materials, we're definitely in the top 3 in Pure, if not first place." The worker proudly said while pointing at the dragon bones in the middle, "Take that frost golden dragon, for example. It might not be a true dragon but it does have a strand of that bloodline. It's an old dragon at grand completion, we found it very deep in the northern frigid sea. The heaven and earth harmonization has occurred on its spine to create a priceless Tao fetus. Of course, the bones themselves are precious as well. Usually, money isn't the issue when trying to find one of this level, but our shop specializes in collecting Dao materials. It doesn't matter what the guests want, we can satisfy their wishes. This is our store's unquestionable ability. This worker went on and on about his shop. Of course, it wasn't all bragging since the shop was indeed capable of doing so, just that his diction was slightly exaggerated. Li Qiye only smiled and continued to stare at the spine of the dragon. One needed to cut the material out first in order to see if it was good or bad. Even one from a true dragon was not necessarily precious, just that the chance for a good one was greater. Let us go look at the white adornments. Li Qiye withdrew his gaze and told the worker. Please, this way. The worker instantly showed Li Qiye the way and didn't look down on Li Qiye just because the guy wanted to see white adornments. There were levels to Dao fetuses. The higher level would create stronger weapons. Thus, those who could afford it would all pick the higher level ones. Dao fetuses are distinguished in the following order: white adornment, violet force, golden inlaid, orange martial, and heaven bestowment. Experienced stone appraisers could look at a material's composition, form, place of origin, and background to determine the Dao fetus inside to a certain degree of accuracy. That's why each sect would have specialized appraisers to pick out the materials. They enjoyed a relatively high position with their ability. White adornment was the lowest level and the most common. It came in all shapes and forms, so this was the easiest choice for many cultivators. It was also the cheapest, so cultivators from the weaker sects picked it. Of course, certain masters and big shots would do so too. They were located in an inconspicuous corner and piled up randomly like a mound. These Dao materials were priced according to their size. The larger, the more expensive. Nevertheless, this didn't mean that the Dao fetus inside would be proportional to its material size. They were listed as white adornment by the shop's appraisers, who were very experienced and discerning. These appraisers rarely made mistakes, so the materials here were certainly at the white adornment level. Alas, even the heaven falls asleep sometimes. These experienced appraisers could also make mistake. Because of this, materials that were determined as white adornment could reveal fetuses at the orange martial or even heaven bestowment level. This was the reason why some keen cultivators would come to this section to pick the white adornments. If they were fortunate enough, some treasures could be found here. When Li Qiye got here, many cultivators were already picking their stuff, with the majority being weaker cultivators since this was all they could afford. Though the shop was usually full of customers, a mortal accompanied by 3 cultivators was still a rare sight. A few cultivators' eyes darted at them. The worker quietly stood to the side and waited for Li Qiye to make a choice. Normally, workers wouldn't come to this section to help, so Li Qiye's situation was very special. He stood before the pile and began his observation. Pick a small one, they're all white adornments anyway. A smaller one will be cheaper. A cultivator kindly advised. Chapter 1770. Li Qiye walked back and forth in his search to no avail at the pile of white adornments. Oh, isn't that the famous mortal? A mocking voice resounded. Heavenly Phoenix Crown Prince and his beauty came by. They sneered after seeing Li Qiye finding items in this section before everyone. Not enough money? Have to resort to white adornment materials? If you really don't have money, just tell me. I'm a charitable person and will give some to a daydreaming mortal like you. As an imperious character from an imperial lineage, he normally wouldn't care for a mortal, but he still had grudges from back at the G store. A prince like him was robbed of a treasure by a mortal. How could he endure this anger? Moreover, the guy also humiliated him in front of everyone. He swore to never let this go, but still maintained a sliver of rationality because this was the Jilin's territory. Heavenly Phoenix Crown Prince. The shoppers quickly made way while staring in awe at him. Cultivators and even experts coming from tiny sects respected him a lot. His background was already prestigious enough, but his brother-in-law was even more frightening, a member of the War Monarch clan. This clan had 5 emperors. Moreover, Jingu himself almost became a grand monarch. That's why even the other imperial successors had to give the prince some face. The alliance between his country and the War Monarch clan was a dreadful matter to others. The cultivators here found it very strange. What was the feud behind this mortal and the prince? Some felt that this mortal was fearless like a tiger, daring to antagonize the prince. Li Qiye gave the prince the cold shoulder and continued looking before finally finding one that he liked. This one. Li Qiye weighed the white adornment in his hand before smiling. It was as long and thick as an adult's arm and looked like a branch taken off a withered tree. The worker smiled and said, "You are quite discerning, sir. This material was given a white grade by our appraisers, but its origin is quite rare, coming from a Yulon magnolia stone tree. After the tree died, it was buried deep under the earth before the harmonization of the heaven and earth to create the Tao fetus. Maybe you'll find something nice here. There's a chance that it might have a violet force fetus." This worker was very enthusiastic towards Li Qiye and knew all the merchandises in the store like the back of his hand. "I hope so." Li Qiye chuckled. Finding treasures in this place was only a whimsical choice. If he really wanted a supreme treasure, he had many other methods. Stop daydreaming. The appraisers here are all elites. A white grade will only be a white grade. There's no way a mortal like you can find any treasure. The prince laughed. He would sooner or later kill this mortal, but he also wanted to humiliate the guy beforehand so that others would learn the consequence of provoking him. Li Qiye ignored the guy while the worker didn't want to antagonize him. He said, "Sir, do you want to take it with you or cut it here?" "Cut it here." Li Qiye smiled freely. Being treated like air by Li Qiye further infuriated the prince. His face became hot and his expression cold. He swore to personally make mincemeat out of this mortal after they leave Western Market. The worker led Li Qiye to the cutting stage, or a casino in the eyes of many cultivators. No place was more moving in the eyes of adventurous gamblers. The slow cutting process was very entertaining and exciting. Because of this, many would choose to cut their materials here or make bets with other cultivators and even the shop. The amount would naturally depend on their own abilities. Prior to using the machine, one would need to pay for the Tao material first. That's why the worker asked, "Sir, would you like to pay now or later?" The latter was reserved for esteemed guests. The stone workshop has received news from the G store. That's why they treated Li Qiye so well. "I don't have any chaos stones on me," Li Qiye said. The crowd was astonished to hear this. A mortal daring to come to the workshop to buy materials without any money? What a strange fella. "Young master, I have some chaos stones here." Shen Shaoshan took out a spatial pouch and handed it to Li Qiye in order to save some face for him. She still had some savings and she didn't hesitate on using all of them for him at all. The crowd found it puzzling again. Both her beauty and constitution weren't bad. Why was she a servant to this mortal? No one could come up with a reasonable answer. Maybe he's a bastard child of a big shot. This speculation came up a lot in their mind. "How much?" Li Qiye opened the pouch. There was a decent amount inside, especially for someone like Shen Shaoshan. She has been saving it for several years in order to buy a decent Tao weapon. "Sir, we priced this Tao material at 15 Tao emissary." The worker replied right away. He Chen was startled and blurted out, "Even a white adornment is that expensive?" Normally, a white-grade material would only sell for 10 to several hundred Taoist chaos stones. But now, the price for this particular one was 100 times higher than places outside. You shouldn't have come here then. Wretched-looking thieves like you don't belong here." The prince sneered. He Chen lowered his red face after hearing this. He didn't dare to retort because the prince was above his level. Li Qiye didn't care for the prince, but if the guy chose to pick on his people, he couldn't just sit idly by. Even though He Chen wasn't a follower, he was following him right now. Li Qiye wouldn't show mercy to anyone who dares to bully his entourage. Who the hell do you think you are? Only an idiot. Li Qiye said lazily without even looking at the prince. The crowd was stunned to see this since they were aware of the prince's arrogance. It became worse after his country managed to suck up to the War Monarch clan. He became even more haughty and untethered. Many were unhappy with him but they couldn't afford to offend him. But now, a mortal called him an idiot right to his face. It was essentially a ruthless slap. Little animal, I'll end you. The prince's expression turned ugly as he wanted to rush over and kill Li Qiye. Your Highness, please calm down. This isn't the place for blood. The workers nearby immediately stopped him from killing inside their business. The beauty next to him pulled him back as well and said, only a mortal, no need for you to be angry, Crown Prince. Breaking the laws of the Jilin in their territory because of a mortal wasn't worth it. The prince was fierce enough but he didn't dare to directly oppose the Jilin clan. After hearing the exhortations, he glared at Li Qiye and aggressively said, Mortal, if you want to oppose me, we'll have a bet then. I'll have your hands today. In a short time, the crowd quickly stared at Li Qiye. Killing was forbidden in this place but there was another simple method for settling disputes, gambling. The two sides could bet anything, even their lives. Chapter 1771, The mass exchanged glances after hearing the prince's challenge towards a mortal. Even though cultivators bet every day at the stone workshop, it was the first time seeing this great disparity between the two sides' status. What kind of bet? Li Qiye smiled. He had countless ways to kill the prince but this was the stone workshop. He wanted to make his treasure hunt even more entertaining. Because you can't pay the price, I'll trade for your arms. If you can get a violet force fetus from that Dao material, it will be my loss and I'll give you 1,000 Daoist chaos stones. If only a white adornment fetus comes out, you need to cut off your arms. The prince revealed a cruel smile. The crowd realized that the prince wanted to kill this mortal and even torture him beforehand. 1,000 Daoist chaos stones wasn't a small amount for Shen Xiaoshan's group but it was nothing for the crown prince. Just 1,000 stones. You think too highly of yourself but very well, if you want to bet, I'll lower myself to your level to have some fun, a pair of arms for a pair of arms, do you dare? You're nothing. The cold prince snorted, a peasant like you thinks your wretched arms are worth as much as mine. Same to you. Li Qiye didn't get worked up and verbally slapped the prince's face. The heavenly phoenix country is an insect in my eyes, letting a bottom-of-the-barrel dweller like you gamble with me is already pushing my magnanimous nature. You. No mortal has ever dared to humiliate him like this in front of a crowd. There was even a comment about his country. The crowd was left speechless. This mortal was still as haughty as before, he might be the most arrogant mortal they have ever seen. Scram to the side if you don't dare to do the bet, a coward like you isn't qualified to stay in my sight. Li Qiye nonchalantly added. Bang! The furious prince placed a sword on top of the stage and said, This is a Dao King level sword, for your arms. This noble sword of his was very precious, made from a violet force fetus and blood metal. A Dao King cultivated it for 100 years so it had both chaos and primal energies. Only a Dao King violet force weapon, your country is really too poor. You need to be more extravagant if you want to bet against my arms. I'm looking down on your miserly offer right now. Li Qiye said without batting an eye. The prince turned red with rage. He knew full well that this mortal was egging him on but he couldn't let it go. Bang! He slammed a spatial pouch on the table and uttered, There are 10,000 Dao King Chaos stones in this pouch, high-quality stuff and more than enough to buy your dog life. Do you dare now? A commotion broke out after seeing the prince's big play. Shen Xiaoshan's group was shocked. The crown prince of an imperial lineage was indeed different, their entire sect couldn't come up with this amount. A pair of arms from a mortal wasn't worth this much chaos stones. The prince didn't want to bet his own arms or back down from Li Qiye's provocation. If he were to show weakness, people would mock him, so he had no choice but to go all out. Still not enough, add another weapon, a Dao Sage one, then I'll do the bet. Li Qiye answered without looking at him. The prince's face darkened as he slammed another shield on the table. Fine. This Violet Force Dao Sage artifact is more than enough for your life. This particular shield was created by combining a heavenly turtle shell and a Violet Force fetus, gestated by a Dao Sage for 300 years. It was an incredible defensive tool. In the beginning, these artifacts, after their creation, started from the bottom. As their master became stronger, they also became stronger. For example, if one reached the Dao King realm, their weapon would also increase in grade with energies from a Dao King. Li Qiye grinned after glancing at the shield and said, "All right, let's do it." The fish has bitten the bait, it was time for him to play. Shen Xiaoshan's group was shocked to hear this. It wasn't wise to do this bet against the crown prince. Let's get started then. If this white adornment material can produce a Violet Force fetus, anything higher than Violet Force, then you win. If it is only a white adornment or Violet Force fetus, then you lose and will have to cut off your arms. He smiled cruelly. The initial bet was only for a Violet Force fetus inside that Dao material. However, he suddenly changed his mind and was afraid that Li Qiye would be lucky enough to get one, hence the change in requirement. That's fine, cut it now. Li Qiye leisurely agreed. The prince sneered, "Ha, do you have money to pay for the cutting fee? The masters from the stone workshop command a high price. But out of pity for a soon-to-be cripple, I can ask my old friend to do it for you for free." Having said that, the prince patted a young man next to him. This youth was very elegant and handsome with an aura of conceit. Li Langxian. Many cultivators here recognized him. Some even politely went up to greet him. This was a genius of pure continent. His cultivation was great, but the real reason for his fame was because of his other status as an appraiser. He was the most brilliant appraiser in Pure, with a greater understanding of Dao materials and fetuses compared to his peers. Even some members of the last generation were inferior. Many sects invited him to be their appraiser, but he had always refused them. All the sects knew a simple logic. Having an excellent appraiser would save them a lot of resources while earning better Dao materials. That's why this job was very desirable in the 13 continents. Langxian simply nodded as a greeting. He was arrogant indeed, even though he could back it up. He smiled freely after hearing the crown prince and said, "Your Highness, thank you. I will try my best and do it for free. Just some cutting, what's hard about it? Let me borrow a knife, I'll do it myself." Li Qiye told a nearby appraiser from the workshop. The appraiser immediately lent Li Qiye his knife. "Oh. You're an appraiser too? A mortal appraiser, that's quite rare. I'm afraid you haven't even gotten the basics down yet." The prince sneered at this sight. "Your parents weren't born yet when I played with Dao materials." Li Qiye casually retorted. "You." Losing these verbal exchanges was taking a toll on the prince. Whoosh! XSH! XSH! Li Qiye's speed was amazing as he cut through this Dao material. His technique was sharp and masterful, virtually perfect. In fact, he wasn't lying earlier. When he gambled with these Dao materials on the 13 continents, Pure didn't have a country named Heavenly Phoenix. Chapter 1772, Li Qiye resembled a skillful butcher with his effortless knife technique, to the astonishment of the crowd. Even non-experts could tell that Li Qiye was an amazing appraiser. His surgical precision alone could put anyone from the same generation to shame. Appraisers from the stone workshop and the genius appraiser, Li Langxian, became serious after seeing him at work. They knew that they have met a fellow master. On the other hand, the prince's expression became worse. He assumed that Li Qiye was a novice, not a master of this level. I've never seen a mortal appraiser before. The majority of cultivators here was in awe. This was something they have never seen before since it wasn't so easy becoming an appraiser. Normally, cultivators eventually became appraisers after gaining enough experience and understanding of Dao materials and fetuses. Of course, the appraisers here were even more shocked. This mortal was a brilliant appraiser. Li Langxian felt that this mortal has reached a frightening level of mastery while watching his cutting technique. The crowd held their breath as Li Qiye sliced out another thin layer. They were aware that the Jilin clan was absolutely capable of starting a workshop in this place, otherwise, financial ruin was imminent. Thus, the appraisers here were exceptional compared to the rest. A Dao material graded at the white adornment level should normally produce a white adornment fetus. Only a negligible number of materials could be mistakenly judged by them. Li Qiye finally removed the outer layer to reveal the complete fetus. The cutting process was a true test for an appraiser. Any carelessness could damage the fetus inside. It's out. Everyone opened their eyes wider in order to look at the fetus in his palm. It was a tiny saber that was made from laws woven together. The laws were full of primordial chaos energy as if the saber itself was creating them. Golden strings appeared within this fetus together with the laws so they emitted a golden glow. It's a saber fetus of the golden inlaid grade. A cultivator shouted. The grade of a Dao fetus was the following, from worst to best: white adornment, violet force, golden inlaid, orange martial, and heaven bestowment. Thus, it was quite shocking for Li Qiye to cut a golden inlaid fetus out of a white adornment material. The appraisers that could work here were masters of their craft, but they have made a mistake with this particular material. I want this pile of white adornments. A sect master reacted quickly and immediately told a worker in order to buy everything in this corner. The slower crowd felt a tinge of regrets for not being as fast. Even though buying so many white adornments was a foolish action, if he could be lucky as Li Qiye to get a golden inlaid fetus, he would make up his investment and more. A friend told an appraiser from the workshop, even the masters can get it wrong sometimes. That's why material gambling is fun. The appraiser smiled back, this gentleman is quite discerning and has gotten a nice treasure. Well done, well done. Li Qiye smiled back at the praise before staring at the prince with one eye. You have lost. Humph, only a little bit of money, no problem. The prince snorted in response. He was indeed telling the truth since the money wasn't an issue. The problem was his failure in cutting off this mortal's arms. It is a small sum indeed, not worth mentioning at all. These pieces of trash will only stain my clothes. Li Qiye smiled and threw the 2 Dao weapons as well as the 10,000 chaos stones to He Chen and Sure South. The two of them were frozen and thought they were in a dream as they held on to the items. These things alone were worth more than their entire sect. But now, Li Qiye casually gave it to them without any hesitation. They could work a lifetime and not accumulate this level of resources. Even some cultivators here were astounded. This might not be a big amount to some of the big shots here, but it was still a very lavish course of action. Even a king might not be so wasteful. No wonder why those cultivators choose to follow a mortal. A cultivator murmured. Even they would follow such a generous mortal master. This only further infuriated the prince after already losing the bet. He shouted, "Want to go again?" His blood was boiling and clouding his judgment. Today, he must sever this mortal's arms before everyone or he would never regain his face again. Li Qiye glanced at him with disdain and said, "Again? That's fine, you still want my arms. But now, I'll name the price. Don't worry, I'll be considerate since you're so poor. Okay, 10 million Dao Saint Chaos Stones. You." The prince scowled coldly, "You think too highly of yourself. You think your mortal arms are worth 10 million Dao Saint Chaos Stones? Keep in mind that the realm of Tao Saint was only below Tao Celestial and Grand Emperor. The prince simply couldn't take out this sky-high number of stones. Even countries couldn't do so, let alone one person. You're definitely not worth that much. Li Qiye smiled and said, if you can't afford it, then don't go around betting. Or, you could bet your arms. The prince was trembling with rage. A crown prince like him would never bet his own arms to bet against a mortal. This was a matter of status. Money was a different issue. Humph, don't think you're a big deal, mortal. I'll even go 1 million Tao Sovereign Chaos Stones for your arms, how about that? The prince shouted back. Tao Sovereign Chaos Stones. Forget it, too little. Remember, I'm a peerless master appraiser, so many imperial lineages would want me to join them. But oh well, I'll lower my standards, 1 million Tao Sage Chaos Stones then. If a crown prince like you can't even afford this much, then stop leaving your house and further embarrassing yourself. It's like a beggar wanting to gamble. Li Qiye mocked. Since the prince wanted his life, Li Qiye didn't mind toying with him for a bit. It was debatable whether his arms were worth 10 million Tao Saint Chaos Stones, the answer would differ depending on who you ask. However, he was correct about imperial lineages wanting a skillful master like him to join them. Chapter 1773, all eyes were instantly on the prince this time. It didn't matter whether Li Qiye's arms were worth the aforementioned price or not, the prince was the one who started all of this. He would lose all face by backing down right now. It was either to take out 1 million Tao Sage Chaos Stones to bet against Li Qiye or use his own arms. Otherwise, his reputation as an imperial successor would be gone completely. The only thing he would be known for was a crown prince who got humiliated by a mortal. Bang! The prince took out 3 Tao Sage weapons at the same time, all at the golden inlaid level. I don't have that many Chaos Stones on me, so I'll bet these weapons instead. He uttered coldly. These 3 artifacts were indeed worth around 1 million Tao Sage Chaos Stones. Li Qiye glanced at the weapons and smiled, fine, what bet now? The prince took a deep breath and tapped on Li Langxuan's back, who was standing next to him. Brother Langxian will represent me. Brother, beat him, I want his arms. Severing Li Qiye's arms was only the beginning. If Li Langxian were to win, a long torture was awaiting Li Qiye before everyone. The prince wanted Li Qiye's scream to echo across the western market. Even though murder was forbidden here, losing a gamble justified the punishment. No one would be able to save Li Qiye then. Langxian was surprised to hear this. He regained his wits and stared at Li Qiye with a little anticipation. This mortal was indeed a challenge for him. Earlier, Li Qiye's cutting skill proved that he was an amazing appraiser. Langxian was considered the #1 young appraiser in Pure, so after seeing Li Qiye in action, his eyes did lit up and he thought about challenging the guy. Your Highness, I'm not sure if I can handle this great responsibility. Langxian humbly said. Brother Langxian, you are the best appraiser right now and he's only a mortal. Just take his arms for me. The prince said. I'll have to listen then. Langxian cupped his fist. Langxian and Li Qiye instantly fell into the limelight. Li Qiye has proven his abilities while Langxuan's reputation preceded him. One was a mortal while the other was a genius, so Langxian clearly had the upper hand. No wonder why the prince left this to him. Even the older appraisers don't want to play against Langxian. Many have lost to him already. One expert said. All eyes were on this contest. How do you want to do this? Li Langxian cupped his fist towards Li Qiye, still showing respect towards a mortal. Whatever you want. Li Qiye smiled and freely said. Langxian didn't dare to underestimate the enemy. He took a deep breath and said, Your vision is quite keen. How about we pick a Dao material from the waiting zone, whoever can cut the better Dao fetus out will be the winner. What do you think? We'll do that then. Li Qiye had no objection. The waiting zone was a special area at the stone workshop. Many Dao materials were waiting to be appraised here or couldn't be decided by the appraisers. In this place, someone can find the best Dao fetus or just white adornments. The prices here weren't cheap on purpose. The workshop wanted the gamblers to come here and test their luck or abilities. I heard the majority of the Dao material here are white adornments. But in order to make money and attract the adventurous type, the workshop purposely put some good materials in there. A frequent visitor snickered. People smiled back after hearing this. In fact, this strategy by the workshop was well known. Of course, there were some Dao materials that couldn't be appraised, so they placed them here to attract more gamblers as well. After reaching the waiting zone, Li Qiye and Lang Xian carefully looked for a Dao material. This was a test of their vision. It was impossible to see the fetus inside without cutting the materials. Of course, the experienced appraisers could make educated guesses on the fetuses based on the material's affinity, origin, weight, and shape. For example, if one material was part of a divine beast's corpse, then the grade of the fetus would certainly be better than if it was from an ordinary beast. The appraisers in the workshop were very good in this regard. All the origin and affinity of these materials were clearly written down. The chance of passing off the fish eyes as pearls was quite minuscule. Lan Xuan's cultivation speed was no match for the imperial princes, but conversely, the princes were no match for him with regards to finding Dao materials. Nevertheless, he still treated Li Qiye as a formidable opponent. Because of this, he mustered all of his abilities while looking at each piece. Li Qiye did the same, but not as carefully as Lang Xian, who was smelling, listening, looking, and even knocking on each piece. He simply stared at their texture and affinity and didn't go all out. It wasn't because he was overconfident. This contest was simply unfair because he had been doing this in an old era, even before the birth of some of the current monarchs and emperors. Many talented appraisers back then all wanted to call him master. Lang Xian eventually picked an egg-shaped material that was made from stone. It had flowing red lines with a dark light in the center and gave off a sanguine appearance. "That's a master for you." Another appraiser confirmed, "This Dao material is exquisite with a touch of greasy oil outside. I'm not completely positive, but there's a large chance that it came from a red jade immortal mine. If this is the case, it might be an orange martial fetus." A few businessmen heard this and took a look as well. They agreed with this assessment. Lang Xian paid a fair amount for this great material and went to the betting table to wait for Li Qiye. He was completely confident in his choice since this wasn't his first time betting. Many older appraisers have been his victims. "Brother Lang Xian, how is this Dao material?" the prince asked after seeing his confidence. He smiled and said, "I won't let you down, Your Highness. I'm certain I can cut an orange martial fetus from this, but if I'm lucky, maybe even a heaven bestowment." The prince became excited after hearing this with a murderous glint in his eyes. He declared with a sinister smile, "I'll cut his arms then his legs before gouging his eyes so he won't ever appraise again." Lang Xian disapproved of the prince in his mind. He didn't want to harm Li Qiye at all for this duel, but he had a good relationship with the prince on top of wanting to test his skill against a mortal appraiser. Finally, Li Qiye had also made his pick. He tapped on one material and said, "This one." The price he paid was very cheap since his material looked like a lump of coal that had been incinerated by thunder fire. It looked completely conspicuous. "The origin of this material isn't good at all. Is he just testing his luck?" One appraiser said, "It came from a red fir tree, forming at the root with the natural harmonization. It's really too common. Normally, young cultivators who want to become appraisers would train with it." Chapter 1774. When Li Qiye returned to the betting table, Lang Xian saw his chosen Dao material and became surprised. "Your choice is truly unexpected. This Dao material from the red fir tree is the most common in the 13 continents. Thunder fire occurs with the harmonization of the heaven and earth. So many roots of these trees give birth to Tao fetuses. However, the majority of these Tao fetuses are white adornments. The chance for the higher grades is pitifully low. Looks like you are really taking a gamble this time or are completely confident in your vision. Li Langxian was very happy to talk to a mortal appraiser. When two appraisers talked about Tao materials, a strange sense of familiarity and closeness usually appeared. People say that it's no fun not relying on luck when gambling. The pleasant surprise is the stimulating part. Li Qiye smiled and said, "That's what I'm doing. If something good will come out, hearts will start to pound. If that's the case, I hope luck is on your side." Li Langxian remained cordial towards a capable appraiser. If he can keep his dog life after losing his arms and eyes, then luck is really on his side. The prince sneered and didn't try to cover up his bloodthirst at all. "Let's begin, I'll go first." Under the supervision of the appraisers from the workshop, Li Langxian took out his knife to cut his chosen piece. XSSS, 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 waves of cutting noises came about. Li Langxian was quite experienced with his knife, so he earned high praises from the pros nearby. This guy was gifted in both appraising and cutting. The material became increasingly shiny with jade-like layers being peeled apart. It seemed as if oil was seeping out and creating the glossy finish. "That's a good Tao fetus, I believe it will be a defensive one." Many people knew that something amazing was about to come out. The slices became thinner since the knife was about to reach the Tao fetus. A faint light from within penetrated the thin layer. "It's definitely a treasure now." An experienced appraiser shouted. That's definitely a heaven bestowment fetus, wretched mortal, tremble now." The prince burst out in laughter. Li Qiye was calm unlike the prince, but the three by his side became worried. The better the treasure, the less chance Li Qiye had of winning. Boom! Langxian finally removed the complete Tao fetus. When he placed it on the betting table, it emitted a clear brilliance consisting of drill-like rays that dazzled the entire crowd. It was a shield the size of a palm, a good foundation to create a defensive artifact. Heaven bestowment in the form of a shield fetus. It's definitely the finest grade among postnatal fetuses. An expert commented. "That's incredible, young noble, will you sell this fetus?" One sect master became excited and wanted to buy the shield fetus. Heaven bestowment was the highest rank of postnatal fetuses. The prince turned towards Li Qiye and smiled cruelly. "Mortal, you're cutting your arms off, or do I have to do it for you? I won't make it painless though." Li Qiye ignored the prince again while the group was aghast at the heaven bestowment fetus. This was the finest rank. The outcome, Li Qiye's defeat, was already decided. Xiaoshan's heart was hanging on a thread. She was powerless even if she wanted to help him because they couldn't resist a character of the crown prince's level. "I'm just lucky." Langxian heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his fist towards Li Qiye. His attitude was much better than the bossy prince. He was confident about producing an orange martial fetus and didn't expect to have the fortune of getting the finest grade. His victory was assured because of this. "Time for me to test my luck then." Li Qiye was unperturbed and smiled. Having said that, he began cutting with great finesse. That guy wants to reverse the tide with a Tao material from the red fir tree. The chance is lower than being hit by a meteor. One appraiser shook his head after seeing Li Qiye's refusal to give up. A red fir tree can still produce a good Tao fetus even if the chance is low. However, even if one was lucky enough, the best outcome will only be an orange martial fetus. There's no chance of winning when young noble Li had gotten a heaven bestowment. Another expert added. The prince smiled sinisterly after seeing this, confident in the outcome. "Go ahead, take your time delaying your inevitable defeat." XSSSS, wooden layers were removed and scattered like charcoal powders. There was no glossy finish at all. Anyone in the business could already see that it was a white adornment fetus. This wooden piece has no shine. It has indeed been burned by thunder fire. Its harmonization area is too shallow, that's a white adornment for sure. An experienced appraiser stated without optimism. Shen Xiaoshan's group became paler after hearing these appraisers' comments. They felt that Li Qiye had lost already. One sect master shook his head with a tinge of regrets. It's over. A mortal appraiser is a great achievement, but he can't be won anymore without his hands. Some among the crowd were actually lamenting the loss of a talent. Boom! Li Qiye finally finished removing the complete fetus. A chaos aura permeated the table as if an underground mine has been unearthed. The power of the Tao sovereign realm appeared with a touch of the origin. What's going on? This chaotic atmosphere shocked the nearby cultivators. It's a prenatal Tao fetus. The experienced appraisers knew what was going on right away. They stepped closer to carefully look at the chaos energy inside the fetus. They saw a sword fetus lying there, shrouded in an ocean of thick chaos energy. No one dared to underestimate this tiny fetus because it already contained the power of the Tao sovereign level. A prenatal Tao fetus of the Tao sovereign level and orange martial grade. One appraiser concluded. The crowd was astonished after hearing this. A prenatal fetus from a red fir tree. That's unbelievable. I've cut so many of them before. A cultivator who used to be an appraiser claimed in shock. Because Tao materials from red fir tree were in abundance and cheapest on the market, many people learned the art of appraising with these materials. The majority of them would come out to be white adornment fetuses. The very rare cases would result in violet force fetuses. Chapter 1775, The mass continuously rained compliments about this prenatal fetus. It wasn't that rare in the 13 continents, but one coming from a red fir tree was a different story. Tao fetuses were also divided into prenatal and postnatal, the former being much stronger. However, prenatal started at Tao sovereign and golden inlaid for the lowest cultivation and grade. The biggest difference was that prenatal fetuses already had chaos and primordial energies. To keep it simple, the fetus itself had cultivated. Postnatal fetuses didn't have any and started from zero. After fusing with divine metals and ores to become a Tao weapon, its cultivation would rise with its master or creator. Thus, after the cultivator reached Tao sovereign, their weapon would also reach Tao sovereign and enjoyed the power of this realm. This wasn't the case for prenatal fetuses. After coming out, it already had the power of this realm and would still grow with its master after becoming a weapon. For example, a Tao sovereign prenatal fetus would still have the power of a Tao sovereign, even if its user is at a weaker realm. When the user became stronger than a sovereign, the weapon would grow proportionally stronger. In short, its user in a prenatal weapon would have double the power at the same realm versus a postnatal weapon, since there were two overlapping cultivations for the first case. This was the reason why prenatal weapons were superior and much more precious. Powerful cultivators would all pick prenatal fetuses. Thus, Li Qiye's current fetus was the lowest of all the prenatal fetuses at golden inlaid and Tao sovereign. Your insight is amazing. I am truly impressed. Li Langxian cupped his fist and praised. This wasn't just simple luck, it was clearly based on skill. Li Qiye smiled and casually grabbed the 3 Tao sage weapons placed for the bet by the crown prince. Wait a minute. The prince held the weapons and shouted. Li Qiye glanced at him and said flatly, "Don't gamble if you can't handle losing gracefully." "Who says you're the winner?" The prince uttered, "Heaven bestowment is higher than orange martial. When the heaven bestowment postnatal fetus reaches Tao sovereign, who knows which one will be strong." This was indeed the case in terms of quality, but the actual strength of both at the same cultivation was hard to gauge. It might be up to the user's abilities. Is that so? Li Qiye smiled and said, "There is indeed an argument for the resulting Tao weapons, but we're talking about Tao fetuses, not weapons. If you can't even understand this much, stop betting and humiliating yourself. You. The prince's expression became ugly. He was panicking after losing, even though victory and torturing the mortal were so near, so he had forgotten this much. Your Highness, in terms of Tao fetuses, a prenatal one commands a higher price than a postnatal at the workshop. Lang Xian reminded him. The postnatal heaven bestowment required gestation and refinement before becoming stronger. However, a prenatal was already powerful from the start, this justified the higher price. This young noble won the match. The prenatal fetus is more expensive. An appraiser from the workshop made the decision. In this gambling hall, the workshop's decision was the law and acknowledged by all. Tell people first next time if you're such a sore loser. Li Qiye casually handed the 3 weapons to Shen Shaoshan before teasing the prince again. Her group was stunned. Their soul left their body earlier because they thought Li Qiye was sure to lose and didn't expect such a reversal. Moreover, these Dao Sage weapons were beyond their imagination, but now, she could feel their considerable weight on her hands. She was the focus of admiration from the crowd since Li Qiye rewarded his followers and threw away these weapons as if they were mere cabbages. Following a master like this was the greatest thing in the world. We'll go again. The prince was livid and slammed the table. He didn't expect to lose 2 in a row and be humiliated by a mortal like this. What now? I'm not interested in something small, go big. Li Qiye said flatly. Your head. The prince loudly said with a murderous glint, if you lose, I want your head. You're betting your head too. Li Qiye smiled, intending on taking his time with the guy who had lost his calm. My head is too prestigious for a mortal like you. Name the price your head is worth and I'll bet that. The prince arrogantly claimed. The prince naturally didn't want to bet his own head and lower his status down to the mortal's level. In his eyes, money alone was enough. Li Qiye smirked, the fish has bitten the bait again, no way it was getting off now. He told Li Langxian, since everyone calls you a genius appraiser, how much do you think your life is worth? Langxian was caught off guard by the sudden question. He composed himself before telling the truth, in my personal opinion, my life is priceless, but if it is for a bet, around 50 million Dao Celestial Chaos Stones. This was definitely an exorbitant sum. A great power couldn't necessarily produce this number. Of course, it was a different matter whether he was worth it or not, but as a genius appraiser, his statement was justifiable. Fine, it's rare for me to be in a gambling mood. I'm also a big deal, here's my price, 10 million Dao Celestial Chaos Stones. Bet that amount and I'll play with you. Li Qiye cheerfully smiled. All the experts here gasped after hearing this monstrous estimation. Shen Shaoxian and people like her didn't even dare to think about this unreachable amount. You think too highly of yourself, 10 million Dao Celestial Chaos Stones. I think even 10 million Dao Saint Chaos Stone is too high for your life. The prince scowled. Whether I'm worth it or not is my business. Who was it that said I could name the price earlier? Ah, I guess you were just boasting all along. Don't be wrong and get mad over it, that's too embarrassing. Plus, it's only 10 million Dao Celestial Chaos Stones, I guess the Heavenly Phoenix country should change its name to Chicken Roost if it can't even afford this much. Go back to your village, don't prance around here again. Li Qiye verbally slapped the prince. The prince turned red and only blurted out his proposition out of rage. He wasn't expecting this mortal to announce such an outrageous price. Chapter 1776, A crown prince like him still couldn't take out 10 million Dao Celestial Chaos Stones in a short time. He became the center of attention as his complexion kept on changing from rage. Even if Li Qiye was overestimating his worth, the prince was the one who told Li Qiye to name the price. If he couldn't come up with his end of the bargain, it was akin to throwing away his face. This was a difficult position for him. 2 successive losses were already too much to take. Now, Li Qiye's sneer made it even worse. If you apologize to me now, I can forgive your sin of being ignorant. Li Chia leisurely smiled and said. The prince glared furiously at Li Chia. It was impossible for an imperial successor to bow his head before a mortal, he would pick death instead every time. Are we doing this or not? If you don't want to bet again, then just accept your mistake. Li Chia impatiently waved his sleeve. The crowd stared at the prince again. Since he was the one who proposed the bet, the fault would be his for not following up. An apology was already a mild punishment. When two cultivators gambled in this place, if the one proposing couldn't handle the deal, then a money payment would be a light punishment. So now, Li Chia only demanded an apology. People felt that he was already kind enough. The prince was riding a tiger and couldn't get down. He couldn't afford the bet, but the alternative was unacceptable. Well, yeah, if you can't muster it up, don't bet. People whispered after seeing the frozen prince. The imperious prince always viewed himself as superior to others, but these looks of contempt were really getting to him. He placed a Dao celestial weapon on the table and shouted, "I'll bet this weapon." This was his most precious treasure, the symbol of his position as the crown prince of Heavenly Phoenix. Their country only had one immortal monarch. This monarch was still alive, but even if he were to leave his weapons behind, it wouldn't be the turn of someone as young as the prince. They had many powerful ancestors still alive. How could a junior like him carry an imperial weapon around? This was another big difference between the 10th and 9 worlds. There were many more living ancestors in the lineages up here. It was common for one lineage to have several hundred ancestors living at the same time. Thus, a first-rate sect in the 10th world was much stronger than one in the 9 worlds. Just one Dao celestial weapon. You think that alone is worth 10 million Dao celestial chaos stones? The red-faced prince took out treasures and weapons. In a short time, a pile of them stacked on each other on the betting table. He let cautions go with the wind and took out everything he owned in order to regain face and kill Li Chia. He wanted everyone to know that he would dare to participate in even bigger bets. If he started something, he would never falter even if it meant losing all his wealth. Is that enough? The prince uttered coldly after scooping out all he owned. Li Chia did a quick glance before speaking. Forget it, I'm a merciful person, I'll consider that 5 million for all these rubbish. You! The prince glared at him. Li Chia waved his hand as if he was chasing away a fly and said, "Don't look at me like that. Let the workshop appraise them if you want, see how much money you can pawn these scraps for." The prince shouted at the appraisers, "Do a valuation on my treasures." The appraisers knew that the prince had gotten too deep into this bet. They have seen people like him every day and began their evaluation process. Eventually, one of them said, "Young noble, 5 million Dao celestial chaos stones is acceptable for your items." This appraiser put it delicately, but the implication was that these treasures and weapons weren't worth 5 million. Li Chia added salt to the wound by patting his own neck. "You're just all talk with an empty pocket. My head is right here, it's just that you can't afford to pay for it." The prince couldn't do anything at the moment, completely trapped in this debacle. "You can borrow 5 million from our workshop because of your identity," one appraiser reminded him. The prince became excited right away. He was the prestigious crown prince of Heavenly Phoenix and his brother-in-law was Jin Gu. 5 million is nothing, I'll take the loan in my name and status as a crown prince. His eyes lit up just like his own spirit. He placed his father's golden VIP card on the betting table and said. He became a gambler blinded by the rush with reckless abandon about the consequences if he were to lose. In his mind, it was a type of glory to be able to borrow 5 million Dao celestial chaos stones since not just anyone could do it, not even a sect master. Only an imperial successor like him could enjoy this privilege. It showed the stateliness of his identity. Of course, the workshop wasn't worried at all. As long as this gambler wanted to borrow their money, they would be more than happy since they weren't afraid of his country reneging on the debt. Heavenly Phoenix only had one immortal monarch while the Jilin clan behind them had three. As long as he dared to borrow, they would dare to ask for both the principal and interest back in full in the future. So many chaos stones were placed on the betting table and their chaos energy engulfed the area. This was many's first time seeing this great amount and became dazzled by the scene. Some even crazily salivated with greed. Shen Xiaoshan's group was even more amazed since they had never seen the world of the rich before. For their tiny sect, just 10 Dao celestial chaos stones was already a shocking amount, let alone 5 million. One king gazed at the table filled with stones and said, "A bet for 10,000,000. Only a talent like the Crown Prince could do something like this. This will be a once-in-100 years match." Everyone here was astonished by the number of chaos stones and the betting match that was about to take place. This pleased the Crown Prince, especially that king's comment earlier about how he was the only one who could produce this sum. "Little animal, I'll buy your life with this," he grandly declared after slamming on the table. At this time, rationality and strategy were thrown out the window, even his role as a crown prince and imperial successor. Only an addicted gambler was left. With his current state, even if he were to win this, he would keep on going and perhaps find a second person to bet against. Li Qiye clapped and laughed, "That's more like it, the crown prince of a country, the style of an imperial successor. How do you want to do this? If you win, my head is yours." Li Qiye didn't only want the crown prince's life but also publicly take everything the guy had. Chapter 1777. Though the prince felt embarrassment and fury earlier, gathering 10 million chaos stones for the bet had won him some face. He wanted to let everyone know that the Heavenly Phoenix Crown Prince was not a sore loser and could afford any type of bet. "I'll cut your neck off 1 inch at a time after you lose." He was still furious at Li Qiye and didn't try to hide his cruelty by pushing this mortal to the edge. After winning, a fate worse than death was his parting gift to the mortal. "That depends on if you are capable enough. How do you want to do it?" Li Qiye smirked, unaffected by the prince's threat. "Brother Lang Xian, go against him again, help me take his head," the prince said. Lang Xian was surprised to hear the prince asking him and quickly cupped his fist. "Your Highness, I know my limits and I'm afraid I will let you down. Please ask someone else." This bet was too grand, so Lang Xian didn't want to participate. "Brother Lang Xian, no need to boost the enemy's morale while lowering ours." The prince was unhappy instantly and deepened his tone. "You are a genius appraiser, no need to be discouraged after one loss. I'm daring to bet 10 million, don't tell me you care too much about your own reputation and don't dare to try." The prince needed Lang Xian to participate. Even though his cultivation was high, he was far inferior when it came to Dao material. Even the best appraiser from his country had lost to Lang Xian before. That's why the prince thought so highly of Lang Xian. If he were to personally go against Li Qiye, defeat was certain, but there was still a chance of winning with Lang Xian. Well, Lang Xian hesitated not just because of his reputation and the effect of potentially losing to a mortal appraiser. The monstrous scale of the bet was the thing stopping him from carelessly participating. "Don't worry, brother Lang Xian, I won't blame you even if you lose. I can handle losing this much." The prince shouted, "I know that you are capable of taking this mortal's head, don't you want to make up for the loss earlier?" Still, Lang Xian was still reluctant. "Brother, do you not view me as a brother? You can't represent me for this bet right now." The prince's expression darkened as he uttered. He has lost for sure if Lang Xian didn't help him, and he didn't wish to go down like this. He must make sure Lang Xian participate no matter what. Very well. Lang Xian had to step out after the constant pressure from the prince. Plus, he wanted to try again after losing the first time. He cupped his fist and said, "I'll try my best to live up to your trust, Your Highness. I believe in your abilities, no one is your match outside of the top appraisers from the last generation." The prince finally smiled and roughly patted Li Langshuan's shoulder. Lang Xian came out and asked Li Qie, "How do you want to do this?" Li Qie leisurely said, "Since your group started this, I'll just play along. Anything will be fine." "Okay, then we'll pick any Dao material in the stone workshop. The one with the best Dao fetus will be the winner. The only rule is that the material price cannot be over 1 million Dao Sage Chaos Stones." There were Dao materials of inordinate value at the workshop. If there was no limitation, one would just buy the highest priced material in order to win. After all, the workshop relied on its reputation. These higher-end materials were virtually guaranteed to produce the best fetuses. The probability of error was diminutive. This was the reason why Lang Xian proposed the particular rule in order to truly test the skill of an appraiser and make this bet worthwhile. "Good, it's decided then, nothing higher than 1 million Dao Sage Chaos Stones." Li Qie straightforwardly agreed. "We'll meet back here in a bit then." Lang Xian cupped his fist. Lang Xuan's attitude was much friendlier compared to the prince who only wanted Li Qie's head. He had no grievances against this mortal appraiser and personally wished to test his skill against another expert. The second bet between the two of them garnered just as much attention from the crowd as the previous. It wasn't only about the money, the spectators also cared about the skill level of the bout. The appraisers, both novices and experts, were excited to see the incoming colorful event. It was going to be as brilliant as any physical battle. The ones who were vested in studying Dao materials wanted to learn appraising techniques out of the experience. In a short time, some masters even followed right behind the two of them in order to see the selecting process. One was a magical mortal appraiser that had profited twice at the workshop on top of beating Lang Xian once already. It showed that this was more than luck, the guy was a true expert appraiser. A mortal appraiser was already rare enough, but a skilled one like this was once in a million years. How could the crowd not be excited? As for Lang Xian, he was well known as a genius appraiser and his skills were acknowledged by the older masters of the craft. So many famous older appraisers have lost to him in pure. Even the appraisers in the workshop became very interested in the two of them. After carefully rummaging through the materials, Lang Xian finally picked and bought one that was appraised by the workshop as a prenatal Dao fetus of the Dao Sage and Golden Inlaid level. The price was 360,000 Dao Sage Chaos Stones. His strategy was quite good. It was essentially impossible using Dao Sage Chaos Stones to buy materials at the Dao Saint and Dao Celestial materials because they weren't on the same level. Numbers alone couldn't make up for it. The only way was to buy a Dao Sage material and hope for the best. This probability was quite low, hence the gambling nature of the entire industry. Lang Xian was very bullish on his chosen Dao material and believed a great fetus could come out of it. That's a good one, there should be no problem getting a prenatal fetus out of it. Many people felt the same way, especially since the appraisal from the workshop was most likely correct. Li Qie chose one a while after. It was as big as a basin and round like a watermelon with gray veined patterns all around. This one was much cheaper compared to Lang Xuan's. It was appraised as a postnatal fetus of the Heaven Bestowment level. The price was only 5,000 Dao Master Chaos Stones. He's quite courageous picking a postnatal to go against a prenatal. This caught many people off guard. Everyone knew that in terms of value, a postnatal fetus would never be more expensive than a prenatal, unlike the buyers had some special requirements. He's relying on the workshop making a mistake, but I've bought so many here. It isn't that easy. A different appraiser commented. The crowd felt that Li Qie was too bold with his choice, especially when his life was on the line. The appraisers from the workshop stared at each other too, since it was an indirect insult at them. Even though there were countless materials here, the margin of error was very small for the materials appraised by them. Earlier, Li Qie had chosen perfectly twice earlier in spite of their appraisal. If he could successfully do it again, he would be the king of misappraisal, or in other words, the best appraiser. Thus, in their eyes, this was no longer a bet. It was a blatant challenge to the workshop's appraisers. Chapter 1778, both Li Qiye and Lang Xian returned to the betting table. Lang Xian was surprised to see Li Qiye's postnatal material and blurted out, "You are truly unfathomable, no one else in the contemporary would try to take this kind of risk." Any appraiser with a hint of rationality would know how unwise it was to challenge a prenatal material with a postnatal one. The victor was already determined unless Li Qiye could somehow pull off a miracle. Just relying on luck, that's the real fun in gambling, certainty is not as exciting. Li Qiye smiled freely. Such boldness is commendable. Lang Xian was in awe of Li Qiye's daringness in the face of death. Haha, relying on luck. Wait a bit and you'll lose your life. The prince sneered cruelly, I can't wait till I can start slowly cutting off your head. He was certain of Lang Xuan's victory since there was no way this mortal could be so lucky. 1 or 2 inaccurate appraisals were one thing but 3 in a row. Even the appraisers from the workshop wouldn't believe it. Lang Xian had a prenatal golden inlaid material, the resulting fetus would be just fine. However, Li Qiye had a postnatal material, even the highest grade wouldn't likely beat Lang Xuan's. Li Qiye ignored the prince and said, let's begin. Since I found my first, I'll start. Lang Xian cupped his fist and didn't try to be overly polite. He wanted to know what fetus would come out and his confidence was overshadowed by his restless curiosity. After all, this was still a bet. He needed to see his ace card before having peace of mind. Li Qiye agreed, so Lang Xian began cutting his Dao material. Bang! He took the fetus out in just a short time like a skilled butcher. Once it came out, primordial chaos energy of the Dao Sage level shot out in the form of thin, bright rays. Prenatal fetus of the Dao Sage level. Even before seeing the fetus, people here could tell what type it was due to the chaos and primordial energy oozing out. It's a heaven bestowment. After finally looking at the fetus, someone blurted out in astonishment. This was a seal fetus emitting shiny strands of light. The finest among Dao Sage fetuses. Another commenter added. Congratulations, young noble Lang Xian, you got something that fell through the cracks. Even an appraiser from the workshop cheered for Li Lang Xian. Originally, it was appraised as a golden inlaid but a heaven bestowment came out. Lang Xian got the better end of the deal by buying it for cheap. From another perspective, it proved the well-earned reputation of the workshop. They didn't purposely brand and sell only shoddy Dao materials. Lang Xian heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the grade of the Dao fetus. During his selection process, he was certain that a prenatal golden inlaid fetus at the Dao Sage level would definitely come out. There was a chance that it could even be an orange marshal, and if super lucky, a heaven bestowment. He felt that he had at least 80 to 100% chance of victory and glanced over at Li Qiye. A postnatal Dao fetus wanting to beat his? That was harder than reaching for the heavens unless the guy had chosen the best fetus in the world that had been erroneously appraised. All eyes were on Li Qiye. Some experts slightly shook their head and said, he's done, no chance of winning unless he can get something incredible, but that's virtually impossible. Li Lang Xian probably has a 90% chance of victory now. Unless Li Qiye were to reveal a prenatal fetus of the Dao Saint level, his defeat was assured. Ha, little animal, you have lost already. The prince was ecstatic after seeing Lang Xuan's heaven bestowment fetus. He smiled deviously and raised his sleeves while imagining the cruel torment forcing Li Qiye to scream. He felt an unprecedented pleasure from obtaining revenge. What's the rush? I haven't cut mine yet, but you already know you have done. Li Qiye said dismissively and treated the prince as if he was invisible. Ha, keep on struggling, if death wants you by midnight, there's no surviving till dawn. The prince sneered. Li Qiye held his knife and began the slicing process. One appraiser saw his refusal to give up and said without optimism, it's too hard to reverse the tide. Lang Xuan's Dao fetus is very good for the price, too hard to beat it. He took the wrong step, wanting to benefit greatly from buying cheap, but instead, he'll be paying with his life. The experts here caused a ruckus debating. It was clear that Li Qie didn't rely on just luck, having picked the right materials twice. However, challenging Lang Xian by repeating the same formula made everyone think that he had become complacent. Bang! When Li Qie took off the thin stone layer, the resulting fetus was actually a white adornment. Just the white grade. The crowd was shocked because even though it was a postnatal fetus, the appraisers of the workshop still evaluated it as a heaven bestowment. But now, this meant that these appraisers have also mistakenly graded this particular material. Shen Xiaoshan's group lost their color from realizing that Li Qie had lost. He lost. Everyone confirmed that Li Qie has thrown away his life. Losing everything after one wrong decision. One sect master became remorseful. So many great powers would want to invite this capable mortal appraiser to work for their sect. But now, his life was forfeited to Heavenly Phoenix Crown Prince. This is, Lang Xian slightly raised his eyes. Meanwhile, the prince guffawed, "Ha ha ha, little animal, how do you want me to cut off your head now? Many chops or just a single split?" The bloodthirsty prince was already holding a long sword, ready to torture and kill Li Qie. "What's the rush, it's not over yet." Li Qie interrupted the jubilating prince and moved his knife again to cut off another layer. "Fine, I want to see what other amazing things you can do. The more you delay this, the more I'll torture you." The prince wasn't in a rush since victory was already within his grasp. Li Qie went on with his business and more layers were peeled off with his wondrous and inscrutable techniques. Suddenly, he severed the Tao material in half. This was very taboo for appraisers due to the potential damage to the fetus. The entire crowd was shocked. The result looked like a watermelon that was split in halves. However, multiple fetuses were revealed inside and stacked in an orderly fashion. Li Qie's knife easily separated them with such swiftness that made the crowd gasp. If his technique was brought to the point of perfection before, it has become completely devilish and out of this world. It was a work of art that stole the gazes of everyone in the audience. This was the cutting apex of an appraiser. In just a short time, the removed white adornment fetuses were neatly placed on the ground. A full set of white armament. The mass finally calmed down and saw the fetuses arranged on the betting table. Not just that, it consists of 639 pieces. One cultivator carefully counted all the fetuses. 639. The appraisers in the workshop became crazy. This news swept through the entire workshop. Everyone came running in order to look at this white armament. Chapter 1779, A complete set of Tao armament was the pursuit of many cultivators. However, ordinary experts couldn't ever get one due to the prohibitive cost. It consisted of same quality Tao fetuses from one Tao material. For example, if there were 3 white adornment and 1 golden inlaid fetuses from the same material, then the golden inlaid would be excluded from the armament. So, 5 violet force fetuses from one material would be a set of 5. Each complete armament would have 1 Tao chapter. This chapter contained the writings of the heaven and earth during the harmonization process. It was much stronger than remnant laws and such. 3 was the minimum number to form a set. They must be of the same grade and came from the same Tao material. At this time, Li Qie gently blew as if he was casting a spell. Laws emerged on the orderly fetuses at the table. They danced together to form a perfect chapter with the image of a sword and armor. A sword armament, that's a common one. An expert saw the chapter and said, "Yeah, but don't forget, only 1 armament would show up in every 10,000 Tao materials, even at the white grade and only in a set of 3. An experienced appraiser reminded. The higher the grade of the fetus, the lower the chance of a full set appearing. Since the start of time, only a few armaments of the top grade existed. 639 pieces. Another workshop appraiser was shocked and murmured, Pure hasn't seen a set with this many pieces in a long time. Of course, a white armament couldn't compare to the higher grades, not with just 3 pieces. However, once the set had a certain number, it would normally change into a higher grade. Many appraisers believed that 600 pieces were the soft limit of a white armament. If it had more than 600, it would undergo a fundamental improvement due to the great amount of chaos and primordial energies from the fetuses. If a white set had more than 600 fetuses, it could crush any weapon at the same cultivation realm. For example, at the Tao Saint level, a white set with more than 600 could crush even a weapon of the Heaven Bestowment level. Even a prenatal weapon wasn't a match. If it had more than 1000, it could challenge other weapons of a higher cultivation level, with the exception of other sets. An armament after reaching a certain number had clear advantages that a single Tao weapon couldn't compare to. Because of this, people have always tried to find them. Even a white armament would be worth an unreal price if it had the right number of fetuses. This white armament must be sold at the Tao Saint level. One expert believed. In my opinion, if you were to auction it, the starting price has to be at least 100,000 Tao Saint Chaos Stones due to the extraordinary number of fetuses. If a powerful character were to gestate this armament, given ample time for advancement, it will crush any other weapon at the same cultivation. One appraiser stated. Li Qiye slowly turned towards the prince and said, "Which do you think is worth more, my armament or your prenatal Tao fetus?" The prince had an ugly expression, especially to his agape mouth, as he stood there motionlessly. Your skill in appraisal has reached an incomparable level. You win this bet. Li Langxian accepted his defeat. It wasn't easy cutting an armament out of a Tao material. Not even one might be present in all the current materials in the workshop. However, Li Qiye simply picked one and found an armament. This was beyond luck. Such insight and abilities meant that he was at the apex of appraisal. Even a genius like Li Langxian realized his inferiority. He had lost to a mortal appraiser today, yet he was without any complaint. It was a convincing loss. You have lost. Li Qiye stared at the prince, then seized the mountain of treasures and weapons on the table. Too much scrap metals, go sell them and have a drink. Li Qiye gave Shen Xiaoshan's group both the chaos stones and the items. Astonishment came before jubilation. When the group regained their wits, they felt as if money was raining down straight into their pockets from the sky. The crowd became envious at this extravagant master. This was an amount beyond a lifetime of earning, yet he casually threw them to his followers. The prince's treasures weren't bad, but they were nothing in Li Qiye's eyes, scrap metals indeed. Shen Xiaoshan's group finally realized why Li Qiye was so arrogant before. He never paid any mind to a sect as impoverished as Sago Palm. They felt embarrassed by their previous sense of superiority over him. The ones who were arrogant in the past were they, not him. It was their luck being able to meet Li Qiye, a blessing from the heavens to accompany him. Meanwhile, the prince stood there with a blank mind. He didn't care about the consequence at the start of the bet, feeling so confident in torturing this mortal before everyone before killing him. It would let everyone know the consequence of those who wanted to oppose him. But now, he had lost completely. Li Langxian was no match the second time around either. The prince had bet all of his money and resources on top of borrowing 5 million from the workshop. He was a poor wretch on top of being in debt. His country might be able to repay this amount, but if his father and the elders from the royal clan were to find out, not only would his father break his leg, he might even lose his position as the crown prince. This left him horrified and furious. What now, scared? Li Qiye chuckled at the frozen prince. I can sympathize since you have lost everything. Okay, take this so you can at least make it back to Heavenly Phoenix. He grabbed a pile of chaos stones and threw it at the prince. Little animal. No, there must be foul play, it's a conspiracy. The prince pointed at Li Qiye while thinking of all the possibilities. What? Li Qiye lazily said, cheating before everyone here. Even if I had tried to scheme against you, you think Li Langxian had participated too, same with the Jilin clan. I'm sure someone here would have noticed something. The crowd knew that the prince couldn't accept this total loss. Anyone would go crazy after losing 10 million in one go. Few could afford such a loss without batting an eye. So many people were staring at the prince. The most humiliating part of this whole thing for him was losing to a mortal. Li Qiye purposely provoked, "Don't be a sore loser now, it reflects negatively on you as a crown prince, but I can understand, a tiny country like Heavenly Phoenix is naturally poor. However, gamblers have their own codes and do not accuse people falsely after losing. A loser like you should just go back to your mother's teats." Chapter 1780, Little Animal, Shut Your Mouth. A noble character like the prince had never been humiliated before by any cultivator, let alone a mortal. The furious prince wanted to rush over and kill Li Qiye right now. With his current power, killing a mortal was easier than crushing an ant. However, the experts from the workshop immediately stopped him. They naturally wouldn't allow for any killing in this place. Moreover, there was just a betting session earlier between the two of them. Their shop needed to maintain order and protect their customers for their reputation's sake. If one side were to kill the other after losing under their jurisdiction, who else would dare to come and gamble at their shop in the future? "Your Highness, please show some respect, no customers shall be harmed at the stone workshop." The experts uttered coldly, "If you want to settle grievances, do it with the betting table." The prince was indeed an imperial successor and his brother-in-law was no joke. This was quite a powerful backing, but the stone workshop was opened by the Jilin clan. When they dared to open this gambling place, they had no fear of anyone. If the prince kept on being stubborn, they would stop giving him any face. "Little animal, one more bet." The princes glared at Li Qiye with his bloodshot eyes. Everyone understood that he was desperate and caught up in this gambling atmosphere. "Why not?" Li Qiye smiled and said, "You think I'm afraid of a poor tramp like you? Just say the words and I'm in. Only a grandson would be scared." "Good, that's exactly what I want to hear, there's no taking it back now, too late for regrets." The prince laughed and uttered coldly, "What regrets?" Li Qiye glanced at him with contempt, "Why would I change my mind? I'm more afraid that you won't bet again since you have nothing now. What will you take out to bet?" The prince was livid after hearing this. It wasn't only because Li Qiye called him a poor tramp but more because he was pouring salt on the wound. Normally, he could call for rains and winds whenever he wanted. Money was never an issue, but now, he had lost everything. Li Qiye has exposed his scar again and left him embarrassed. "We bet with our life. Do you dare?" Anger rushed to his brain as he cried out. He loved his life more than anyone else, but after losing everything, he let caution go with the winds. "Why not? I've been betting it the whole time. Speak, how do you want to do this? I'll indulge you." Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh. The prince was stunned to hear the quick agreement. He assumed that the mortal would call it quits after winning 3 times in a row. In this blink of an eye, he became clear-headed again and found this was very unwise. However, he had spoken earlier and couldn't take back his words or he would have no place to stay at Pure. So be it. He clenched his teeth as his head became hot again, no longer caring about anything. "Then what kind of bet?" "We'll settle this today," Li Qiye leisurely said. The cultivators here exchanged glances at this life bet. Meanwhile, the workshop had no reaction. This had happened a lot during big bets that would eventually escalate to this level when the two sides hated each other. The prince came up with an idea and smiled coldly, "Since this is the stone workshop, we'll still bet with Dao fetuses. We each grab one and test our control over them. I won't bully you, we won't be using chaos and primordial energies, so it has nothing to do with cultivation. Use our will to control and use the Dao fetuses to fight each other. Crush the opponent's fetus and win. See, I'm not picking on a mortal like you, this is only a test of the Tao heart. The prince sneered. The listeners were surprised. Tao fetuses were born in places where the heaven and earth came together and seemingly had their own sentience. Before fusing it with metals to create a weapon, a mortal could indeed use their will to control a fetus. However, this was all in theory. A will that could control fetus needed to be extremely powerful and required an immovable Tao heart. Just imagine, this was a mortal who had never cultivated a merit law before. Even if he did, he was still only at the Tao dust realm, an insignificant being. How firm could his Tao heart be? In their opinion, Li Chia simply couldn't control a Tao fetus. Hypothetically, even if he could, the gap between him and the prince was too great. The prince was powerful and had cultivated imperial laws since youth, so his will was much stronger. He could easily defeat Li Chia even without utilizing chaos and primordial energies. All eyes darted towards Li Chia. People wondered whether he would take up the challenge or not, because even a fool could see that accepting was suicidal. Shen Shaoshan was afraid that Li Chia didn't understand cultivation too well and pulled on his sleeve. "Young master, he's a master, you won't be able to beat him, so don't do it." "What now? You don't dare to take the bet." The prince's tone deepened. Who was it earlier that said they would take up any bet? Can't change your mind now. Some among the crowd shook their head after realizing the prince's murderous intention. However, it would be an unhonorable victory. He said that he wasn't bullying Li Chia, but he had the absolute advantage in this bet. However, Li Chia was the one who arrogantly proclaimed that he would accept all bets. There was no reneging at the betting table. Even if Li Chia didn't want to do it and the prince were to spare him just once, he still had to pay a great price. Why wouldn't I? I never say no to a bet. If you want to bet on controlling Tao fetus, so be it. Li Chia grinned at this point. This answer astounded the crowd. They felt that he was simply insane and aimless, walking straight to his death. Winning 3 times has made him complacent, he's suiciding now. An older expect gently shook his head while thinking that Li Chia has fallen into the biggest taboo of a gambler. Contrary to the crowd's belief, Li Chia was growing tired of this play in a minor character like the prince. "Okay, cool enough, let's get started then." The prince clapped, elated that it was time for payback. He wanted to get everything back from Li Chia. First, he would slowly torture him until the guy wanted nothing more than the sweet release of death and willing to give everything back, all the treasures and chaos stones. At that point, no one would be able to stop him because the mortal's life was already his. He could do whatever he wanted. These thoughts made him laugh to his heart's content. This one. Meanwhile, Li Chia casually picked a white adornment fetus. This stunned the crowd completely. Li Chia had more than enough chaos stones and could pick a better one for the bet. But now, he only picked one of the white grade to the astonishment of everyone. Chapter 1781, Does this brat know anything about Tao fetus control? Someone muttered after seeing Li Chia's swift selection of a white adornment fetus. Some wondered if he knew anything about the contest at all. Even a fool wouldn't pick a white grade. The prince celebrated mentally after seeing his opponent's pick. This is you courting death, no one will be able to stop it. He then picked a heaven bestowment fetus. Both were postnatal fetuses, but the prince's selection was countless times stronger than Li Chia's. Start. An expert from the workshop acted as the judge after the two returned to the betting table. Buzz. The heaven bestowment fetus in the prince's hand lit up with rays of light that could pierce through the flesh. He didn't use any chaos or primordial energy, but as a successor who had learned imperial laws since youth, his willpower could be more than 10,000 times greater than a mortal. Pluff. Under the control of the prince, this sword fetus shot towards Li Chia with an unstoppable sharpness. Even a regular cultivator like Shen Shaoshan wouldn't be able to stop it. Li Chia didn't bother looking forward, his will ordered the white adornment fetus to rush up. Everyone gasped after seeing this risky course of action. A white-grade fetus controlled by a mortal simply couldn't stand up to the prince's own. Boom! A Dao fetus shattered into many shimmering pieces accompanied by pleasant ringings. The crowd was completely frozen by the unexpected scene. The thing shattered was not Li Qiye's white adornment fetus but rather the prince's heaven bestowment fetus. Li Qiye's fetus was completely intact while the prince's own fell into shambles. It didn't mean that Li Qiye's fetus was stronger, only his will. This was an incalculable disparity. Li Qiye truly had an immovable Dao heart. No way. The prince cried out and took several steps back, slack-jawed. He couldn't accept this result at all. Even a fool could see his inevitable victory earlier, but the opposite had happened. The crowd shared the same astoundment as him. All eyes were agape. An imperial successor had lost to a mortal. Who would actually believe this? You have lost again. Li Qiye calmly said, leave your life behind now. No, impossible, how can a mortal have such a powerful will? The dismayed prince screamed. Who told you that? Li Qiye smiled and said, a firm Dao heart has nothing to do with cultivation. The experts here were surprised by this comment because this was an unprecedented case of a mortal possessing such an unyielding Dao heart. They have only viewed mortals as ants before. Something foul is going on. Someone must be helping him in the shadow, a mortal can't compare to me. The paled prince bellowed. The crowd exchanged glances. It was indeed unbelievable that a mortal could best the prince in this regard. Sigh, too many fools in this generation. Li Qiye gently shook his head. This doesn't count because of foul play, this can't happen. The prince intended on reneging because his life was on the line. What does your workshop think about this? Li Qiye ignored him and cheerfully asked the others. At this time, an ancestor of the workshop stepped forward. Despite his hidden vitality, everyone here still shuddered. Normally, this level of characters wouldn't show up unless something significant was happening. The bet was fine, nothing was going on behind the scene. This young noble had no helper, we stake our reputation on this. The ancestor stared at the prince and said. He didn't need to say anything else after making his point. This meant that the Jilin clan was also vouching for the validity of the bet and no one could say otherwise. The cultivators here had nothing to say if the clan was stepping up for this. They believed in the workshop more than the prince since it had been in business for so long with an ironclad reputation. No, no way. The prince was still in disbelief. What now, changing your mind? Li Qiye leisurely said while looking at the prince. All eyes were on him now. If the prince were to renege on the bet, he would also be throwing away Heavenly Phoenix's reputation. One could only imagine the consequence of their successor acting so dishonorably. The paled prince stood there frozen like a statue. He didn't accept this result but couldn't renege the bet either before everyone. Alas, there was no medicine for regrets. Ah, Dao brother, no, senior, do you think that we need to discuss this bet a bit more? The prince calmed down and lowered his posture in order to appease Li Qiye. Of course, his face felt hot from the embarrassment. Since when did he have to bow down towards others? It had always been the opposite. Senior, you are a hidden master while I'm only a short-sighted junior. I have lost convincingly, please be magnanimous and go easy on me. Just name the price and my country will do its best to please you. The prince bowed and said. Face might be important but life was even more so. As long as he could leave this place alive, he would have a chance for revenge the moment this mortal leaves the Jilin's territory. Even if he didn't, their country would surely pay a sky-high price to get rid of him. Bowing his head now allowed him to trade for retribution in the future. This was completely worth it for the prince. He'll make this little animal pay tenfold later. People had nothing to say after seeing the prince begging for forgiveness. Honor, face, reputation, all weren't worth mentioning before potential death. Li Qiye had seen all types of people before, so he read the prince like a book. He smiled and said, "No, a bet is a bet and words can't be taken back. Will you end your own life and leave this world honorably, or do I have to do it myself?" The prince's expression sank. He had begged for forgiveness already, yet this mortal wouldn't spare him. "You're really pushing this, making a fuss out of nothing." The prince couldn't help but utter coldly. "Is that so?" Li Qiye smiled, "I want your dog life. No more blabbering, hand it over." The prince clenched his teeth and made up his mind. If there was no other way out, no point in upholding pretentious decorum any further. He sneered, "You're only a mortal, wanting to provoke heavenly phoenix. Have you thought of the consequence? Touch a hair of mine and my country will tear you to pieces and annihilate your clans, their blood will flow for miles." Some of the crowd treated the prince's blatant hostility and reneging with contempt. However, they did agree with his logic. If Li Qiye were to really kill the prince, his country would want vengeance. In Li Qiye's position, anyone with a bit of rationality wouldn't mind sparing the prince. Heavenly Phoenix is nothing. Even if I kill you, they can't do anything about it. Li Qiye lazily said while ignoring the threat entirely. Chapter 1782, A Mortal Challenging Heavenly Phoenix as if it was nothing. The crowd started to wonder about the identity of this mortal. "You." The prince thought that he could intimidate Li Qiye, but he was sorely mistaken. "It is time for you to fulfill your betting obligation," Li Qiye nonchalantly said. The prince's expression became quite unsightly after being forced to the edge. "Mortal, think again. My brother-in-law will be a heaven emperor. When he makes his debut, the world will heed his call. If you touch a hair of mine, my brother-in-law will massacre your 100 races." The prince's action earned him disdain from the crowd. However, many in the vicinity still shuddered when he brought up his brother-in-law. Jin Gu of the War Monarch clan was a potential future emperor. His name instilled fear in all of Pure or even the 13 continents. In the previous generation, he could have become one. He proved his grand Dao even before Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor. Moreover, his fame and prestige were much greater as well, earning him many supporters. Alas, when he was trying to shoulder the heaven's will, members of the 100 races ambushed him, so he lost the chance. The furious candidate killed many ancestors and powerful enemies before coming out unscathed through waves of assaults. After the first failure, he returned to the War Monarch clan for isolated cultivation, biding his time for the next. Many still believe that he would find success the next time and that he was the closest being to an emperor at the moment. His existence also boosted the status of Heavenly Phoenix. That's the reason why the crowd took a deep breath when his name was brought up by the prince. "No idea who that is. I don't know every random dog or cat frolicking on the street." Li Qiye waved his sleeve dismissively. "Little animal, you're dead for publicly talking about my brother-in-law like that." The prince grasped this chance to change the topic. "No big deal, hurry up and kill yourself, or must I do it myself?" Li Qiye leisurely said. The crowd was stupefied at his attitude, not caring about Jin Gu at all in Pure. "Yeah. Why are you talking about matters outside of the bet? I, Lao Lu, look down on people who won't pay up the most. If you're a man, honor your bet after losing. If everyone reneges after losing, what's the point of coming here to gamble? Just go home and take care of your kids instead. In my opinion, we might as well close the workshop now if people can just do this, am I right, everyone?" Xing Lao Lu from the hooligan sect was in the crowd and attacking the prince. Who knows how long he had been there, but the guy had been observing the situation the entire time. "That's right." Many cultivators nodded in agreement. Even a king quietly stated, "If there is no guarantee of people paying up, how can we dare to come here again? What if the opponent will just renege? Yes, there needs to be an enforcement of sorts." A different gambler chimed in. They didn't dare to provoke Heavenly Phoenix and Jean Gu. However, this was a good chance to pressure the stone workshop because this incident could set a terrible precedent for the gamblers here. It was up to the workshop to maintain an honorable result for the sake of their customers. Your Highness, you need to reconsider. An expert from the workshop reminded the prince with a serious tone under the egging of the crowd. Even if they didn't push him towards his death, they must not allow him to leave. Gambling was their most profitable endeavor. If they couldn't do this, then no need to do business in the future. No one else would dare to come here and play. The prince was livid after hearing this, but he couldn't threaten the workshop like he did Li Qie. The Jilin clan wasn't afraid of him. Fine, I've lost. My life is right here, come and take it if you can. He made up his mind and uttered coldly. He knew that the workshop wouldn't let him leave so easily, so he no longer gave a damn. Buzz. His vitality erupted with chaos and primordial powers surrounding him. Anyone who approached would be suppressed by these origin forces. I'm waiting right here, come take my life. If you can't, then it's your own fault for being weak. The prince shamelessly stated, ready to play dirty. In spite of the despicable nature of the move, it made some sense. He was staying right there, and if Li Qie wanted his life, he must go get it. Attention shifted toward Li Qie. The prince was quite powerful, so a mortal like him shouldn't be able to touch the guy. His 3 followers were also only weaklings, no chance of beating a real expert. Ha ha ha, I'm carrying out my end of the bet right now, don't blame me because you're not capable of taking it. The prince smiled deviously. People spurned this choice, but there was nothing they could do since he chose life over face. Boom! As the prince was quite high on himself, someone pushed him down to the ground and immobilized him. What are you doing? The shocked prince struggled, but he found his body not answering his call. His cultivation has been suppressed, and this scared the soul out of his body. He was considered a young genius, so this instant submission proved the strength of his enemy. I hate spoiled children the most. Lao Lu smiled and dropped the prince on the betting table. Who the hell are you? I'm the Heavenly Phoenix Crown Prince. The prince screamed out his identity. I know, but I'll pretend otherwise. The old man smirked before telling Li Qie, Sir, his life is right here, go ahead and take it. The crowd was pleased with this development since they didn't like the prince at all. The prince got what he deserved after trying to renege on the bet. Li Qie casually took out a sword and came over, time for me to take what is mine. You, don't be crazy. The glint of the sword horrified the prince. He felt death approaching, and even his identity couldn't save him this time. Just name the price, I'll listen to anything, treasures or money. Whatever you want. The prince abandoned both pride and face to beg. I only want your dog life. Where do you want me to start? Li Qie chuckled in response. The cold blade made the prince wet his pants. He cried out at this moment of life and death, You can't kill me. My brother-in-law is Jean Gu, my sister has a peerless bloodline, kill me and there will be no place for you in the 13 continents, pluff. Li Qie pierced his body before he could finish speaking. Blood spurted out as he was nailed to the table. His eyes were wide open with disbelief and unwillingness. Not even in death did he expect to die in the hands of a mortal in such a helpless manner. His blood stained the table and silenced the crowd. At his power level, as long as his true fate was around, this thrust shouldn't have been able to kill him. Unfortunately, Lao Lu had sealed his true fate, so Li Qie was able to instantly take care of him. Chapter 1783, The hushed crowd watched the prince crucified on the betting table. No one would dare to imagine a mortal daring to kill the crown prince of an imperial lineage. If it was anyone else without cultivation, they wouldn't dare to do anything even if the prince just stood there with his hands tied. Alas, this mortal showed zero hesitation. He dispatched the prince as if merely killing a chicken. People shuddered with fear and felt that this mortal was a butcher whose hands have been stained with endless blood. Shen Xiaoshan's group stood there agape with incredulity. They couldn't find the words to describe this situation. In their eyes, the prince was an unreachable character, someone that their sect could only look up and show respect since he could destroy them with one finger. Thus, his murder shook them to their very core. Sigh, was it worth the trouble? Lao Lu laughed and clapped before disappearing into the mass. Li Qiye was amused by Lao Lu. He didn't bother to look at the corpse and said flatly before leaving, "A prey like this is no fun at all." This comment made minds wander. Was the prince a target from the very beginning? This mortal was hunting the prince and took everything he had. This possibility made people tremble since Li Qiye was more like a beast that would devour everything whole. The prince was the perfect example of this. The crowd wondered if this mortal wasn't just a simple appraiser. "May I have your name, sir?" An ancestor from the workshop respectfully asked. "Fiercest, Li Qiye." Li Qiye flatly answered and went out the entrance. Shen Xiaoshan and the others calmed down and gave chase. People racked their brains to remember this name, but they haven't heard of it before. No one knew who Fiercest was. Li Qiye stopped searching the Western market because nothing else here piqued his interest. The group of 3 followed him back to the inn. None of them uttered a single word along the way. Even He Chen, who was more animated than the others, walked with his head low. Li Qiye sat on his bed and channeled his merit law to absorb energies into his fate palace. He was close to 100 units of chaos energy to break through to the Dao Ant realm. Buzz! He finally got enough. Both his 13 palaces and inner physiques emitted a faint glow. After the battle with World Emperor and the others, the death record allowed his fundamental essences to reborn. However, his opponents were too strong and left behind damages beyond anyone else. That was the reason why his cultivation was destroyed. Without it, he couldn't empower his palaces and use them to their maximum potential. As long as he cultivated and absorbed more energies, his palaces and physiques would eventually recover. The realm of Dao Ant required 500 units to break through to the Dao Insect realm. The meditation went on as he felt the beats of the world and became one with it. After a long time, someone knocked on the door. "Enter." Li Qiye said flatly without opening his eyes. Creak. The door opened and Tai Shu Wang came inside. He didn't dare to speak after seeing the meditating Li Qiye and simply stood there. He had finished his matters, so he met up with the group again. Of course, Shen Xiaoshan's group told him everything that had transpired. The frightened old man realized that he had misjudged Li Qiye. The guy wasn't only a scholarly mortal. His legs almost gave up on him, especially when he heard that Li Qiye had killed the heavenly phoenix crown prince. Li Qiye eventually opened his eyes and stared at the old man. It was a normal, non-imposing stare, yet the old man found it hard to stand straight. Bang! He dropped to the ground and said with horror, "This lowly one was blind and couldn't recognize that you are an immortal. Please forgive me." Sago Palm was nothing compared to the prince. Just thinking about how his disciples had offended Li Qiye before made him worried. Such disrespect could warrant him destroying their sect 1,000 times over. "Stand up, you didn't know before." Li Qiye waved his sleeve. The old man struggled to get up. This was a god standing before him, yet he didn't realize it before. He was nervous enough to not know where to put his hands. "Are you finished with your tasks?" Li Qiye asked. The old man waved his hand frantically and said, "I was foolish with this whole examination matter and wasted your time." Even if he was 100 times more courageous, he wouldn't dare to ask Li Qiye to do anything right now. He was already thanking his fortune that Li Qiye didn't punish him for being disrespectful. "No need to be so nervous. If I wanted to punish you, you wouldn't be standing here right now." Li Qiye calmed him down. The old man heaved a sigh of relief. He was completely drenched in sweat after being nearly scared to death. That's fine. I'll still need to go to the Jilin clan and will put in a good word for Sagopom. Li Qiye continued. This surprised the old man. His fear left and excitement arrived, leaving him unable to react. Their sect would change completely if Li Qiye were to put in good words for them. They might even be able to ride the Jilin's coattails. This had always been his pursuit. I'm doing this not because of your respectful attitude or flattery. It is because of your wisdom and keen insight. Even though your background is humble, those from bigger sects lack your rationality and judgment. Moreover, you treat others well, this is your best trait. The old man quickly kneeled again and said with reverence, "We'll never forget your grace and will establish a shrine to worship you, immortal." "Very well, take your leave now." Li Qiye nodded and sent him off. The old man took a deep breath before bowing one last time then left. With that, Li Qiye casually reached out to conceal this spatial plane. He then took out the wooden box taken from the G store. The box consisting of a single piece was emitting a green glow as if made from jade. His expression became quite serious after taking it out. He told the manager about his lack of knowledge before, but this wasn't the case, for he was aware of its origin. Many have searched for it before, but no one has seen its true shape, hence no one had recognized its true value. Chapter 1784, Li Qiye couldn't be any more meticulous while checking this wooden box in his hand. He would caress it and try to feel something different than all others. This box was simply indecipherable. Its previous owner was a clan with many powerful characters throughout the year, but none managed to figure it out. In the end, the clan fell into ruins and had to sell the box. Li Qiye wasn't too sure about the box, but he was aware of the legends. Purewood Divine Emperor, I hope you're not just messing with the world this time. He tapped the box and said. In an ancient era, there were stories about how this emperor had left items to the world. Of course, few people who knew about this were still alive. This emperor was the most mysterious one in the history of the 13 continents. Some said that he was the first divine emperor. Others disagreed and said that there had been others before. It was just that no records were written down about them. One thing was certain, he was the oldest known emperor in the 10th world and the first to shoulder 12 wills. This was confirmed and clearly written down in the annals. This was a top-level Grand Emperor who had started a brilliant era. His origin was a mystery. No one knew which sect or what type of person the emperor was. His name has been shrouded in a fog as it trekked through the river of time. There was an even more ridiculous rumor stating that no one had ever seen the emperor before or knew his true appearance. Recently, people rarely brought him up, but they still believed that he was alive and staying at an unknown location. In spite of all the mysteries, Li Qiye knew one thing: the emperor had one of the 9 grand heavenly scriptures, the Thought Scripture. However, he didn't hold on to the original copy and left it in the mundane world. Li Qiye spent a considerable amount of time finding it to no avail. It wasn't until he saw the wooden box that he found some clues. He wasn't completely certain, only around 60 to 70%. This was the reason why he wanted the box so badly. He sat down and placed both palms on the box before reaching a Zen state, focusing his mind, spirit, and thoughts. He removed all primordial chaos energy because it was useless here. Only the Tao heart was effective right now. A while later, a buzzing noise resounded as his body glowed with a black light. Next, a gigantic pair of horns grew from his head as he became shrouded with an evil fog. When he opened his eyes, 2 crimson rays rushed out. A murderous temperament made the world tremble. Under his bloodthirsty brilliance, both gods and devils would feel their souls scattering about. In this split second, he became the eternal Dark Hand, the Supreme Butcher. He could massacre the 9 worlds and slaughter the 13 continents. He became the representative of evil, an everlasting Devil King. All living beings were subjected to his cruel whims. If it wasn't for his spatial concealment, this frightening evil energy would have shocked everyone. Despite this wicked transformation, his Tao heart was still immovable. The evil energy eventually rescinded and he turned back to his original form. It didn't take long before another buzzing noise came about. A sacred light permeated from his body with the emergence of a golden lotus below him. The lotus carried him up in the air before a golden spring oozed out all around him. He looked like a saint bathing in this holy water. He was devoid of any imperfection at this second in this saintly form. The darkness couldn't touch him at all even as he experienced an eternity to become the savior of the world. Immortal hymns descended with flowers fluttering down. It looked like an immortal world was opening to welcome the ascension of this saintly being. This saintly transformation couldn't move his Tao heart either. The sacred lights disappeared and he eventually reverted back once more. Boom! Li Qie suddenly disappeared, for his new form was a vast expanse of chaos. From this, he became the 9 worlds and the 13 continents. He created the laws and Tao of the heaven and earth. He reigned above the 6 Tao and reincarnation cycles. He derived the yin and yang and decided the movements of the ages. He himself was the high heaven, the laws of the world, eternity itself, and everything in the 3,000 worlds. Nevertheless, this couldn't affect his Tao heart either. With each transformation and metamorphosis of his Tao heart, he maintained a single thought in this mind. This process was exceedingly difficult and could drown out anyone else but him. They weren't mere illusions, for they were the thoughts within his mind. It was a tangible experience, a test of the Tao heart. He was once a murderous devil and a saint in the past. He once murdered the myriad races but also saved the 9 worlds. If he couldn't maintain his will, not to mention opening the box, he wouldn't even be able to save himself. His desires would engulf him, the demon of his heart would triumph. This was the similarity between the thought scripture and the myriad thoughts pot. He assumed his initial form again. Despite all of his hang-ups, obsessions, and desires, he managed to persevere. He was still him, Li Qie. This allowed him to attain an eternal Tao heart with no equals, his greatest capital. Buzz. The thing changing this time wasn't him but the box within his hands. One page flipped over after another, starting from the top of the box with unbelievable speed. After a complete cycle, the wooden box was no longer there. In his hands was a book emitting a divine glow and countless images, the thought scripture. This heavenly scripture was finally within his grasp. The truth was that the wooden box was no box at all. Purewood Divine Emperor used his supreme will to change its external appearance in the past. Alas, future generations weren't aware of this and thought that the precious thing was the content of the box, potentially containing a unique item, treasure, or some peerless merit laws. No, the box itself was everything. There was no need to open it at all. Chapter 1785, Opening the Thought Scripture wasn't difficult. One just needed to maintain their Tao heart without succumbing to temptations and desires. The degree of determination decided the number of pages flipped. If one could persevere to the end, they would be able to open the complete scripture. There was no doubt that Li Qie had accomplished this task and won his prize. He eventually opened his eyes and smiled while looking at the scripture in his hand. Purewood Divine Emperor, you have really thrown the scripture away. Who else but you can have such decisiveness? Li Qie commented with a tinge of emotion. What did it mean for a cultivator to possess one of the 9 heavenly scriptures? It meant that they would never be able to let it go. Even the emperors would try to hide this prized possession. Even after cultivating the scripture, they would never release it to the world, unlike Purewood. It didn't matter what his thought process behind doing so, this was only a testament to his peerless willpower. Li Qie took a deep breath and opened the scripture. He carefully read each word and praised the profound parts. The content of the 9 was unbelievably occult and impossible to decipher even for geniuses with ample time. Alas, this wasn't the case for Li Qie, since this was the master of the physique, death, and space scriptures. He was very familiar with the content of this new one as well. While Li Qie was studying, the king of Heavenly Phoenix personally ran to the War Monarch clan in order to meet his daughter. Heavenly Phoenix Princess was a distinguished character in Pure, not just because she was Jin Ji's fiancée or that she was extremely beautiful and intelligent. Her brilliance wasn't overshadowed by Jin Gu. She herself had amazing talents, resulting in her great cultivation. More importantly, she possessed the ancestral bloodline of the Heaven race. Heavenly Phoenix belonged to the Golem race while War Monarch consisted of Heaveners with their prestigious bloodline. People didn't need to say much about the War Monarch clan. This was a power with 5 emperors. Some even believed that all 5 were still alive. Such a lineage was, simply put, frighteningly invincible. Furthermore, Jin Gu was an exceptional man who could have become an emperor. Yet, he still chose the princess as his fiancée. Just think about it, would he want her as his imperial queen if all she had was her beauty? Of course not. Father, what's the matter? The princess noticed her father's worried demeanor and took her into the main hall. The truth was that the two have already married. However, Jin Gu waited till after his ascension before preparing a grand ceremony for their wedding. Thus, she had already been staying by his side and perform administrative duties for him. Huang was killed. The haggard king told the princess, "Daughter, you must avenge your little brother. The mourning of his son has made this once arrogant and happy king grown much older overnight." What? Where? The princess was shocked. At the Jilins. It must have been their treacherous scheme. The king shouted, "Daughter, he cannot rest unless we resolve this." The king became irascible and irrational as a result. He didn't care about the consequence, for the only thing on his mind was vengefulness. "Father, please calm down and explain everything." The exceptional princess was much more composed and said slowly. "Huang was killed in the Jilin stone workshop, it must have been a trap." The king described the death of the prince. The king only heard from others. Of course, the prince's followers naturally omitted his initial refusal to comply with the bet and didn't tell the king. But even if the king was aware of this, he wouldn't have emphasized it at all. In his mind, the crucial point was his dead son. Nothing his son did matter, for it was time for revenge. The princess grimaced after hearing the story. Being in her position, she had dealt with many problems and could see that this wasn't the whole picture. Our country has no feud with the Jilin clan. Even if there were minor conflicts, that's only between the young disciples, not to the level of an intersect conflict. The workshop is a business, there's no need for them to scheme against little brother. They might not have anything to do with this. The princess said after a quick rumination. Who else can it be? No one else would have dared to do anything in their territory without their permission. Plus, Heavenly Phoenix is notorious right now and the War Monarch clan is our backing, who would dare to provoke us but the Jilins? The king raised his voice. Who is this fiercest character? The princess asked with a serious tone. She had ample resources on top of being quite knowledgeable, but she had never heard of this title before, not even the tiniest impression. Only a mortal, you think a mortal would dare to kill my son? What a joke, it had to be the Jilins. The king was hellbent on this belief. To which the princess responded, not necessarily. A mortal that dares to kill little brother can't be that simple. He must have an earth-shattering background. I don't give a damn about his origin. Daughter, mobilize troops for Jilin right now, tell them to hand that little animal over. I will flay his flesh as punishment, and I want the Jilin to take responsibility for Huang's death. The king shouted again. Father, we can't do this recklessly. An imperial clan isn't easy to mess with. Even if this Li Qie is with the Jilin clan, a mobilization is still too much. Not to mention that their immortal monarchs are still there, even if they aren't, just the ancestors there are tough to deal with already. The princess shook her head. The king asserted, Daughter, they can't be stronger than the war monarchs. You have 10 million troops who follow all your orders right now, just say the words and mobilize. The Jilins will certainly hand this Li Qie over. Dearest father, this is not the time to act with personal feelings. My troops are there for my husband's imperial conquest, not for personal feuds. Plus, he had lost one chance already and must be successful the second time around. I can't spare even a single troop for anything other than this important goal. Jin Gu could have become a grand emperor last time, but an army from arrogance ambushed him during the ascension process, resulting in his failure. Now, he only had 2 more chances of shouldering the heaven's wills. Even if he did his best, he could only have 8 heaven's wills, quite a gap from his true ambition. Thus, he must be prudent this time around and guaranteed success. Daughter, virtuous son-in-law will definitely become a grand emperor. The king didn't disagree, all of the imperial sects have agreed to protect him this time around, including some emperors. Who would dare to ambush him again? We can't be so sure of words. Grand emperors and immortal monarchs won't come out so easily because the heavenly execution is always looming above. Unless there was no other way, they wouldn't come out to protect future descendants. Husband toiled just to persuade some of these emperors, but I still don't think they will appear until the worst possible moment. That's why we still need an army for the second ascension. The princess slowly explained. But your little brother's death can't end like this. The king unhappily stated. Dearest father, I will carefully investigate his death. Please don't blindly rush in. The princess beseeched. Humph. How long is an investigation going to take? 10 years or 100 years? The dissatisfied king waved his sleeve dismissively and left. The princess gently sighed while watching her father walk away. It wasn't like she didn't want to avenge her little brother. In fact, the two of them were very close, but as the future imperial queen, she couldn't act on personal feelings and must always keep the overall picture in sight. Otherwise, the War Monarch clan wouldn't have given her military power. Chapter 1786. On this peaceful night, Li Qie was sleeping on his bed while still absorbing primordial chaos energies. The mortal reversion art never halted regardless of one's current state. It was the most ordinary merit law but also the best one. A reticent scene engulfed this prosperous city. After a while, Li Qie suddenly opened his eyes and came out of the door. At this moment, there were 4 men waiting with a palanquin placed in front of the entrance. They seemed like specters that came without notice. No one detected them for they were one with the night. The 2 in front lowered the palanquin and waited. None talked from start to finish. Li Qie calmly got up on the palanquin and sat down. One of the men lowered the curtain before raising the palanquin. The 4 carried it to the sky before disappearing altogether. No one noticed them at all. In a courtyard in an unknown location, there was only one flickering lamp, yet it could illuminate the entire sky. The palanquin quietly descended and Li Qie slowly came out. There was already an old man waiting who instantly kneeled after seeing Li Qie. I didn't know your excellency was visiting, please forgive my short-sightedness and lack of a proper welcoming ceremony. If Shen Xiaoshan's group was here, they would be startled and recognized this old man. He was the shopkeeper of the imperial cabinet. Ignorance is not a sin. Li Qie gently waved his sleeve in response. Your excellency, please come in, the elders are waiting. The shopkeeper led the way. There were more than 10 old men inside, dressed in a very simple manner. However, everyone would be focusing on their bright eyes anyway. The flash inside was sharp enough to cut through the celestials and the yin and yang. Such power was quite admirable. They quickly bowed their head towards Li Qie without saying anything. Your Excellency, the elders here are the current messengers for the different branches. The shopkeeper hurriedly introduced him. I might be incapable, but the elders trusted me, so I'm in charge of the portal at the moment. It's good that we can continue the tradition. Li Qie looked at the old men and nodded. Meeting is a type of fate, have a seat. The shopkeeper sat down and waited respectfully with the others for Li Qiye to speak. Your Excellency, I didn't dare to make a decision without your order, so I didn't message the gods and the other elders. The shopkeeper said after sitting down, do you want me to give the order for them to come? No need. Li Qiye waved his sleeve, just let them know that I'm safe, no need to come. They will know when I need them. The shopkeeper replied, Your Excellency, we'll send the message. Back during the opening from the 9 worlds to the 10th, the 13 continents were closed off and all visions blocked. We didn't know you were coming, so the emperors couldn't come to help, letting World Emperor stole the initiative. This group belonged to a mysterious and powerful legion that had continued for many generations, so they knew the 13 continents very well. A junior like you can't grasp the intricacies within. It's fine that there was no reinforcement because I had made arrangements with the emperors already. If they were going to help, they would have done it long ago. World Emperor couldn't have sealed everything forever. Li Qiye said. The elders here were surprised to hear this, but it wasn't too strange. Only characters of the imperial level were privy to these secret plans. It didn't matter how powerful they were, juniors like them could only run errands at this particular scale. Do you want to meet the emperors? The shopkeeper asked. Not right now. Li Qiye turned it down, just let the high gods tell the emperors that I'm fine. We'll arrange it right away for the emperors. The shopkeeper answered. Juniors like the elders here wouldn't eligible to meet the emperors. Only high gods had this privilege. Li Qiye pondered for a moment before asking, I heard the 6th expedition was started by immortal Emperor Qizhen, how many emperors participated? There were many this time. The shopkeeper put on a dignified expression as he answered, it was the highest respect of juniors toward the emperors and sages. Ordinary experts didn't understand the significance of the final expedition, but they did. He continued on, this ultimate expedition is also called the Empress Campaign or Empress Expedition. I heard there were around 20 or 30 female emperors participating, with immortal Emperor Xiao Shui being the first to show her support. Immortal Emperor Wu Go, Immortal Emperor Bai Lian, Immortal Emperor Qing He, Immortal Emperor Dao Huai, Immortal Emperor Bingyu, Immortal Emperor Qianli, and the others joined after. The shopkeeper told Li Qiye all the emperors he knew that have embarked. This expedition wasn't limited to the 100 races or only emperors from the 9 worlds. Even grand emperors and immortal monarchs from the 3 races joined as well. If there was something in the 13 continents that could temporarily halt the racial conflict and made everyone work together, it would be the ultimate expedition. In fact, in the distant era, the races have fought together during the 3rd expedition started by Deep South Divine Emperor and Immortal Emperor Fei. They left their racial feud behind and fought to the death together on the battlefield at the final battle. They're amazing women. Li Qiye gently sighed after hearing the list. Qizhen has long informed him early of her preparation and plan. She finally embarked and the moment was right with only empresses participating. It was also to show the world that women were just as capable as men. These expeditions have never stopped since the olden times. Origin Grand Emperor, Deep South Divine Emperor, Immortal Emperor Fei, Immortal Emperor Gu Chun, and Immortal Emperor Min Ren, and so on. These emperors continued to start the expeditions. Many emperors answered their call each time. It can be said that nothing else in this world could involve so many emperors. However, the majority of expeditions consisted of male emperors. Very few female emperors joined the fray until the 6th expedition that was all female, sending quite a powerful message. The ultimate expedition was a serious topic because people went and never returned. The path was paved with bones. It didn't matter how powerful and brilliant one might be, there was a chance of falling down along the way. Did Empress Hong Tian participate? Li Qiye eventually broke the silence. The shopkeeper thought carefully before answering, I'm not sure about this, only the emperors would know. Rumor has it that she was involved, but juniors like us can't know for sure. We can't calculate that level of divination. Are there any news about her? He inquired again. We don't have anything for now. The Empress has always been elusive, we can't predict or find her. The shopkeeper replied. Li Qiye nodded and stared wistfully outside for a bit. After a long while, he commented with a forlorn expression, how many can actually survive the expedition? Chapter 1787, Li Qiye withdrew his gaze and said flatly, this is fine, just let the high gods and emperors know that I'm fine. The shopkeeper said, Your Excellency, do you need our protection? If you want to find anything, just let us know and we shall find it for you. You only need to worry about reaching your peak state, leave mundane matters to us. It was really too easy for Li Qiye to reach the top at this moment and shoulder the heavens' wills. Some emperors would personally become his Tao protectors. No. Li Qiye shook his head, you can't get what I need. The Grand Tao can't be obtained so easily, each experience would yield a different result and understanding. I need to personally walk on my journey instead of relying on others. No one can avoid the toil of cultivation. Otherwise, their culmination would only be a pavilion in the air or sand castles, at risk of collapsing at any moment. Thank you for your guidance, Your Excellency. My thinking was too simple. The shopkeeper respectfully said, having benefited from the advice. Certain things are inevitable, no exception. Li Qiye said softly, all of you need to get ready, the world is about to change. We'll definitely be ready for your order. The shopkeeper affirmed. Li Qiye nodded, good, the order will come when the time is right. Your Excellency, what about World Emperor and the others from the three races? The shopkeeper became worried. Don't worry, I might be helpless right now, but if they think it through, they won't provoke me. Gizu Qian knows it very well, so he won't be the one to start. As for the other Grand Emperors who want to take a risk, let them come. I'll use them as nourishment. Li Qiye said flatly. He paused a bit before continuing, plus, World Emperor isn't that bored to worry about this problem. He needs to carefully think about picking a side because of the inevitable nature of what is to come. No one will be able to escape it, not even his 12 heavens wills, since that's insufficient by that point. This is also the reason why Purewood Divine Emperor disappeared in the river of time. World Emperor understands this, but whether he can let go or not is a different story. A lot of rumination will be necessary for the future. Even if World Emperor can let go, the other emperors from the three races might not be willing to let go of past feuds. The shopkeeper wondered. He was referring to Emperor Hunt. It started with the Dark Crow and certain immortal emperors seizing the initiative and killed several grand emperors. When World Emperor realized that they needed a coalition of their own, Li Qiye's group had already solidified his foothold. If it wasn't for the great number of grand emperors and high gods from the three races participating in the world, it wouldn't have ended with just a three-point covenant. Because of the ambush, a few grand emperors still couldn't let go of this feud. In the past, they were the hunters and had all the advantages, but after Emperor Hunt, several emperors were killed in a short time and they became the preys. That brief period was the darkest time of the three races. This darkness could even compare to when the ancient Ming used to be in the 13 continents. The lineages and cultivators of the three races had to live in vigilance and fear. Just think about it, they have always considered themselves to be the rulers of the 13 continents. In their eyes, the 100 races were mere insects. Emperor Hunt affected the fundamental status of the three races in this world. It wasn't until World Emperor led the others that they managed to get an even footing against the Dark Crow. This has left a shadow in their mind, especially the emperors who had actually participated. From then on, they always had a prejudice against the 100 races and the Dark Crow. In their mind, until the Dark Crow is destroyed, he would eventually take down their three races. Thus, they refused to work together with the Dark Crow. Even someone as visionary as World Emperor shared this feeling and tried time and time again to kill him. Let them be, if World Emperor and the others dare to stand in my path, I will not show mercy and flatten them. Li Qiye's eyes turned cold. The shopkeeper quietly nodded. The group here wasn't surprised to hear such a bold statement before. This wasn't the first spar between the Dark Crow and the gods and emperors. If anyone in this world was capable of crushing these beings, it would be the Dark Crow. After a while, the shopkeeper said, "Are you coming to Jilin City specifically for the clan?" He had heard about the relationship between the Dark Crow and Nightfall Immortal Monarch before. Since His Excellency was here, the old man also wanted to accompany him to the Jilin clan. "I will." Li Qiye confirmed, "They have something there that you might have heard of." The shopkeeper carefully thought about it before answering, "This was a while ago, 2 or 3 generations. I wasn't born yet during that period, but according to the records, the Jilin clan indeed obtained something a while after an ultimate expedition. However, they were very secretive about it, so people have only caught winds recently. We don't know what it is at all." He smiled wryly. "It's hard for outsiders to figure it out since it happened too long ago and the Jilins are very strict about this information containment. Looks like I have to personally see it in order to get an answer." Li Qiye said. He had speculations about the item, but a personal trip was still necessary. "Would you like us to go with you?" the shopkeeper asked. "No need for now since I want to go to the Mad God Ominous Ground before visiting the Jilin," Li Qiye revealed. Mad God? The shopkeeper was finally surprised. That place is a death zone now, there's nothing there outside of barren lands. There hasn't been any changes in that place. Li Qiye smiled. "Well, Your Excellency, we haven't been paying attention since that sinister place had been deserted long ago," the shopkeeper said. "That's fine, not a big deal. It is only a little matter. Just help me get a portal ready." Li Qiye gently waved his sleeve. "Affirmative." The shopkeeper sent the order. Finally, Li Qiye said goodbye with the elders. The 4 men outside carried the palanquin back with him on it. From start to finish, these spectre-like men didn't alarm anyone else. After the night meeting, at the depth of an abyss outside of the Jilin clan, there was a sudden explosion. A bright ray of light erupted from the depth and crossed through the night sky like beautiful fireworks before disappearing right away. A few experts took note of this, but the big shots paid much more attention. This ominous ground was called Mad God because an ancient god had fallen here. According to the rumors, a war between an emperor and this ancient god raged on, and afterward, this vast land fell into darkness without any sign of life. Nothing wanted to stay in such a place. This remained the case for many generations until the present with this ray of light. There's nothing in Mad God, how can a ray be crossing through there? Some cultivators who saw it with their own eyes became curious. Maybe an immortal artifact is emerging? That's the grave of an ancient god, an ancient god. That's a being on the same level as a peak emperor. Older characters were much more excited. Chapter 1788, The strange phenomenon happening at Mad God attracted enough attention, especially the cultivators in the Jilin's territories, because it was right outside. Because of this, these experts entered the ominous ground for a look to see if there was really an emerging treasure. On the second day, Li Qiye brought Shen Xiaoshan's group with him through a portal to reach Mad God. Even though it was located outside of Jilin's border, the distance was still far removed from the city. One needed to use a portal to get there. Everyone felt a creepy chill while staring at the ominous ground in the distance. It was a dark and silent expanse. There was no light that could infiltrate this place. People felt that this was the end of the world of the living. By crossing this place, one would reach the underworld. Because of this, the more cowardly wouldn't dare to take half a step forward. What the hell is this place? He Chen trembled with fear and felt that this world of darkness was the agape mouth of a prehistoric creature. Any intruder would never be able to come out. Legend has it that this place is cursed, any intruder will be cursed as well. Taishu Weng's expression became serious. He had heard of this place before, but this was his first visit in person. In his eyes, someone of his cultivation entering this place was simply suicidal. Li Qiye smiled at the darkness before entering. The group was stunned but still decided to follow him. They were certain that he wouldn't do anything to risk losing their lives. He Chen was still worried as before. Are we cursed now too by entering? No such thing. Li Qiye shook his head. This is indeed a dead and dangerous place, but there's no curse here. It is only a murderous and vengeful intent. Time to widen your horizon by taking a look at this place. Nothing will happen here, but if you delve even deeper, an imperial bloodthirst and a vengeful energy of an ancient god will be there. Having said that, he continued forward. He Chen was still afraid but decided to follow Li Qiye anyway. The group was truly shocked after taking a better look. This wasn't just a dark expanse, it resembled a destroyed world. The earth crumbled and the myriad laws were annihilated here. When one looked up at the sky, they would see the broken celestials. Even if there was a large star intact, it was already dead without any light. Even the sun and moon weren't spared from this fate. The galaxy itself has lost its power, seemingly devoured by a certain thing a long time ago. Stars were drooping down or being dragged by certain celestial rivers up above. Even the ground had countless cracks resembling trenches. Full landmasses were severed and even started floating in the sky. All the powers and life forces here were devoured as well. There was nothing left in this place but an empty husk made of darkness and silence. What happened here? The group took a deep breath after seeing this. One thing was certain while looking at the place, this was a man-made disaster. Someone here was monstrous enough and capable of devouring the heaven and the earth. Legend has it that a great battle to the death had taken place here between an immortal emperor and an ancient god. Taishu Weng calmed down and murmured. Li Qiye shook his head and smiled. Battle to the death, No, an immortal emperor killed a high god here with a single arrow. Shen Shaoshan was shocked to hear this revelation. Just one arrow? This mad god still had a way to go before reaching the ancient realm back then. He was only a peak high god at best. Li Qiye nodded. That's why he was slain so quickly. But I heard mad god had 12 totems. Taishu Weng quietly interjected. If he had 12 totems, he wouldn't have needed to devour this area. Li Qiye smilingly shook his head. There were also 2 paths for cultivators at the Tao celestial realm. The first was to compete for the heavens while the other was to reach divinity. The former had the chance to become a grand emperor or an immortal monarch. The other was to aim for godhood. At a particular level, a god could fight against an emperor. An emperor shouldered the heavens while a god fused their palaces with the grand Tao to create totems. This meant that a god with one palace could create one totem after creating a grand Tao. Of course, this process was quite difficult and required an immense amount of chaos energy. There was also a limit for gods. Their apex was 12 totems with the title of ancient god. Those who couldn't reach this level were called high gods. Rumor has it that an ancient god could contend against a top emperor. This path didn't come out of thin air. Its progenitor was the inconcealable ancient god. His title meant that below the high heaven, no one could ever blot out his brilliance. He was indeed worthy of this title. Not only was he the creator of the divinity path, he was also the first to have 12 totems in the 10th world. Devouring this place. Taishu Weng shuddered. Mad god was the culprit? That's right. Li Qiye nodded. This place used to be magnificent with incredible sceneries. There was a powerful country here as well. However, Mad God truly wanted the 12th totem to become an ancient god. This required a large amount of chaos and primordial energies, so he took a shortcut. He was a genius indeed, but he demanded instant gratification and success. In the end, immortal Emperor Dai Jian killed him. Unfortunately, the emperor also invoked the heavenly execution afterward, Mad God had another title, Mad Devil. He was a heavener, blessed with amazing talents and a penchant for impetuous cruelty. His cultivation soared at an impeccable speed until he became an 11 totems high god. However, his ambition didn't end there. He wanted to become an ancient god since he believed this was the ultimate prestige of the divinity path. Alas, he encountered a bottleneck and his origin energies were far from being enough for him to fuse his fate palaces and the Grand Tao. In the end, he invented a shortcut allowing him to devour the world. Thus, he chose a prosperous country without an emperor and devoured everything here without exception. This action enraged immortal Emperor Dai Jian, who came from the 9 worlds. The emperor was billions of miles away and aimed at Mad God with his invincible arrow. This arrow soared through the vast distance and pinned the Mad God till death on the ground. This emperor had always kept a low profile after ascending. He focused on cultivating to reach the apex. After coming to the 10th world, he picked up the way of archery again. Remember that his archery was matchless in the 9 worlds, but he abandoned it for some unknown reasons and became an emperor with a different Tao. Chapter 1789, Immortal Emperor Dai Jian trained in archery again because of his deep love for it. This was his true pursuit, but different reasons forced him to abandon it back in the 9 worlds. After several generations, he had reached the apex of archery. He definitely didn't put his title to shame after killing Mad God from being billions of miles away in space. He was indeed matchless in this particular Tao. However, a heavenly execution suddenly came out of nowhere and even his invincible archery couldn't withstand it, resulting in his death. The end of this tale resulted in the death of Mad God, Immortal Emperor Dai Jian, and this land. From then on, the land was abandoned completely. The group was shocked while listening to Li Qia's storytelling. Imagining an emperor slaying a high god from such a distance was quite astonishing. This might have shocked the entire 13 continents and surprised even the seclusive emperors. A high god with 11 totems dying so easily. Tai Shu Weng murmured in a daze. Despite not being an ancient god, one with 11 totems was definitely at the top of the divinity path. From this, one could only wonder how horrifying that one arrow must have been. This attack has become immortalized in history. That's right, I'm afraid no one else will be able to unleash such an unstoppable arrow again in the future. Li Qia knew what Wang was thinking and nodded. The juniors were even more amazed at this takedown of an existence that they deemed to be unreachable. The emperors from the 9 worlds must have been quite mighty. However, upon further thinking, the scariest thing wasn't an ancient god or an immortal emperor but a heavenly execution. Alright, let's keep going. Li Qia said while the rest of the group was in a stupid. The group regained their wits and quickly followed. However, they found that there was a faint fog surrounding them. Its black color made it look like an evil aura haunting them. When it made contact with their skin, there was a prickling sensation. Their skin even issued sizzling noise and began to wither. This scared them into channeling their merit laws and used chaos energy and vitality for protection to stop the corrosive fog. What is this? Shen Shaoshan was very vigilant. Is this the curse? Same for He Chen. After all, a high god had devoured this place into ruins. It would be a lie to say that they weren't worried about walking on this land. Not a curse. Li Qia smiled and shook his head. This is the murderous power of the emperor and the grievances of Mad God. After such a long time, the two have fused together. Everything here is subjected to their corrosiveness. This only scared the group even more. Just a strand of murderous intent from the emperor could destroy a sect, same with the vengeful aura of Mad God left behind after an unwilling death. This magnitude of hatred could shake the 9 heavens. Don't worry, this is the frontier and after millions of years, the power of this black fog is much weaker now. It won't affect any of you too much, unless you were to delve in deeper. Li Qia chuckled and said. The group heaved a sigh of relief. Even though they were all cultivators and Tai Shu Wang was a Dao monarch, this mortal named Li Qie had a high status in their mind. There was nothing he didn't know and nothing he couldn't do. It looked as if the black fog here affected him even less than the group as they traveled into the zone. Despite possessing a mortal body right now, Li Qie was still an immortal emperor with 4 grand completion immortal physiques. Thus, his recreated body was still stronger than the other 3. Li Qie looked around quite a bit in all directions and would occasionally stop to pick up some soil. He still carefully smelled and sensed the earthiness of this dead land. "Sir, what are you surveying?" Tai Shu Wang understood that Li Qie didn't come all this way just to take a look or to broaden their horizon. This land was stained with the blood of Mad God. If you want to know its current state, you need to smell the mud. Li Qie chuckled. He Chen indeed listened and picked up a piece of dirt for a smell, but there was no stench of blood. They weren't the only ones here. Many have come much earlier because of the strange phenomenon the day before. Everyone knew that a high god was killed here, so this place must not be simple. This was more than just speculation because after his death, no one has ever spotted his corpse. Some said that it was taken away or had been rendered to ashes by the arrow. Another guess was that it had fused with this ominous ground and sank deeper inside. Just imagine, an 11-totem high god, his blood and corpse were priceless. This was even before taking his treasures into account. Because of this, people came later on hoping to find something, but they all returned empty-handed. This was the reason why the bright light attracted so many experts. Among the droves, there was one particular youth that garnered many stares. Outside of his own powerful vitality, his followers were all experts. He had a divine aura to him, especially when he purposely released his energy. It sounded like the hymn of the gods. "Li Tianhao." Someone who recognized him shouted. The youth glared over with a sharp and terrifying gaze, causing this cultivator to immediately tremble and lower his head. The crowd finally heaved a sigh of relief after this group left. "Are you tired of living, calling out his real name? That's the grandson of a high god, way too arrogant. Using his real name is too disrespectful. Provoke him and he'll give the order for the experts from the Southern Sun clan to chop off your head immediately." A friend told him. Li Tianhao was the young lord of the Southern Sun, one of the strongest clans under the Jilin. They had a very influential high god in the past. He was this high god's grandson. Because of this existence, the clan played a very important role in this region. Even the Jilin held this clan in high regard. "Phew, my head is still here." The cultivator who called Li Tianhao by his real name felt sweats running down his back. Li Tianhao and his experts came to test their luck, hoping to find treasures in this ominous ground. The group only got here, but they bumped into Li Qie's group. Of course, Li Tianhao and Li Qie didn't know each other. "It's you." However, one of his followers immediately shouted after seeing Li Qie with an unfriendly expression. It was none other than Wang Xiaotian, the crown prince of West Bank. "Brat, we meet again, the road is indeed narrow for enemies." The crown prince's face twisted with anger while his eyes flashed with rage. Chapter 1790, Wang Xiaotian of West Bank gritted his teeth with a mean expression. After being knocked unconscious by Lao Lu last time, not only did that old man take away all of his treasures, the guy even stripped his group completely naked before tying them on a tree in Jilin. Just imagine, cultivators and mortals saw his group naked at dawn. It created quite a furor, they became a joke in the city and lost all face. Even West Bank suffered from this. The prince didn't only loathe Laoyo's group but also Li Qie and Sego Palm. If this was in the past, he would have visited Sego Palm. It wasn't hard for West Bank to destroy this tiny sect at all. However, they had no energy to do so recently because some mysterious debtors came knocking on their door. They said that a duke from his country broke their treasure and needed to pay up. There was no justification why their country and royal family should be responsible for their Duke, Liang Hengyi's debt. However, these debtors didn't care for logic and rummaged through their country. Anything a bit expensive was taken by them. Even their father was taken away while sitting on his throne because they wanted the country's throne. These merciless bloodsuckers left their country in a sorry state with no time to worry about sago palm. However, Wang Xiaotian was able to befriend the Nanyang young lord, Li Tianhao. Thus, despite the setback of West Bank, the king still let the prince stay at Jilin, hoping that he could climb to the upper echelon of society. Their humiliation was due to this group ahead, so the prince was quite enraged to meet his enemies again. Young Lord Li, it's that mortal. Wang Xiaotian pointed at Li Qie and said, he's the one picking up the trash from Sago Palm, and announced that he would sweep through the borders of Jilin, dispatching Southern Sun with one punch and defeating Sun Shrouding with one kick. Xiaotian was indeed capable. He made many friends at Jilin city, including Li Tianhao. The blatant lie in order to fan the flame shocked Taishu Wang and his disciples, because Li Qie never said such a thing. Young Lord Li, we never said that. Wang quickly cupped his fist and acted awfully humble, since he was quite aghast. Southern Sun Clan and Sun Shrouding Gate were two of the most powerful lineages under the Jilin. Southern Sun had a living high god, while the latter was an imperial lineage started by Sun Shrouding Divine Emperor. When the West Bank Crown Prince was involving both of these behemoths, he certainly had nefarious intent towards destroying Sago Palm. Don't be so tense. You think I would falsely accuse you if you didn't say it? Li Tianhao glared at the old man. For a young lord like him, someone like Taishu Wang was only an insect. Wang's expression became worse. He understood that this type of people didn't care about right and wrong. The only thing that mattered was whether they perceived his group as enemies or friends. For Li Tianhao and the Southern Sun clan, it didn't matter if the West Bank Crown Prince was lying, because it required zero effort to stomp on an insect. Who would they side with, their hound or an insect? The answer was too obvious: they would certainly help the West Bank Crown Prince. After realizing this, Taishu Wang had cold chills all over his body. Their Sago Palm was nothing in West Bank's eyes, and was even more insignificant for a powerful clan like the Southern Sun. If you didn't say it, then who did? Li Tianhao's eyes skirted by the old man and fell on Li Qie. Was it you? Despite having no past history between them, Tianhao already had an antagonistic impression towards Li Qie. The reason was very simple: he had met Heavenly Phoenix Crown Prince before, while Li Qie was only a stranger. He had heard of the Crown Prince's death, hence his prejudice towards Li Qie upon their first meeting. Dispatching Southern Sun with one punch and defeating Sun Shrouding with one kick? What a joke! I just need to flick a finger, no need for a punch or kick. Li Qie finally looked at Tianhao and responded. My little ancestor, can you please stop talking? Wang's group was scared out of their mind. This retort was a slap on Tianhao's face. Li Qie's enemy-making skill was peerless in this world, to the horror of his followers. Such a big tone. Tianhao's expression turned unsightly. It didn't matter where this mortal was from, but such a blatant insult was unacceptable. It's the truth. Li Qie had no interest and waved his hand dismissively. If you don't have any further business, scram to the side. I still have matters to attend to. Wang was at a loss for words. The fire had been lit now. The original intention of Sago Palm no longer mattered. The old man was praying for Li Qie to stop arguing so much. As the grandson of a high god with the divine bloodline flowing through him, Tianhao had never been insulted in this manner. Brat, this isn't Jilin or the workshop, no rules will protect you here. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Wang's group became startled. There was nothing in this land. If Tianhao actually wanted to kill all of them, no one would ever find out. A lawless place is even better. Suddenly, someone jumped out of the ground and laughed. We can do whatever we please then, without any constraint. Everyone was surprised at this newcomer outside of Li Chia. Young Lord Li, it's that guy. That one who ambushed us. West Bank Crown Prince hurriedly blurted. The newcomer was no other than Xinglao Lu. He glanced at West Bank Crown Prince and cheerfully smiled. I heard you ran naked around Jilin, you must have quite a fetish. The prince hated talking about that debacle the most, so his face turned ugly. However, he didn't dare to provoke Xinglao Lu. Who the hell are you? Tianhao stared carefully at the old man before asking. He was aware of West Bank Crown Prince's cultivation. Someone who could easily take the prince down was certainly not simple. Just a little merchant. Lao Lu said, I'm here working for this gentleman because he is very rich. He slightly tugged on Li Chia's sleeve and looked like a greedy sycophant. You better not interfere with Jilin's internal matters. They do not allow anyone to cause trouble, same with my Southern Sun clan. Tianhao uttered coldly. Despite certain apprehension against this unknown and powerful foe, he wasn't completely afraid due to his clan. He was very confident because his grandfather was a high god. Gotta work when paid, if you are unhappy, then speak with your money. Lao Lu greedily replied. After seeing that the old man wasn't afraid of his threat at all, Tianhao glared at the group before imposingly stated, anyone who dares to cause trouble during the Jilin's assembly will die a miserable death. With that, he flicked his sleeve and left. Chapter 1791, Tai Shu Wang was horrified by what Li Tianhao said before he left. He didn't know whether to be happy or not about the upcoming examination at the Jilin clan. As the day approached, all the territories would be under watch and some big shots will personally preside over the event to keep the peace. But now, Li Chia had antagonized so many great powers under the Jilin. If these powers were to fan the fire in front of the imperial clan, it would be quite a predicament. Their sect might be annihilated in the process. Thus, he didn't know whether it was wise or not to follow Li Chia, but he had no other choice. Regardless of the outcome, the fate of his sect was already placed on Li Chia. Have fun, everyone, see you later. On the other hand, Lao Lu was very nonchalant and kept on waving at the departing group in a boisterous manner. After Li Tianhao left, Li Chia finally looked at Lao Lu and said insipidly, why did you come to this ominous ground? Ah, sir, please don't misunderstand, I didn't follow you here. Lao Lu was scared out of his mind and quickly justified, I'm only here to make some money. Rumor has it that this was the place where Mad God was killed and his body is still nowhere to be found, so I came hoping to get lucky and didn't think I would meet you here. Very well, I need an errand boy anyway, it's good that you're here. Li Chia didn't care at all. I'm here to obey as long as you need me. Lao Yu's eyes brightened even more so than if he were staring at a gold ingot. He rubbed his palms and excitedly agreed. His identity was quite frightening with a vast knowledge. He didn't care for successors from imperial lineages, but Li Chia was different. This was an untouchable overlord. If he were to earn Li Chia's favor, it would be a lifetime of benefits. Even though he didn't understand why this overlord was strolling around as a mortal, he didn't dare to ask either. He was certain that something shocking was going to happen in the future. This was the reason why he wanted to go along with Li Chia. Intuition told him that this was a wise move and he had always listened to it. Let's go. Li Chia smiled at the excited man and continued forward. With a new party member, Li Chia carefully looked around the ominous ground before finally gazing at a deeper region. You guys stay outside and wait for me at the God-watching peak. Li Chia gave the order before preparing to delve deeper. Tai Shu Wang and his disciples bowed deeply without any objection. Shen Shaoshan quietly said, take care. You, come with. It's coming. This land has been quiet for a long time now, the withered tree will grow again. Li Chia told Lao Lu. Lao Lu was extremely excited to hear this. He knew this land better than the other three, but judging by Li Chia's action, he realized that Li Qie knew even more and there was no need for him to display his slight skill before an expert. Li Qie still perused the land carefully after coming in with Lao Lu. "Sir, may I ask for your purpose?" The fearless old man eventually asked along the way. "What is your purpose then?" Li Qie looked at him with one eye and said. "This lowly one is here for treasures." Lao Lu didn't try to hide anything before Li Qie. "My bold guess is that the body of Mad God is still here after being killed by immortal Emperor Dai Jian since no one had found it yet." "Makes sense." Li Qie chuckled. Lao Lu smiled wryly and continued, "If that body is still here, so are all of his treasures. But even that arrow used to kill him must be an incredible tool for murder. That's a big harvest in and of itself." "That's it?" Li Qie said. "I really don't have any other intention." Lao Lu was scared because of Li Qie's glance and quickly defended his innocence. "I'm sure you have heard of some rumors given your background." Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Lao Lu was caught off guard and asked, "Sir, are these rumors real?" "I don't really believe in them." "Real or fake, who is to say?" Li Qie said flatly. Could it be that Mad God had obtained an extremely heaven-defying treasure back then? One that is on the same level as the High Heaven Scrolls, or even better? No, it can't be a true immortal armament. The old man blurted out. "True immortal armament?" Li Qie laughed and said, "You are too greedy, how can there be something as nice as a true immortal armament? If this was the case, all of the emperors in the 13 continents would have come running already and it wouldn't be your turn. Since the start of time, there have only been 5 sets of this level." "You are right, I got crazy." Lao Lu agreed, if Mad God had a true immortal armament, he wouldn't have died to one arrow. These armaments were coveted by all the emperors. Of course, one wouldn't be found here. It might not be of the immortal level but Mad God indeed got an armament with great significance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed to become an ancient god in order to refine it. It could have been a miracle, an armament that would allow him to become the strongest god in the world. Li Qie revealed. "What kind of armament?" Lao Lu loved this topic. His knowledge of this topic only consisted of some legends, not anything concrete. "A white adornment set." Li Qie calmly answered. "A white set?" Lao Lu didn't expect this response. Many would think a white set was already quite amazing but not Lao Lu. "No, don't tell me it is an armament with more than 10,000 fetuses." He thought of something and cried out. White was the lowest grade of all the armaments. However, it had a unique advantage since it could contain a higher number of fetuses compared to the higher grades. Thus, once this number reached a particular level, the set could still be quite amazing. 600 was a soft limit, anything beyond this meant an exponential rise in quality. In fact, any white set with 600 was already exceedingly rare. Anything above 1000 was as uncommon as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. There was one more myth to this: a white set could break through 10,000 but the world couldn't imagine, let alone seeing one. Does such a thing exist? Lao Lu was a bit stunned. The white set with the highest number that is verified is 7,777, considered to be the strongest white armament and is in the possession of a high god. Only 7,777 yet it claims to be the strongest. Li Qie shook his head. Then where the hell are you gonna place a 99,999 fetuses set then? 99,999. Lao Lu took a deep breath after hearing this number. He eventually said, "The legend is real then. The ultimate armament truly exists." That's right, it is also the strongest white armament with the highest number of fetuses. Li Qie confirmed with a nod. Lao Lu was momentarily stunned and murmured, "Even though it can't compare with a true immortal armament, it can definitely compare to a high heaven scroll. The one and only ultimate armament, it does have some special charms." Li Qie nodded. Lao Lu began to daydream about this ultimate armament. Just how wondrous was it to be made from 99,999 Tao fetuses? Its power must be unimaginable. Chapter 1792. It took a long time before Lao Lu regained his wits. His eyes widened in astonishment. I still can't believe that this ultimate armament exists. Though he had heard of the ultimate armament before, they were only unreliable rumors, baseless, even. Because of this, he remained skeptical about its existence. Who has it right now? Is the legend true again? Only the top emperor can wield it. Lao Lu asked again. Close enough, this white armament can be considered one of the best, so it isn't that easy to obtain. It's a great test for those with great determination and Tao heart, so the person who got it back then was indeed amazing. Only someone as holy as him would be able to get it under those circumstances. Li Qie said. So it belongs to Holy Emperor. The legend is true. Lao Lu jumped up after hearing the confirmation. Holy Emperor is indeed an amazing character. Li Qie slightly nodded. Yes, he's a grand emperor worthy of respect. Lao Lu said with reverence, well, virtually all emperors held him in high regard. For imperial titles, anyone with one word before emperor was incredible enough. However, the word holy, as the prefix, was completely unique. Thus, there was only one holy emperor in the 13 continents. He was the only one worthy of this title. This was a fact acknowledged by many emperors. It wasn't due to his strength or how many heaven's wills he had. In fact, he was among those with the fewest heaven's wills. This still didn't deter his worth as a person. His talents were quite pitiful at a young age. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was stupid. It wasn't until the age of 100 did he break through the Tao dust realm despite cultivating his entire life. Yes, one could already envision this emperor's aptitude from this speed alone. Remember that Tao dust was the lowest realm in the 13 continents. Geniuses only needed 2 or 3 days to break through. Even those with inferior talents only required 1 or 2 years. The dumbest of mortals would only need 2 or 3 decades to do it. Alas, Holy Emperor actually came from a great power yet still needed 100 years. This was completely preposterous. His seniors lost all hope in him and thought that he was a rotten piece of wood that couldn't be carved. Nevertheless, he persevered one step at a time. If requiring 100 years to get through Tao dust was one miracle, his other miracle was also unbreakable even for his peers. It was him only opening 3 fate palaces throughout his life, the lowest number of all emperors. All cultivators understood one logic: the more palaces, the more powerful. One palace could shoulder 1 heaven's will, so 12 was the limit for emperors. Of course, not all emperors had 12 palaces. This wasn't a requirement to become an emperor, since many with less eventually ascended to the throne. However, the majority had 6 or more, with some having 9 or 10. Holy Emperor was the only one across the ages with only 3 palaces. Each palace opening was very arduous for this emperor. Ultimately, this was another angle showing that he wasn't suitable for cultivation at all. This opinion was shared among his seniors and masters. A few of them kindly tried to persuade him against cultivating. It was better to spend his life as a rich mortal. Alas, his lack of talents didn't stop him from yearning the grand Tao. After the long years of struggle, he eventually became a peerless emperor at the apex of the Tao. The reason why his peers respected him so much was due to his Tao heart and love for the Tao. This alone was enough. In the history of the 13 continents, some emperors managed to obtain 12 heaven's wills, but none of them could make their peers earnestly refer to them as a saint. Even Deep South Divine Emperor and World Emperor used the title saint when talking about Holy Emperor. Lao Lu curiously asked, with this newfound knowledge, how strong did Holy Emperor become with this ultimate armament? Where does he rank among the emperors? His possession of this artifact certainly boosted his battle potential in spite of having only 3 wills. Li Qiye shook his head. You're mistaken about something. This ultimate armament isn't the reason why Holy Emperor is powerful. The best aspect about him is his unswerving Tao heart. He pointed at his heart and continued, his existence tells the world that a firm Tao heart is more important than anything else on the arduous path towards the Tao. Even a determined fool could eventually become an emperor. If Lao Lu were to hear this from someone else, he would let out a snort of derision. However, the speaker was Li Qiye, and Holy Emperor was a prime example as well. It made him contemplate further into the issue. Li Qiye didn't wait and continued on. Lao Lu eventually gave chase and laughed, Sir, then does the unique armament that the mad god had compared to Holy Emperor's ultimate armament? What, you want it now? Li Qiye glanced at Lao Lu and nonchalantly asked. Lao Lu waved his hands to deny it, no, no. This lowly one would never dare to compete for a treasure that you want. If you want the treasures here, they are all yours. If anyone dares to say otherwise, I'll be the first to take care of them. Li Qiye shook his head and smiled, even if you wanted to try for it, you can't outcompete me anyway. Of course, the myriad realms trembled the moment you take action, sir. I am only a firefly, how can I compete against the bright sun? Lao Lu instantly responded. This wasn't mere flattery, because who would dare to compete against an overlord like Li Qiye? Perhaps if the emperors were to come out. However, these beings wouldn't do so unless it was an earth-shattering matter. Because of this, Lao Lu believed whoever wanted to compete with Li Qiye was simply courting death. Li Qiye chuckled and said, Mad God indeed got quite lucky and found a rare Tao material. He cut it open to find a white armament with 88,888 Tao fetuses. 88,888 fetuses. Lao Lu gasped and was truly shaken at the existence of this armament in this place. If this news were to spread, it would definitely alert the entire 13 continents. Many cultivators would become crazy. High gods wouldn't sit still, and some emperors might even join in. Another ultimate armament. Lao Lu had seen many treasures in his life but never an ultimate armament of this level. There's still a big gap compared to Holy Emperor's set. After all, it is still a difference of 11,111 fetuses. This disparity might not matter before the imperial level, but it is greatly amplified afterward. Li Qiye explained. Chapter 1793, but it's still an 88,888 Tao fetus armament. Lao Lu was still as excited as before. There's no real difference to speak of for juniors like us. Just think about it, the moment this armament came out, it would be the best white set outside of the one that belonged to Holy Emperor. It could crush all opponents at the same level easily, or even allowed its master to defeat those at a higher realm. It would drive others crazy with greed. Lao Lu himself was salivating after knowing of its existence in this land. Li Qiye smiled at his expression. If you want this armament, I will give you a fair chance to compete on top of sparing your life, out of consideration for Qigong. Sir, no, boss, wait, little ancestor, please spare this lowly one. The guy's mouth went dry really quick with a pained expression. Even if I was 10,000 times more courageous, I still wouldn't dare to compete against you. Plus, if Master finds out after I return that I've done something like this, he would be the first to break my bones, and if I were lucky enough to survive this to meet my ancestor, he would break me off from the reincarnation cycle. He acted quite pitifully after saying this, wanting to win some sympathy. Qigong was his ancestor, an immortal monarch. Li Qiye uttered the name of this invincible monarch directly without a care. Remember, this was his real name, very few in the sect were privy of this knowledge. A person who dared to address their monarch like this must be quite terrifying, and Li Qiye wasn't just posturing. This was the reason why Lao Lu showed so much respect. Anyone would want to earn the favor of a true overlord. Li Qiye smiled and continued forward with Lao Lu right on his tail. After reaching a particular depth, they heard a buzzing noise. At this time, Li Qia's body couldn't withstand the black fog in this place and his skin showed signs of withering. Despite his shallow cultivation, his mortal body was still much stronger than ordinary cultivators. He opened a fate palace and released the diamond god. The two fused together, resulting in his body becoming resplendent like gold. This was the indestructible diamond physique, it nullified the black fog completely. This is, Lao Lu became startled. The 12 devils and gods were weapons and still had their power in spite of his destroyed cultivation. Even though this god wasn't releasing its real aura, Lao Lu could still see how strong it was. Li Qia's weak cultivation was in plain sight. The more experienced could tell that he had only started training with the mortal reversion art. Someone like him was still considered a mortal by others, just like a newcomer to a sect. If anyone else were here to see a mortal taking out such a destructive artifact, they would be jumped from fear. Lao Lu wasn't too surprised to see this level of treasure from Li Qia, he was just caught off guard by the nature of the weapon. This isn't an item from this world. Lao Lu commented. Keen you are. Li Qia nodded approvingly. It could be said that the 12 devils and gods didn't belong to any world at all. It was created with a broken piece of the myriad thoughts pot, so of course, it was completely unique. Lao Lu happily smiled and didn't brag any further. The fusion kept Li Qia safe while Lao Lu was strong enough to prevent any damage from the black fog. However, as they infiltrated deeper into the land, the fog became increasingly stronger and was as black as ink. Lao Lu had no choice but to use a defensive technique. He emitted a faint glow with a touch of black. It looked quite holy. Spots grew on his body that resembled dragon scales. Your body is quite good. Li Qia saw the spots and praised, a powerful true dragon bloodline running around like a hooligan. If Qi Gong were to find out, he would strip your skin off. Huh, sir, I'm only training in the mundane world. Lao Lu smiled wryly with an embarrassed expression. He especially emphasized the word training, because he had indeed snuck out of the sect to play around. His master would definitely break his legs for doing this. Plus, it's only a thin true dragon bloodline. The ancestor won't care for it. Another excuse was made. Your branch's bloodline has always been pure. Even though yours isn't too thick, its purity is just fine with a chance for atavism. Instead of cultivating this nice bloodline, you run around tricking people. Tell me again, will your ancestor strip your skin off or not after finding out that you're wasting it? Lao Lu had no response this time. Anyone with a powerful bloodline like him would be heavily cultivated by their sect due to the future chance of atavism. This symbolized a boundless potential. However, Lao Lu rather played around in the mundane world. This was the reason why he never dared to tell outsiders about his background. If his seniors were to find out, they would definitely teach him a good lesson. At their current location, the black fog had an even more tangible form, just like black liquid splashing around. No one could see left from right in this particular location. Everything was shrouded by the black fog. Li Qia suddenly stopped and stared forward. Splash! Something was oozing out from the water. Lao Lu hurriedly looked over and saw a tiny spring. Instead of clear and refreshing water, it poured out thick black blood. It continuously gushed upward before disappearing completely with all of the black blood a while later. What was that? Lao Lu asked. Death blood. Li Qia answered, the arrow back then killed both Mad God and his divinity with no chance for rebirth. His body was pinned deep in the earth. Through the long years, Mad God's vengeful intent and the Emperor's murderous energy soaked this body in this type of blood was the result. So, there's a chance that the body will come out next. Lao Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. Correct. Li Qia nodded, time is eroding away the arrow's sealing potential. The disappeared corpse is about to come out again. They moved on and saw this same type of spring multiple times. The springs came and went just like before. Li Qiye was chasing after it by continuously changing his direction in order to find the source of the spring. Is the source of the spring the location of the body? Lao Lu saw some clues in Li Qiye's action. You can put it that way. Li Qiye nodded. Mad God devoured this land back then and destroyed all the earth veins and momentums here. This makes it very hard to calculate the exact location of the body due to the chaotic and changed momentum of this place. What should we do then? Lao Lu became restless. This place didn't only have Mad God's corpse but also an ultimate armament. Chapter 1794, Li Qiye stared at the fog and said, another way of finding the corpse's location is to use celestial divination. Unfortunately, even the plane above was devoured, so now, I have to go outside to indirectly calculate it. Ancestor, this will be no problem for you. Lao Lu quickly flattered. Li Qiye looked at him with one eye and said, drop your act. Stay here and wait. I'll be going outside to look at the momentum of the stars for direction. If the corpse comes out of the water, I will tell you the spot so that you can drag it out. After getting it, I won't mistreat you. I only need the peerless armament, you can have the rest of the treasures. Lao Lu hurriedly responded, it is my honor and duty to work for you. I don't dare to think about the rewards. This wasn't a blatant lie because so many people couldn't meet such an overlord even if they wanted to. Being an errand boy for Li Qiye was a supreme honor. The rewards didn't matter at all. Stop blabbering so much. Li Qiye slapped the back of his head and scolded, you think I don't know how shrewd you are? Don't worry, I never mistreat anyone who works for me. This was indeed the truth. He didn't mind that Lao Lu was purposely flattering him as long as Lao Lu actually contributed. Thank you, ancestor, but just your words alone will grant me a lifetime of benefits. Lao Lu cheerfully smiled and said. I know, I'll naturally put in a good word for you if I meet Qigong later. Li Qiye could only smile at this crafty fella. Lao Lu was ecstatic to hear this because just Li Qiye's words alone were worth as much as any treasure. As a junior in his sect, to earn the recognition of their ancestor, an invincible immortal monarch, was the greatest fortune and glory. Even someone with his talents and bloodline found it hard to get into his ancestor's sight, but it would be a different story if Li Qiye were to say something. Stay here, wait for my coordinates. Li Qiye ordered while the guy was walking on air. Sure thing. Lao Lu became spirited and straightened his back while patting his chest in a reassuring manner. Do not worry, sir, this lowly one will complete your order without the slightest mistake. Li Qiye smiled after seeing the guy's solo act and left. There were many cultivators here at this ominous ground already. The majority were from the powers under Jilin, wishing to find the legendary treasures or some fortune in this place. However, there was nothing but a silent emptiness in this place, nothing like their imagination. A few of them didn't give up and infiltrated deeper into the area where the black fog was as thick as ink with a terrible corrosive force. The mass couldn't withstand this, so they had to give up. Of course, there were those confident in their power and took the risk. They also saw the spring gushing with black blood. What is that? They were curious about the disappearing springs and talked among themselves. Some even tried to find the source of the springs, but it was too elusive and beyond their ability. Furthermore, the source was most likely at an even deeper region. One person capable of moving even deeper inside was a youth with a golden dragon robe and a gallant temperament. Primordial energy surged and imperial laws floated around him. It looked as if a grand emperor was arriving. He relied on his own strength to reach the deepest location of the ominous ground in order to find the source of the spring. Alas, there was no way of calculating its next appearance. Sun-shrouding young lord is truly mighty. That's an imperial successor for you, surely to become someone great in the future. Many experts outside were admiring the fact that he could enter alone. Shen Jinlong was his name, considered to be the strongest right next to the Jilin princess. His sex progenitor came from the divine race, but rumor has it that he used to be a student of the Jilin when he was younger. This was the reason why sun shrouding remained under Jilin despite being an imperial lineage. Of course, Jilin had never interfered with its business. Sun shrouding divine emperor had 6 palaces and 6 wills, so he was among the bottom of his peers. For example, Jilin Immortal Monarch had 10 palaces and 8 wills, and Nightfall Immoral Monarch had 11 palaces and 11 wills. However, sun shrouding grew considerably stronger after many generations of hard work. During sun shrouding divine emperor's reign, he got some help from the Jilin clan. This was the reason why his sect still wanted to be part of the Jilin clan. The relationship between the two sects was quite deep and played a big role in why sun shrouding was so prosperous in this region. It was even considered the strongest sect under the Jilin. People were in awe to see Shen Jinlong capable of reaching the perilous area. However, the fog there was too strong and Jinlong couldn't stay for long. After failing to find the source, he had to leave and wait outside to join the others who experienced the same thing. They understood that there would be a great disturbance the moment a treasure came out with strange visual images. That was why some tried to find the best vantage point in order to wait for the right time. Tai Shu Weng's group listened to Li Qia and climbed up the god-watching peak outside of the ominous ground to wait for Li Qi. This was the highest peak around here with a panoramic view of the entire area. There was no better spot. The crowd was still thin when the 4 got here. However, as time passed, more and more climbed the peak due to its advantageous geography. The ones here were all from the great powers and were relatively famous in this particular region. Tai Shu Weng might be a sect master, but he was a nobody in this place. Thus, in order to avoid trouble, the group went into an inconspicuous corner away from the crowd. Meanwhile, Southern Sun's Li Tianhao and his group also climbed up the mountain. Wang Xiaotian from West Bank was also there. Tai Shu Weng's group was nervous to see them because of their previous feud. Without Li Qia as their backing right now, there was no way for them to escape. However, Li Tianhao was too lazy to care for these insects at this moment. In his mind, he could destroy them whenever he wanted. He began to talk to the masters and lords here and didn't look at Tai Shu Weng at all. Even Wang Xiaotian wanted to use this rare opportunity to befriend the big shots around. Young Lord Shen is coming. Someone shouted amidst the rowdy peak. It was Shen Jinlong landing from the sky. He met a great reception because everyone wanted to please a dragon among men. Her Highness is coming, everyone, get ready to welcome her. Jinlong made small talk for a bit before revealing a shocking news. The imperial princess is coming. Many were astonished. There was only one person that had the title of imperial princess in Jilin and referred by Jinlong as Her Highness. It was the successor of the Jilin clan, the Jilin princess. Chapter 1795, Jilin Princess was a title with boundless charisma in this region. It represented supreme authority and matchless beauty. There was no one who didn't know this title. She was the golden daughter and official successor of the Jilin. No one enjoyed the same spotlight as she did in the clan. She wasn't just a pretty flower vase to be looked at. Her strength matched her impeccable talents on top of having a mighty and mysterious bloodline. Her debut was late compared to imperial candidates like Jean Gu and Qin Bailey. The latter two were already world-renowned when she started her journey. When she had gained some fame, the two were competing for the heaven's will. However, the clan was still very optimistic about her future and thought that she still had a chance to become a monarch. Thus, they poured all resources into her. She did not let them down. Within a short 10 years, her fame soared along with her cultivation with few rivals. This was the reason why people considered her the strongest of the young generation on top of being the prettiest and pure. Whether she was the prettiest or not was up for debate. However, her overall package was virtually the best in the Jilin territories, earning her some well-deserved prestige. She was the lover in many young men's dream and the idol in the mind of the young lasses. Thus, when Shen Jinlong told everyone the news, not just the peak but the entire ominous ground exploded with excitement and happiness. I can finally see Her Highness now. One young man who had never seen her before seemed to be spellstruck with wandering thoughts. She's as beautiful as an immortal, meeting her once is a life not wasted. Those who have seen her before were still as ecstatic and quickly rushed towards the peak. They were completely enamored on first sight and couldn't escape, completely bewitched by her peerless appearance. Even the female cultivators were just as excited and rushed to the peak. The Jilin princess is coming. Shen Shaoshan standing by her master in the remote corner was shaken as well. She has always been a big fan of the princess, so to see her in person today was an exciting event. He-Chen felt the same way after hearing many stories about the princess. Of course, he was aware of his own limitation and had no daydreaming thoughts about her. Just watching from the distance was already fun enough and would be a great conversational topic for the future. Unlike the thrilled youths, Tai Shu Weng became slightly worried. If this was any other day, he would love to climb up a behemoth like the Jilin. However, his mind was troubled with a bad premonition. Intuition told him that something big was going to happen. We need to have a grand ceremony to welcome the imperial princess even though this is a desolate place. One cultivator wanted to show off. That's right. Many parroted this notion, wanting to take advantage of this opportunity. It wasn't easy for the great powers to meet the princess. Everyone wanted to leave a good impression since this was beneficial for their sect's future. Gentlemen, since we kinsmen are here at Mad God Ominous Ground, let us go together to greet Her Highness. In the end, Shen Jinlong, who had the highest status here, decided. Yes, let's do it. Another expert instantly supported. The peak became rambunctious with people running everywhere to make the peak more presentable. All of you, sweep away all the leaves here and remove every single footprint for me. Wang Xiaotian decided to scold at Tai Shu Weng's group in the corner. He wanted to use this opportunity to find reasons to kill the group. This, in turn, could allow him to show off his strict style to the other kings and lords here and satisfy his vanity. He-Chen and Shaoshan glared angrily at him. They were indeed from a tiny sect without any status, so being treated as errand boys was understandable. However, the particular task was senseless. The prince simply wanted to humiliate them. You! The easily agitated He-Chen immediately shouted, but Tai Shu Weng stopped him. Oh! Not listening. The princess is about to arrive. If anyone here won't cooperate, kill without mercy. Wang Xiaotian sneered with a stern gaze. This was moving exactly as his plan. My disciple is too young and ignorant, I'll do a better job of teaching them. We'll leave right now to carry out the task. Wang was an experienced person and knew that opposing the prince now was simply courting death. He brought his disciples to go pick up leaves and sweep the paths to the peak. Xiaotian could only snort after hearing this. Wang was too cooperative, so if he overly forced the issue, it would hurt his image in front of everyone. In just a short time, this desolate peak was completely dressed up with lanterns, flowers, and lush trees. Pavilions rose from the ground with bridges connecting across the peak. One expert performed an amazing technique to gather chaos energy and auspicious clouds around the place. This peak now looked like an immortal's dwelling. On the pinnacle were magnificent buildings with tables laid out inside, laden with fruits and decorative flowers. Everyone wanted to use this chance to impress the princess. One smart cultivation even especially prepared a chair for Shen Jinlong next to her throne. He flattered, only someone like young lord is worthy to be next to the princess. The big shots here glanced at each other after seeing this. It was indeed a bootlicking move, but it wasn't completely wrong. Shen Jinlong had the highest status here, so he was qualified to sit next to the princess. There was another reason why everyone treated him so well. There was a chance for a marriage alliance between Sun Shrouding and Jilin. Neither sides have revealed their stance on this matter, but there were rumors already about how the princess was going to inherit the clan's Dao legacy. If this was the case, it meant that she would need to find a groom within the clan's system. Many people believed that she would pick a prodigy from the side branches of the Jilin clan or a tributary power to be her Dao companion. Because of this, everyone wanted to give it a shot. Just imagine, marrying her was the same as a carp jumping over the dragon gate, more than just bringing honor to one's ancestors. It was a guaranteed bright future. Of course, most were aware that ordinary people couldn't win her favor, but many prodigies didn't want to give up. If anyone could win her favor in this region, Jinlong would be one of them, because it would be hard to find someone more exceptional than him among the sect's successors. Chapter 1796. The truth was that Shen Jinlong himself wished for this, since his heart was no longer his the moment he laid eyes on Jilin princess. Since she was about to inherit the Dao legacy of the Jilin clan, she couldn't marry an outsider. It was definitely an amazing news for Shen Jinlong. Even before any of the rumors, his ancestors have already wanted a marriage between the two of them and even came to talk to the Jilin ancestors about it. The Jilin ancestors didn't directly reject it because Shrouding Sun was a good choice while Jinlong himself was a decent seed. However, the princess refused right away. Her mind was set on the heaven's will and didn't have time to worry about romance. Jinlong didn't give up after this and simply felt that the time wasn't ripe. As long as he kept on showing his best side, he would be able to earn her favor one day because he was the most excellent in this region, the most suitable for her. This was the reason why he tried so hard for her arrival this time, in order to satisfy her and leave a good impression. "May I ask when you will go to the Imperial clan for a marriage proposal?" Li Tianhao half-jokingly asked. Jinlong naturally wouldn't bring up the refusal and proudly declared, "I'll let you know when I'm successful, brotherly." The marriage alliance between the two houses will be a joyous event and a blessing for the people of Jilin. The cultivators quickly fawned over Jinlong. Of course, some people weren't happy, but after truly thinking about it, only Jinlong had a good chance of earning the princess' love. Being the center of attention did satisfy Jinlong a bit. Nevertheless, he was determined to follow the princess and show her his best side this time around in order to win her heart. God-watching Peak was beautified in a short time. Everyone here was waiting for the princess' arrival. Tai Shu Wen knew that Wang Xiaotian wanted to cause trouble, but they didn't dare to leave because they were waiting to meet up with Li Qie. Thus, he brought his disciples away from Wang Xiaotian, out of sight, out of mind. Of course, He Chen's group still wanted to stay at the peak as well in order to see the princess. Li Qie finally came over during their wait so they could finally breathe easy, almost like seeing the sun after a cloudy day. Without him by their side, they felt lost. When he was around, they felt quite safe even with just him standing there, not lifting a single finger. They quickly rushed over to greet him. "Am I in the wrong place?" Li Qie pretended to be surprised at the dazzling mountain. It looked just like the main mountain of a sect now. "No, this is indeed God-watching Peak, but since Jilin Princess is coming, the people of Jilin decorated it a bit." Wang explained. "Good, let's go up then." Li Qie nodded. He didn't care about the princess' arrival at all. His focus was to observe the star in order to find the position of Mad God's corpse. "I'm afraid Southern Sun Young Lord and Jinlong won't let us up there." Shen Xiaoshan was worried. "Earlier, I heard these big shots talking about not letting minor cultivators get up there." It made sense for that group to want such an atmosphere. They were going to welcome the princess and didn't want randoms to be present. Moreover, this would lessen the competition, so even if Li Tianhao and Jinlong didn't want to do it, the other great powers would chase the weak cultivators off the peak anyway. Li Qie smiled in response, "No one can stop me from going where I want." Wang was startled due to his negative premonition earlier. "Sir, why don't we wait a bit until the end of the event? It'll be quieter anyway." Wang persuaded. He didn't want this little ancestor to cause so much trouble. What if he were to antagonize the Jilin clan? What was Sago Palm going to do then? No need, right now is fine. Li Qiye calmly said before heading towards the top. Tai Shu Wang and Shi So were helpless and had to follow him. On the other hand, He Chen was quite excited because he could get a better view of the princess by going up. There were experts guarding at the base already. Not to mention cultivators from the weaker sex, even the non-famous ones would be stopped. Strange enough, Li Qiye only glanced at the guards and they seemed to not notice him at all, allowing the group an easy passage. This confused Shen Xiaoshan and the others. It was as if the guards didn't see them at all, but that was impossible because they weren't cloaking themselves or anything. This was the power of the thought scripture. Li Qiye only needed a quick glance before controlling the guard's mind and Dao heart. Of course, their shallow cultivation played a big part in it as well, or one glance wouldn't be enough. Wang Xiaotian was very happy today. Even though things weren't going as well as they could recently, today was good for him because he had befriended many imperial descendants and elders in this place. It was a good investment for the future to know these big shots, since his life would be much easier in Jilin. Suddenly, he saw some familiar figures, Tai Shu Weng's group. You think people like you can come to this place? Scram to the base and kneel or face the punishment. Xiaotian immediately walked over and scolded. A few cultivators glanced over but didn't bother asking because Sago Palm was only a tiny sect under West Bank. Since when can you yell at my people? Li Qiye answered, since Tai Shu Wang was too scared to do so. You again. Xiaotian gritted his teeth. His recent unhappiness was all because of this mortal. A good dog does not block the way, leave. Li Qiye's eyes were next to the precipice over yonder because it was the best location to observe the ominous ground. Ignorant fool, the heroes of the world are all here today, this isn't the place for you to prance around. Xiaotian couldn't handle Li Qiye's disrespectful attitude towards him before everyone. He reached for Li Qiye without holding back and didn't think that this mortal could do anything, intending on killing Li Qiye with one blow. Ugh, but he couldn't crush the guy, for he was hanging in the air with his neck gripped. His eyes were going white as he couldn't breathe. This sudden development made everyone look to their astonishment. The prince was clearly being choked, but no one could see the assailant because there was no hand by his neck. It looked as if an invisible hand was doing it and capable of crushing the prince to death at any moment. The crowd instantly looked around and assumed that a master was the one doing it. Meanwhile, Shen Xiaoshan's group was completely confused by this invisible hand holding the prince up in the air by the neck. Chapter 1797, Wang Xiaotian was hanging by his neck in the air just like a chicken. Death was knocking on his door. The crowd was shocked to see this. Even though Xiaotian wasn't quite a genius among the young generation, he was still an exceptional fella with some abilities. But now, he couldn't resist or move at all. Many people looked over at Li Qiye. Alas, the experienced cultivators could see that Li Qiye was only a mortal that had only started cultivating recently, only a nobody at the Dao Ant realm. He only had 100 or 200 units of chaos energy, completely trivial. Who may you be, fellow cultivator? Li Tianhao gazed all around in order to find the assailant. Everyone else copied him, but they couldn't detect anyone. Perhaps it was a master hiding in the shadows. However, this didn't make any sense because a master would just directly kill someone weaker. There was no need to hide like this. I'm right here. Li Qiye withdrew his gaze and said. Boom! West Bank Crown Prince was slammed into the ground right after Li Qiye finished speaking and seemed to be pushed down by an invisible palm. You! Li Tianhao was in disbelief. No matter how one looked at it, Li Qiye was only a beginner. This certainly wasn't an illusion since the guy only had 200 chaos units. To put it frankly, not to mention him, even West Bank Crown Prince could destroy him with a single breath. Alas, it was the opposite right now. Provoking me time and time again. You think I'm just a statue that can't get mad? Li Qiye glared at the suppressed prince on the ground and said. With a single thought, all the bones in the prince's body started to issue cracking sound as if there was a mountain pushing down on him. One thought to reign, this was one of the 6 techniques of the thought scripture. It was different from the other 8 scriptures. Instead of cultivation, it relied on one's Tao heart. As long as the user had a strong enough Tao heart and will, a single thought could control everything. This was the reason why Li Qiye could easily choke the prince earlier. Moreover, this was only a minor technique. If one's Tao heart was strong enough, one thought could destroy the gods and devils or change the nature of the world. Everything was under the control of the user's mind. However, if the user forcefully went beyond the limit of their mind, then their Tao heart would explode, resulting in death. Who in this world had a stronger Tao heart than Li Qiye? Just a single thought of him could easily kill the crown prince. Who are you? Shen Jinlong grimaced and asked with authority. There was an imposing presence to him, proportional to his status as an imperial successor. His voice commanded respect just like a king. Li Qiye. Li Qiye didn't bother looking at Jinlong when answering. At this moment, he was free to do whatever he wanted with the power of his mind alone. Fiercest. Jinlong's expression became somber. He had heard about Heavenly Phoenix Crown Prince's death at the workshop. Crack. An invisible palm crushed the prince's bones in accordance with Li Qiye's will. Young Lord Li, save me. The prince was truly scared this time since his life was in someone else's hands, so he cried out. Pluff. But it was already too late. He poofed into a mist of blood in the next second, completely pulverized by the invisible palm. One of the most terrifying aspects about the thought scripture was its invisible killing potential. Of course, it was also a double-edged blade that could harm the user. Though both the myriad thoughts post and the thought scripture both used a mental power, there was a huge difference. The pot could give someone an unlimited power by gathering the wills and worshipping of others. On the other hand, the scripture required the user to be powerful in order to truly maximize its potential. Li Tianhao tried, but he was too late, so he could only watch the miserable demise of West Bank Crown Prince. His mood worsened because West Bank Crown Prince cried for help, yet he failed to do anything. This was Li Qiye challenging his authority. Li, you're out of line, daring to kill the innocent here. Tianhao was full of chaos energy with bloodthirst in his eyes since he couldn't stand for such provocation. He was the grandson of a high god and has never been afraid of anyone. So what? Li Qiye didn't care at all and lazily responded. Li Tianhao was already furious, so this only fueled his rage. He wanted to take the guy down, but Jinlong stopped him. Jinlong told Tianhao with a soothing tone, "Brotherly, please relax." He then shifted his eyes toward Li Qiye. Today is a rare event and everyone is welcome to join us. This doesn't change the fact that it is a serious ceremony to greet the princess. I hope everyone can stay calm. He showed great restraint at this moment for 2 reasons. First, he couldn't really see through Li Qiye. Second, he worked hard for this reception and didn't want to ruin it already. More importantly, killing Li Qiye right now was rather meaningless and only served as venting. Perhaps this mortal could be used more effectively later. Since Jinlong had voiced his opinion, Tianhao didn't feel like stepping on his toes and only snorted before threatening, "Brat, you better watch yourself." Li Qiye ignored them and told his group, "Go, get a table over at the cliff." Having said that, he walked towards it and looked at the sky. Tai Shu Weng's group glanced at each other and could only blindly follow the order by grabbing a table and a chair over. Seating arrangements were already prepared for the princess, but they were meant for the big shots like Jinlong. But now, Li Qiye was taking a pair for his own use. It was quite a domineering take. No one tried to stop them since it was only a table. However, the experts here became even more puzzled about this mortal's identity. The guy wasn't pretending to be weak because his cultivation was as clear as day. However, he was able to crush a young expert like West Bank Crown Prince so easily. The more unbelievable thing was that he also killed Heavenly Phoenix Crown Prince a while ago too. At this time, a few experts speculated that this mortal must be the bastard child of a great character. Someone was protecting him in the shadows, this allowed him to be so unbridled. After careful rumination, they found this to be the most plausible scenario. Li Qie sat down in front of the table and ordered Xiao Shan to hold the bottle, He Chen to light the cauldron, Tai Shu Wang and his brother were the assistants. All of this was to boil some tea. A while later, the tea fragrance wafted in the air. Xiao Shan poured a cup for Li Qie. He focused on the sky to read the stars while sipping his tea in order to calculate the grand momentum of the ominous ground. There were many experts here but Li Qie didn't give a damn. It was as if he was the only one on this peak. This attitude astonished the crowd. All the cultivators have never seen such an arrogant person before. He didn't care about anyone else present. Chapter 1798, The experts here were annoyed as well to see this fella drinking all by himself. Some of them were kings and sect masters, top existences in their respective domains. If it wasn't for the princess, they wouldn't be waiting here like this. But now, the princess was nowhere to be found while this mortal was here posturing to this level and treated them like nothing. Shen Xiaoshan's group was naturally nervous as minor characters who have never seen such a grand scene before. Today was the opposite, they were standing before all of these leaders who chose to ignore them. He Chen was both tense and excited while other three left their legs giving in. Normally, they could only bow and lower their head in this situation. In fact, they weren't even qualified to meet characters of this level. Now, these leaders were obediently standing away from them. It gave the sense that they were quite impressive and brave. He Chen found this to be completely worth it because when he grew old later, he could still boast to his juniors that he once stood mightily against the countless leaders, a very proud deed indeed. The leaders here didn't share his sentiment. One lord scowled and glared unhappily at Li Qie, wonder who he got as his backing. It doesn't matter, this brat is dead soon enough. A different sect master leisurely smiled, there's no good end for him after killing Heavenly Phoenix Crown Prince. Just wait for someone to take care of him. Everyone agreed with his comment. Heavenly Phoenix was an imperial lineage with a successor killed by Li Qie. It definitely wouldn't think about dropping this issue. Moreover, Jin Gu was his brother-in-law and he would feel the same way. Those who dare to oppose a man who was about to become an emperor will die for sure. Li Tianhao was dissatisfied to see Li Qie sitting there all by himself. He quietly told Jinlong, Brother Shen, you are too forgiving. If it was me, I wouldn't let this wretch do as he pleases. So what if he has a big shot as his backing? I'm not afraid of anyone, same with you. Tianhao wasn't just boasting. Many sect masters and lords bowed whenever they met him due to his grandfather. Jinlong was also the same way because Shrouding Sun was quite powerful with Jilin behind it. What's the hurry? Jinlong smiled in response, so what if you kill him right now? Yes, you'll be less angry but everyone has their own uses. Just killing the enemy might not be the most profitable way. You mean? Tianhao thought that Jinlong wanted to let this go but it seemed that the guy had some other intentions. Her Highness is about to arrive and she won't let a junior does what he wants here. It doesn't matter where he is from and how capable he is, he's no match for her and the Jilin clan. There's no mercy for those who oppose Jilin. At that point, if you step up to maintain the clan and Her Highness' prestige, that's a meritorious contribution. Jinlong slowly explained. Only the two of them were involved in this conversation right now. Tianhao's eyes lit up after hearing this. Just think about it, how could the noble daughter of the Jilin clan allow a mortal to act so presumptuously? If Li Qie was still as ignorant as before, he would offend the princess. That's when he would kill this arrogant fool. Not only would the princess have a better opinion of him, his status in the Jilin's territories also would rise as well. But such a contribution should be yours, brother Shen. Tianhao finally understood why Jinlong wanted to keep Li Qie around. No, it is yours, brother Li. Jinlong smiled and said, I don't need it since we'll be married in the future. But brother, don't forget about today in the future. Tianhao didn't expect such generosity from Jinlong and immediately cupped his fist. Brotherly, don't worry, if you need help from my clan in the future, just say the words. I will do my best. This comment of yours is worth more than anything. Jinlong smiled back. Meanwhile, Li Qie didn't care about the unfriendly gazes or the conspiracies going on in the background. His focus was up above to find the coordinates of the stars, then projecting them onto the ominous ground. This was the way to find the emerging location of the corpse. Tai Shu Wen was very worried while waiting that Li Qie would antagonize everyone here. He paid attention to the big shots here and more of them became unhappy with Li Qie. Buzz. Space suddenly fluctuated. Golden powders poured down with clear and pleasant ringings. It was as if elves were scattering these powders down to the world. Next, an imperial aura condensed in the sky like clouds with laws like the appearance of an emperor. The entire place became quiet, no one dared to do anything before this imperial aura. The princess is here. Someone shouted while everyone else was shaken. A path was laid out in the sky with a woman walking closer. She was far in the horizon a second ago, but in the next moment, she was right before everyone at the god-watching peak. No one could see how she was so fast. Even heavenly gazes couldn't keep track of her. Her imperial aura paved the ground with an omnipresent glow just like a golden rug. She wore a phoenix dress with an ancient yet wonderful crest. It was hard to describe with mere words. There was also a supreme noble aura to her, but it didn't overshadow her beautiful features. Her personal style didn't shame her prestigious upbringing at all. People could only use the words, Imperial Princess, to envision her. City toppling at first glance, kingdom toppling after the second glance, and completely peerless at the third. People finally understood why so many men lost sleep after seeing her the first time. They couldn't stop themselves from loving her. Everyone lost their mind at her sight, even those who have seen her in the past. Your Highness. The majority of the experts here kneeled. It wasn't just because of her status, her imperial aura made the weak drop submissively on the ground. Greetings, Your Highness. A few lords and sect masters didn't perform the grand ceremony, but they still bowed. Only someone of Jinlong's stature didn't need to kneel. He slightly bowed while staring at her supreme face. He was ecstatic and couldn't hide the obsession in his eyes. He fell in love after seeing her the first time. That was the reason why he asked his ancestors to go ask for her hands in marriage. Rise, everyone. Her voice was also very pleasant, yet it contained an unquestionable authority and approached closer with grace. The crowd stood up and couldn't look away. No one would ever get tired of such nobility and elegance. She was the goddess of this world, a mind-swaying goddess. Chapter 1799, Jilin Princess came forward with all eyes on her. The young cultivators here craved for her attention, but they were satisfied with just looking at her. Jinlong arched his chest proudly and revealed a faint smile. He was assuming his most attractive posture with an unprecedented excitement. The princess was walking towards him, just this little action was enough to satisfy his vanity. Everyone thought that she was walking towards him as well and became quite envious. Remember that there were almost 1,000 cultivators from Jian present with many leaders among them. However, none of them could even talk to her since she would only nod at them at best. But now, Jinlong could lead this ceremony and talk direct to her. This was indeed a rare and envious chance. The jealous youth still had to admit that in terms of background, bloodline, cultivation, and talents, Jinlong was the most exceptional here. Just imagine the scene when one get to talk to the princess and even stand next to her, shoulder to shoulder. One would naturally feel proud because of it. Jinlong continued to act cool and calm despite his internal excitement in order to attract her more. As she drew closer, he smiled dashingly and said, "It is our honor to have," but the princess didn't stop and skirted by him. This stunned him completely. He had all kind of elegant words, ready to be said, but they were useless right now. His mouth was already opened but he had to swallow his words. It felt as if he had just swallowed a fly. She headed for the precipice and stood next to Wuxia. The four from Sago Palm instantly prostrated and quietly said, "Disciples from Sago Palm greet you, Your Majesty." At this moment, the four of them had different feelings. Tai Shu Weng was both reflective and nervous. Sago Palm was not even an insect, so he would never have the chance to see the princess in the past, perhaps only from 100 miles away in a sea of prostrating people. But now, they were an arm's length away from her. All of this was because of Wuxia. On the other hand, He Chen was unbelievably excited to the point where his legs started shaking. He stole a glance at the princess before deeply lowering his head. This was something beyond his wildest dream. The princess was an unreachable character for minor characters like them. He believed that this would eventually become his hottest conversational topic in the future. After returning to Sago Palm, he could tell his fellow disciples all about it. Shen Xiaoshan was lost in disbelief as well. She was completely overshadowed by the prettiest beauty in Pure. Even though she grew up to be quite good-looking, she was only a firefly compared to the moon. She unavoidably felt inferior, something less than even a maid. The princess cupped her fist and said while standing next to Wuxia, "Sir, looks like you have some inspiration after coming to God-watching Peak. How should Menjing address you?" This astounded the entire crowd and left them agape. They were speechless and couldn't believe their own eyes. This was the princess of the Jilin clan, a noble beyond the reach and sight of commoners. But now, she personally greeted Wuxia. Jinlong was livid after seeing this with an awkward expression. It looked like he was even below an unknown mortal. He Chen and others were stunned as well. They were used to Wuxia's arrogant and mysterious nature. However, they didn't expect for him to be at such a high level where the princess herself would come and greet him. However, he didn't look at her from start to finish, for all of his concentration was on the sky plane, moving from one star to another. The crowd was shocked once again. Keep in mind that this was a very rude gesture. A mortal today had ignored Jilin princess, despite all of her accolades and noble background. After the initial shock, everyone became angry. It was unforgivable for a mortal like Wuxia to look down on the successor of the Jilin clan. Shen Xiaoshan's group also became nervous for Wuxia. Tai Shu Wen began to pray in his head, "My little ancestor, please say something or you'll offend the imperial clan too, there'll be no place for us here afterward." The princess was also dazed by a lack of response. However, she was an amazing character and saw that he wasn't just posturing. His eyes were fixated on the celestial coordinates up above. She became curious and also looked up, hoping to find some clues. Thus, it became a scene of the princess standing there quietly next to him. This silence spread to the entire peak. Cultivators exchanged glances due to this bizarre atmosphere. No one knew what to do. The leaders here misunderstood and thought that she was in a difficult position due to his rudeness. That's why the atmosphere became so tense. The crowd wondered what to do in order to defuse this situation. Tai Shu Wen continued to pray for Wuxia to say something to the princess in order to avoid further escalation. Jinlong then blinked towards Li Tianhao. Tianhao understood right away and shouted at Wuxia, "Ignorant brat, why are you not kneeling before our princess?" The stillness was broken, everyone turned to look at Li Tianhao. The princess also withdrew her gaze from the stars and slightly frowned. She wanted to say something but her secret supporter advised otherwise, so she had to stay silent. Being glanced at by the princess left Tianhao wanting more. He became excited and the only thing in his mind was to try his best in front of the princess in order to leave a good impression. He assumed that she gave him implicit permission to continue by staying silent. Chapter 1800, Arrogant Fool, Li Tianhao, have never stabbed someone in the back. I will give you a chance right now to accept my challenge. It is your last. Li Tianhao was emboldened and loudly yelled. Li Qiye turned around and finally noticed the princess. He glanced at the sky one more time before looking at Tianhao with a smile. A challenge? That's right. Tianhao heroically replied with great confidence, your disrespect towards Her Highness is unforgivable. Kneel and apologize now or death awaits you. Tianhao was elated since this surely would leave a good impression on the princess since he was fighting for her sake. You alone think you can kill me? Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh. The excited Tianhao couldn't forgive this public humiliation, especially when the princess was present. Little animal, I'll let you have a taste of real power. Tianhao retorted. Boom. He released his vitality with chaos energy pouring out like a reverse waterfall pouring into the sky. He didn't hold anything back as more waves of energy rushed upward, causing deafening explosions. The entire peak quaked just like a tiny ship amidst a storm. 9,600,000 chaos units. A royal lord carefully gauged his energy and was startled. There was no doubt that he had reached the Dao sovereign realm for a long time now. It won't be long until he could gather 10 million units to reach the Dao Sage realm. Keep in mind that he was still very young with this level of power. It was indicative of his potential in the future. It can be said that he didn't only rely on his grandfather's reputation. He himself was strong enough, not just a useless young master. Little animal, die now. Tianhao roared and reached for Li Qiye with a large palm covered with chaos energy. He was aiming for a one-hit kill. Is that so? Li Qiye focused his gaze and his mind. Boom! An invisible palm crushed this palm made out of energy. Tianhao was shocked and took out a divine sword. A sword him emerged along with a blinding glint. He slashed forward, intending on severing this invisible hand. This looked like the attack of a god since this weapon was given to him by his grandfather. It carried the might of a high god, meaning that it was a very powerful Dao weapon. Bang! Sparks went flying when the slash struck the invisible hand as if it was cutting at the hardest substance in the world. Alas, this might be the right way to describe Li Qiye's Dao heart. Clank! In the next second, the divine sword was broken in half by the invisible hand. It was nothing before Li Qiye's will. Boom! Before Tianhao knew what was going on, this hand slammed him into the ground with the force of countless mountains, causing him to vomit blood. This scene was astonishing. Li Qiye didn't lift a single finger from start to finish, but Tianhao was already subdued. Everyone suspected that he wasn't the one doing anything. There must be a big shot from the older generation protecting him in the shadow because he couldn't accomplish this with his current cultivation. Even the princess was shocked. She could see that Li Qiye wasn't hiding his power. This was only a Dao ant cultivator. Crack! Tianhao's bones crumbled under the grinding of the palm. His blood stained the ground as he felt death approaching closer. The princess wanted to step up on his behalf, but someone in the shadows stopped her. She had to keep on watching. Boom! In this moment of life and death, a divine aura surged with a rune floating up from Tianhao's body. It looked like a god was coming in person. It ravaged the entire area and made many experts shudder. They knew that this was the power of a god. There was no doubt that his grandfather was protecting him by planting this rune inside his body in order to save him in fatal moments. Rumble! The entire peak was shaking. A god seemed to be trying to lift the invisible palm off of Tianhao. Southern Sun High God. People realized that this was something his grandfather prepared to protect him. Many leaders here were awed by the divine power. Even though the high god wasn't here in person, this remnant power alone could easily crush them. No more hiding in the shadows, show yourself. Jinlong took advantage of the moment and instantly took action. Imperial aura surged and he didn't save any of his power at all as a Dao sage. His silver spear as white as snow aimed straight for Li Qia's throat. This was the art of a grand emperor. The spear roared like a dragon with a peerless light, capable of breaking through any defense. It was already inches of Li Qia's throat due to its lightning speed. Boom! But it was stopped before it could pierce through the flesh. Just like before, no one else took action but an invisible hand. Sneak attacking. Li Qia's eyes turned cold and began to think. Next, the spear was broken in half. Ah! Jinlong was gripped by the neck before he could react. He thought that his sneaky thrust could kill Li Qia, but it was completely ineffective. He ended up being choked like a chicken and could be crushed to death at any moment. Your Highness, save me. He gasped for breath before calling for help. She had to take action now because both Tianhao and Jinlong were disciples of sects under Jilin. However, Li Qia simply glanced towards her direction. This insipid stare made her heart flutter. It represented a supreme will and an absolute judgment. She had seen real masters before, so after seeing his eyes, she understood the gravity of the situation right away. Her body was cold as if trapped in an ice pit. Only a supreme existence would have a glare like this. Crack! In the next second, Jinlong's neck was broken without a chance to resist. Not bad. Meanwhile, Li Qia smiled while seeing the divine power stopping his thought. He simply focused a bit more. Rumble. The explosions became louder. The divine rune had a hard time withstanding his empowered thought. One thought terrain allowed him to do whatever he wanted by just relying on his Dao heart, including massacring gods and devils as well as making the sun and moon tremble. Bang! The rune shattered to pieces that eventually lit up. From the light came a majestic and towering figure. Boom! A divine power crazily erupted like an ocean wiping out a continent. This figure resisted Li Qia's powerful thought. Even though the high god didn't come in person, this figure alone was powerful beyond words. Just a minor god, yet you dare to be presumptuous before me? Li Qia chuckled with a flash in his eyes. Boom! His thought became even stronger, like a fist slamming down. It toppled the figure instantly. Bang! 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 The invisible fist unleashed a relentless assault on the figure's face. Chapter 1801, Roar. The gigantic figure erupted with fury while being repeatedly smashed by the invisible fist. It roared and shattered everything in its path. The stars in the sky were rustling from the impact. Just imagine, the furious scream of a god was quite something and could massacre countless living beings and make the rest tremble in fear. The cultivators here turned pale, even the lords felt their legs shaking uncontrollably. The figure's power amplified with loud detonations and turned into a storm that ravaged everything above. Is this place done for? A spectator murmured before this frightening rise in power. Just a little intent, yet you dare to resist my will. Li Qia, who was still sitting down, focused his gaze and mind again. Boom! A domineering force instantly appeared, as if a supreme lord was personally taking action. The fist continued to rain down blow after blow on the figure's face with an unstoppable momentum and smashed it into a pulp. Rumble! Every time the figure wanted to counterattack, the fist slammed down again with a torrent of brutality. The figure simply couldn't resist despite being made of a divine intent before Li Qia's will. Finally, the figure crumbled into pieces before dispersing into tiny particles and scattered with the wind. At a location countless miles away, a meditating god suddenly stood up with a cold expression. He blurted out, "Hour." He was Southern Sun High God, an old ancestor of the clan and Tianhao's grandfather. Due to his position, he had only seen his grandson once, but this didn't diminish the great love he had for the boy. That's why he granted Tianhao a protective rune. But now, the rune and his intent inside were destroyed. The High God knew exactly what was going on, hence his ugly expression. This was a blatant provocation to a High God like him. A powerful foe had destroyed his will and showed utter contempt. Meanwhile, Li Qie glanced at Li Tianhao and said, "If I want to kill someone, not to mention a High God, not even an emperor can protect them." Pluff. The desperate youth couldn't even scream before being rendered into a mist of blood. When even the divine intent failed to do anything, a character of Tianhao's level was inferior to an ant under Li Qie's absolute will. In a short time, everyone here became speechless. The lords and leaders nearly dropped to the ground. How could a divine intent be crushed so easily? This was the first time they've seen a divine intent in such a helpless and desperate state. It heavily left a deep and unforgettable mark in everyone's mind. Even the princess became serious. She was much stronger than anyone here, so she understood the gravity of the situation. Li Qie's glare earlier was especially too much to take. It was a supreme pair of eyes that could reign over everything. Meanwhile, the four from Sago Palm were mesmerized by Li Qie's fierce domination and couldn't react. This was their first time actually seeing him in action, crushing a divine intent to death. Just imagine, if Li Qie wanted to destroy their sect, he would only need to flick a finger to do so. Having thought of this, Tai Shu Weng felt beads of sweat running down his body. Their sect's existence was once dependent on this man's whim. Hey, where is this guy from? Is there a High God protecting him too? The crowd eventually calmed down and one master whispered. They became afraid of this ordinary-looking man and was sure that his background was incredible with powerful existences in the shadow protecting him. From start to finish, Li Qie didn't even lift a finger and his cultivation was too apparent. It meant that someone else had destroyed the divine intent of the god. In order to accomplish this task, it must be a High God here in person. This indicated the fella's great status, he must be from an imperial lineage. This prompted the next question. Why did someone from this prestigious lineage have such weak cultivation? Was this because of his talents? Only a real expert like this princess could see that no one was behind Li Qie. Even though he didn't take physical action, he used his will to destroy the divine intent. What kind of will and Tao heart were required to do so? Only an emperor would be able to do this. After annihilating Jinlong and Tianhao, Li Qie finally looked at the princess and said, "What's your name?" He spoke from a place of power to the astonishment of the crowd. Their princess was an unreachable character, but Li Qie was looking down on her. This little girl's name is Jilin Menjing. The princess hesitated for a moment and didn't know the proper honorifics to be used in this conversation. The man ahead was simply unfathomable. A descendant of the Jilin immortal monarch, a decent bloodline. Li Qie casually commented. Tai Shu Weng's group became speechless. Their imperial princess had impeccable talents and unfathomable cultivation, yet he only said, "Not a bad bloodline." Was he praising or belittling her? "How should I address you?" she eventually asked. She had no grasp over the situation due to not knowing who this guy really was. Was he someone with a great background or an emperor in disguise? She couldn't tell either way. "Your clan has fateful ties with me, forget it, out of consideration for the clan, I'll take you in as a maid. Call me young noble now," Li Qie said leisurely. Many jaws almost fell to the ground after the crowd heard this. What was he saying? People couldn't calm down at all. Their princess was an unreachable goddess, yet Li Qie made it sound as if she was only a maid, and that it would be her honor to be his maid. The whole thing was too outrageous. Shen Xiaoshan was in disbelief as well. She didn't want to wait on him in the past since she considered it humiliating. She had changed her mind since. But today, Li Qiye still treated the princess like a maid. She held the princess in such high esteem, but in Li Qiye's eyes, the princess was only another girl. She finally understood that he meant it when he said that waiting on him was her honor. Now, this was indeed a lucky chance. Others would love to have such fortune, being able to stay by his side and gaining his protection. She came to understand just how fortunate she was. The princess herself was stunned. It wasn't because she was arrogant or anything, but she was about to become the successor of the Jilin's Dao legacy. How many people in this world would dare to claim her as a maid? Chapter 1802, Li Qiye interrupted the princess' momentary daze. Your Jilin clan has a good type of immortal tea. Make a pot for me. The princess was surprised again. This guy was not holding back and was really ordering her around like a maid. Suddenly, an ethereal old man appeared next to the princess and handed her an old-looking tea box before disappearing again. This geezer is quite smart. Li Qiye smiled calmly at the old man. The old man was the ancestor giving the princess pointers in the shadows all this time. She sighed and personally readied the fire in order to boil a pot of tea for him. The crowd was naturally caught off guard by this development. A moment later, Shen Shaoshan calmed down and helped the princess by finding more firewood for the flame. She didn't dare to say anything and understood just how unreachable Li Qiye was. It was her fault for being blind at the start. For the experts here, just being able to look at the princess was already a type of glory. Being favored by her was even greater, like being blessed by the ancestors. Youths like Yichen felt the same way. But now, the goddess in their mind was boiling tea for Li Qiye like a maid. Who else in this world would enjoy this level of treatment? Yichen thought that he had eyes but couldn't see Mt Tai. He was next to a treasure all along in ignorance and had wasted a chance in the last several days with Li Qiye. After the tea was finished, the princess personally got him a cup. This was quite a magnificent and enviable scene, a beauty serving fine tea. Everyone here never dared to imagine such a thing, but for Li Qiye, this was too ordinary. Jilin princess was only another girl in his eyes. Even real daughters of emperors have served him in the past, let alone the princess. Quite a reminiscent taste. Li Qiye took a sip and said with a tinge of emotion. The princess was shaken inside after hearing this because she understood some clues after carefully listening. He turned his focus towards the stars in the sky again in order to calculate the appearance of the corpse. Occasionally, he would take another sip of tea while the princess continued to keep his cup full just like an ordinary maid. She also joined him in perusing the stars in the sky but couldn't understand the mysteries within, only a little bit of clues, such as realizing that he was collecting spatial coordinates and reflecting them on the ominous ground. It was now obvious to her that he came for the ominous ground. It looked like the rumor of a treasure coming out wasn't completely baseless. After a long time, he finally got what he wanted, the location of the corpse. He withdrew his gaze and finally tasted this excellent tea, letting the unique taste permeates the tip of his tongue. Too many people, too many mouths. Leave us. Li Qiye gently waved his sleeve towards the four from Sago Palm and ordered. The four quietly left without daring to bother Li Qiye. The princess also waved her sleeve to signal for everyone to leave. All the experts on the peak left without uttering a single word. Li Qiye and the princess were the only two left to enjoy the pleasant, light breeze. He finally took a careful look at her with an unbridled gaze, starting from top to bottom. She had a natural demeanor and let him be, able to tell that there was no intention of disrespect. You really look like Jilin Immortal Monarch despite being a girl, especially your eyes. Li Qiye said after assessing her. You have seen our progenitor? The princess curiously asked. Li Qiye didn't answer and only smiled while taking another sip of tea. He patted on the seat next to him, telling her to sit down. The princess coolly sat down without any hesitation and stared back at him. The only thing exceptional about this ordinary man was his unfathomable eyes. People would be devoured by staring at them. The eyes were the windows to the soul. After looking at his eyes, the princess understood that no one could ever spy into it. It was a satisfying moment to drink tea and enjoy the breeze with a beauty keeping one company. Li Qie became quiet without saying anything. This prompted the princess to do the same. After a while, he gazed towards the distance and asked softly, "Has there been any news about your nightfall, immortal monarch?" The princess didn't expect this question. After a brief contemplation, she shook her head, "Nothing for now, or at least the two other ancestors haven't told us anything with regards to ancestor Nightfall." Nightfall was the third monarch in their clan, the only female and also the strongest. She had 11 palaces and 11 wills, much stronger than their progenitor, Jilin Immortal Monarch. She was only one step away from being a peak emperor. For their clan, Jilin Immortal Monarch was the one who created their clan, but Nightfall Immortal Monarch was the one who made them untouchable. After all, such an emperor was too powerful, more than enough to look down on anyone. Only someone like World Emperor was stronger than her. As one of the few powerful female emperors, she didn't hesitate for a moment before joining the 6th expedition started by Immortal Emperor Qizhen. There had been no news at all about the emperor, so no one knew the result of the expedition. Li Qie already knew the answer, but he still had to ask while grasping for a straw of hope. Alas, he knew full well that there was no luck to speak of after embarking on that path. He lamented with a disappointed sigh, "Rare is a companion on the arduous path of the Tao, how many have the privilege of growing old along the way?" After numerous battles and close encounters with death, his heart has grown numb, just not enough. He knew that this was a type of cycle, the fate of each emperor. Nevertheless, he still hoped for a miracle. It's not easy to become an emperor. He looked at the princess and said, "But it is even harder for them to face their fate. Before the ascension, they were doing it for themselves, but this isn't the case afterward." The princess was moved after hearing this and thought about many legends regarding the emperors that she had heard in the past. Chapter 1803, Li Qie stared at the sky above while reminiscing. People continued to depart one after another. This was a feeling only those at the apex could understand. Because of this, many emperors rarely asked about the mundane realm after entering seclusion. They stopped caring about their descendants. This was one way of severing their ties with worldly constraints. No matter who they might be, after spending too much time and seeing people leave them one by one, their Tao heart would eventually be affected. Time was truly cruel. Being overly involved in these matters would turn people crazy. They would either become a saint or a devil, no longer an ordinary being. Generations went by and Li Qie had to see people off or even buried his lovers more than once. He sent emperors on their path towards the unknown of the ultimate journey. They all knew there was no returning, but each emperor still bravely walked forward. He knew that nothing good would come from these expeditions, but he was powerless in making substantial changes. All he could do was to accumulate power for the final battle at the end of the world. He wanted an answer at that place, same with all the emperors. Qian Suyun also searched for an answer. However, the answer was different for each of them. Even though they had the same goal at the end of the world, their proposed solution was different. Jilin Princess watched the contemplating man. Her heart suddenly shuddered as if something was affecting its deepest part. He was still as ordinary as before, but there was a strange feeling emitted. He seemed to be eternal and stained with the karma of time. There was a sad air of vicissitudes around him. His profound eyes encompassed everything in the world, emotions, gods and devils, the worthies, and ordinary life in the 3,000 worlds. It looked as if this man had experienced countless reincarnation cycles. He continued to be unchanging along the river of time. His immovable heart was beating with the same rhythm as the heart of the world. Oceans turned into mulberry fields, all things transformed and changed except for his heart and his relentless pursuit as well as his determined pace. This was when the princess thought that this man was anything but ordinary. There was an irresistible charisma that had nothing to do with physical appearance or even temperament. It was gifted to him from the years, an accumulation of time polished by the endless revolution of the 3,000 worlds. This charisma was unique and boundless. Her heart was leaving her body. It took a long time before she recovered and let out a wry smile. She rubbed her forehead and wondered what the heck she was going on about. Li Qiye came back to Earth a while later and told her, "Your clan has received an item after the 6th expedition. It is something that fell down from above, probably straight for your clan." He pointed at the sky. "How do you know?" The princess blurted out, but after the initial shock, she didn't find it too strange. This unfathomable man seemed to know everything. She took a deep breath and nodded, "Yes, young noble. We did obtain something. They had it for some years now but couldn't understand its mysteries. That's the reason why they wanted to recruit mortals and cultivators versed in ancient runes." "What did your 2 monarchs say?" Li Qiye asked. The princess shook her head. "Our ancestors said that our 2 monarchs do not want to take it and only said that it is unbelievably prestigious. It is waiting for the fated." "That's fine." Li Qiye gently sighed. "They do not want to be pulled into this karmic event, so they continue to hide." "That's understandable. The heavenly execution looming above is scary indeed. So you know what it is? Would you please let us know?" The princess had to ask. The ancestors from her clan had been thinking about it the whole time without any result. Even without the 2 monarchs, this clan was still full of experts and masters. Thus, this failure of recognizing the item only incited further interest from the ancestors. Moreover, even their monarchs praised the item. It meant that the thing was peerless indeed. "I'll know once I see it. Go tell your old men that I want to see it in person," Li Qiye said. The princess was slightly stunned. The item was one of their top secrets. Not to mention an outsider, even their disciples couldn't see it. She was the future successor of their legacy, yet she had only seen it once. Nevertheless, she agreed, "I'll let the ancestors know. Hopefully, they'll be able to arrange something." She couldn't take charge of this matter, so she could only do this much for him. Li Qiye smiled and stared back at the sky. It wasn't up to the clan at all. It was only out of respect and friendship that he chose to ask first. "Young noble, what is your purpose here?" she asked. Li Qiye replied, "Mad God had died for so long, it's about time for his body to emerge, but if it won't, I'll still drag it out." He wanted the white armament in this place regardless of whether it was coming out on its own or not. That corpse is still nowhere to be found. People believe that all of his treasures are there as well. The princess commented and was very aware of this rumor due to her position at Jilin. "Your clan no lack of treasure. Mad God's treasures might not be bad, but it can't compare to your monarch's treasuries. Don't tell me you're here for them." Li Qiye chuckled and said. "Leave it up to fate." The princess smiled. When she smiled, it was kingdom-toppling enough to sway all young men. She continued, "Our clan is already that something evil might come out after seeing the visual phenomenon. That's why I'm here to prevent it, in order to save our citizens." It made sense for the clan to worry because this ominous ground was right next to their border. Thus, they would be the ones suffering first if any evil creature were to come out. They didn't want the same world-devouring event to happen again. This place might be a bit ferocious, but there are only remnants of despair and hatred on top of an immortal emperor's murderous energy. Li Qiye shook his head, "There is no evil creature here. Mad God was strong back then, but that arrow encompassed the ultimate Tao of archery. He was completely annihilated. There was no coming back from that regardless of what awesome means he possessed. Not to mention a high god, even an emperor will die if they fail to block it." Li Qiye commented with enthusiasm. Even though immortal Emperor Dai Jian was not the most brilliant or the strongest emperor from the 9 worlds, his archery was indubitably number 1. That's why as his descendant, Jian Wushuang still had a long way to go in order to surpass him with regards to archery. Her path would be long and arduous. Li Qiye finally found what he wants from the stars above and told the princess, "Go tell your geezers first. I'll visit your clan after I'm done here." The princess kept on looking at his departing figure. She eventually sighed and went to give the message. Chapter 1804, The fog resembled ink at the depth of the ominous ground. One would think that they were under a pond of ink. This fog was concentrated enough and nearly became liquefied. There was one broken star above the cracked earth. It was large enough to blot out half of the sky. There was one particular pool here with thick blood of a black shade. More and more oozed out from the ground as if there was an endless supply below. A large corpse the size of a hill was floating on this pool. However, due to its solidified state, people would easily mistake it as a hill if it wasn't for the body outline. Lao Lu cried out and dragged this body onto the shore. He breathed raggedly after finishing the task due to the fatigue. Someone at his level could easily move mountains and oceans. However, he still found moving this body quite laborious. Size alone wasn't a good indicator of its weight. This was the corpse of a god who had 11 totems, only one step away from being an ancient god. Such an existence was quite terrifying with a body as immense as the sky. This remained true even though he had died a long time ago. "It's finally out, good, less work for me to take it out from the ground." Li Qiye nodded and said. I could die right now." Lao Lu was covered in filth while panting. Li Qiye gave him the side-eye and said flatly, "Your real form can take down a galaxy easily, let alone this corpse here." He, my little ancestor, please don't play like that." Lao Lu smiled awkwardly, "If my master finds out that I was playing around here, he'll definitely break my legs." He was hiding his real body in order to play around at Jilin and escape his sect. If he were to reveal it and his true strength, the seniors from his sect would find out right away. At that point, he would be taken back to his sect to be punished by his master. "It's just a matter of time," Li Qiye nonchalantly said. Lao Lu felt his scalp tingling. Of course, he knew that it was inevitable, but one more day was still better than nothing. He'll enjoy life one day at a time. He cleaned the black blood off the corpse to reveal the true form. Mad God had brutish features and still had a stately aura to him. No one would dare to act arrogant before him. There was a scepter marking on his forehead. It was still glowing like before as if made from gold. He came from the heaven race, hence the unique marking. Plus, due to his 11 totems, his scepter had reached the most prestigious level. Even time couldn't erase this defining symbol. The corpse of an 11 totem god, if its divinity is still present, it would be a priceless treasure. Lao Lu commented, "If that was the case, just this scepter alone will be a supreme weapon, enough to suppress everyone." Rumor has it that the first ancient god of the 13 continent had defeated Nether Heaven Emperor before and even challenged Origin Heaven Emperor. His title was inconcealable. Of course, there was no need to describe just how powerful Origin was. This was a 12 Wills Grand Emperor, the starter of the second expedition. Nether was also a terrifying character. He was the first to have 11 wills after Immortal Emperor Purewood started the Grand Emperor era and even helped the young Origin. Alas, he still lost to Inconcealable Ancient God, a testament to this being's power. Of course, some did say that Inconcealable was the strongest ancient god of them all. But ultimately, this went to show how strong Mad God used to be with 11 totems. If his corpse still had some divinity, it would be priceless like Lao Lu said earlier. The arrow from Immortal Emperor Dai Jian wasn't that nice. Li Qiye shook his head and explained, even though it was from many spatial spheres away, it wasn't just a casual strike from the Emperor. That was his ultimate shot containing the fruit of lifelong effort and the extreme profundities of his archery. Otherwise, the heavenly execution wouldn't have come right after. The fact that Mad God's body is still here after that attack speaks volume of his power. As for his divinity, probably not much was left and time took care of it later on. The battle back then was decided in a single move, one that shocked the entire 13 continents. The fact that Mad God died with an intact body was truly impressive. What should we do now? Lao Lu looked at Li Qiye and said, "It might take a few decades for me to break into his internal world." Li Qiye looked at the body and jumped up on its forehead. He placed his hand on the scepter symbol with chaos energy rotating around. Buzz! The scepter issued an immortal light and became even more dazzling than before, as if it was coming back to life. "Get in!" Li Qiye ordered. With a cracking sound, the forehead had a crack like a valley and Li Qiye disappeared inside. Since Li Qiye came in first, Lao Lu stopped worrying and jumped into the internal world as well. It was a dark world without any life. Anyone looking up would be greeted with a black sky without any stars. No light existed in this place. When looking forward, one could see 12 huge palaces, as high as the heaven. They gave off the feeling of being unclimbable. Alas, they were dimmed and mottled. Some even had cracks and were on the verge of collapsing. 12 palaces and 11 totems. Despite a true death and destroyed totems, the fate palaces are still there. Quite tough they are. Lao Lu emotionally stated. After Mad God's death, even his 11 totems turned to ashes. However, under such destructive force, the palaces still existed. Just how tough were they? The palaces have undergone countless polishing. For a cultivator, to a certain extent, the palaces were everything. Without the palaces, there is nothing. Li Qiye nodded, but these palaces are still broken after the arrow strike. It would be so nice if they were perfectly preserved. Lao Lu salivated. Li Qiye smiled and said, "High gods and emperors wouldn't die so easily without a fatal attack. In the case of sure death, they wouldn't be able to preserve their palaces anyway. But, I have heard of a grand emperor leaving behind perfect palaces to protect their descendants." Lao Lu pondered before speaking. Li Qiye agreed with a slight nod. Indeed, a grand emperor had accomplished this task, and it is the best thing an emperor can do to protect their descendants, including staying alive. This is because even if they were still around, a heavenly execution would come eventually. Thus, if they were next to their children at this time, that would be a disaster for everyone. However, palaces were the safest guarantee in this world, the greatest of all blessing that allows for their children to live without worries. But ultimately, this is extremely painful and difficult. Li Qiye sighed when he got to this point. Chapter 1805, Lao Lu became silent after hearing this, aware of the significance and difficulty behind leaving one's palaces. If an emperor wanted to do so, the price and pain required are simply unimaginable. Just think about it, how deep was their love to carry out this task despite the pain in order to protect their descendants? Go look around. Li Qiye told Lao Lu, outside of the white armament, you can have all the other treasures. He, if ancestor says so, then this lowly one won't be so reserved. Thank you. Lao Lu became excited with a bright flash in his eyes before bowing towards Li Qiye. Mad God must have accumulated countless treasures and artifacts throughout his life. Outside of the peerless armament, the other treasures were already incredible enough to make Lao Lu extremely rich. Of course, even if Li Qiye didn't give anything, he wouldn't dare to utter a single word. Li Qiye's current reward showed how much he liked Lao Lu. Lao Lu stared at the 12 palaces, the treasuries in his eyes. The happy guy didn't know where to start. That one then. He randomly picked one before running for the main hall of that palace. Ha ha ha, who dares to cause trouble in my domain? When Lao Lu got close, a deep voice suddenly came from above. Mad God. Lao Lu turned pale from shock. That's right, it is I. The voice came again, who would have thought people would still remember me after millions of years, how rare. Oh, mommy. Lao Lu was truly scared and immediately hid behind Li Chia. Ancestor, please save me, mad god didn't die completely. He looked just like a turtle peeking out of its shell at this moment, ready to let Li Chia handle the sky falling down by himself. It wasn't because he was a coward, but mad god's reputation was too notorious. An existence with 11 totems could threaten the 13 continents in any generation. He wouldn't be weaker than an ordinary emperor, no, he even had the ability to slay one. Just imagine, one would be fooling themselves to say that they weren't afraid when standing before such an existence. Lao Lu was very powerful, but he was still a junior. The best course of action for him was to run as far as possible. Opposing Mad God would only result in his death. Only peak emperors could deal with this fella. Li Chia looked up and smiled, stop trying to dress up as a god. If Mad God was still alive, he wouldn't let his corpse rot like this. Ha ha ha, Junior, what do you know? Break and rebuild, from death comes life, how can someone like you understand this? The voice sonorously responded. Is that so? Li Chia smirked, if you are indeed Mad God, then go all out. I shall exorcise you to the afterlife for the beings that you have killed. You deserve eternal damnation. Exorcise me. The voice scowled, Junior, I'll be the one sending your ignorant souls towards the light. With that, starry lights descended from above. The world of silent, lifeless darkness was invaded by starry lights everywhere. Buzz. It seemed that a new world was opening and the 12 palaces disappeared. Only a vast expanse remained with flowing galaxies and celestial planets. The stars were so close to them and gave the feeling that one could actually grasp these celestials, that they were the center of the world. Buzz. One galaxy turned into a bridge, expanding from Li Chia's feet all the way to the depth of space. In this place, immortal energies were expanding with laws. One could see figures of mysterious immortals. This gave a sense of envious yearning. In the blink of an eye, a majestic figure stood on top of this bridge, too faint to have a clear look. The holy light he emitted made him look like the welcoming emissary to the immortal world. Young one, even though you have shamelessly boasted, our meeting here is still a touch of fate. Let me take you to the immortal kingdom. The figure's voice was extremely warm and friendly since it harmonized with the grand Tao. This was an extraordinary feeling. This kingdom is real. Lao Lu peeked out from behind Li Chia and stared at the bright kingdom. Less daydreaming. Li Chia slapped the back of his head and laughed, this is just a common bewitching spiel, how can your heavenly gaze not see this? Are you too scared to think straight right now? He continued on, this is only child's play yet you dare to do it before me? With that, his eyes flashed radiantly. Crack. Li Chia didn't exert any power at all. His truth-searing gaze destroyed all bewitching illusions. The galaxies, stars, bridge, and the majestic figure all popped like water bubbles. The sky was dark and lonely again. There was no immortal kingdom at all. Junior, daring to break my divine art? I'll forever be the maggots in your bones. The dark voice became furious. An ill wind ravaged the area with a black fog. This fog seemed to have its own life and rushed for the two as if wanting to infiltrate and take over them. Damn! What the hell is this? Lao Lu immediately sealed his body after seeing this. Fiend, enough playing around. Li Chia laughed with his eyes flashing again. Boom! Two endless light rays spewed out from his eyes like two pillars crossing through time itself. They locked onto the dark fog and pulled it into the sky before twisting together and trapped it inside. Temporal rays. Lao Lu was envious to see the rays from Li Chia's eyes. Young juniors like them couldn't have such a thing. This required countless years of life and allowed its user to see through all truths, origins, and mysteries. It was one of the most precious things in the world, created by experience and time. The black fog was forced to reveal its true form before his glare. It was only the size of a palm and looked like a creature with sharp fangs, thorny wings, and a ferocious face just like a little devil. Who the hell are you? Release me right now or I won't spare you. The tiny creature was still as fierce as ever and shouted at Li Qie. What is it? Lao Lu asked with curiosity, finding the little guy's aggressive demeanor quite strange. Li Qie said, it's the resentment left by Mad God before death. It was too strong and became a living being. The Jilin clan was right to worry, this will eventually be a problem. Junior, let me go now or I'll let you taste a fate worse than death. The immobilized creature screamed without any fear at all. Chapter 1806, Zero Remorse Even in Death, Looks like I can't let you live. Li Qie stared at the little devil and said. Buzz. The end of his sentence was the start of the devil's combustion. It was only a resentful intent so Li Qie's gaze could destroy it completely. The devil finally became afraid as it was burning up and shouted, I'm born from Mad God so I know all of his merit laws. Just release me and I'll let you have them all. Mad God's merit laws. Lao You's eyes lit up. An 11 totem high God's merit laws were naturally tempting. Not too many would be able to say no. Merit laws your ass. Li Qie slapped his head again and smiled, your sect has laws from immortal monarchs, so much stronger than the deviant Tao of Mad God. That's true. Lao Lu rubbed his head and laughed awkwardly. I know where immortal Emperor Dai Jianzero is, if you get it, you'll be invincible. Let me go and I'll tell you. The devil changed its tone right away after seeing Li Qie's lack of interest. The best arrow. Lao Lu was startled to hear this because the strength of this arrow was as clear as day. If it isn't the Emperor unleashing the attack, this arrow alone can't be invincible. Li Qie was still unmoved. If you kill me, you'll never get Mad God's treasuries, I'm the only one who can open his fate palaces. The devil cried out. No need. Li Qie's eyes incinerated the devil. Ah! This little creature became ashes instantly. Rumble. The palaces crumbled, allowing treasures to rain down. Wish pearls, immortal steel, cloud wood, heaven feast jewel. All of them were resplendent and fell down like a flood. This scene was quite shocking due to all the visual phenomena and blinding lights. In the blink of an eye, treasures piled up in front of the two. Anyone would be astounded at this sight. While Lao Lu stood there in a daze, Li Qie was already going through the piles in order to find the supreme armament. Rumble. The internal world quaked and was on the verge of collapsing. Tsunami appeared out of nowhere as if wanting to drown out this place. Oh crap. Lao Lu was half submerged instantly. He gathered his wits and blurted out, is this the worldly essence? To be more exact, this is the myriad essence from everything, the An and the other beings. Li Qie said, he didn't have time to refine these essences before being killed. They have been trapped in here until the palaces collapsed. Now, it's like a broken dam. This is priceless, so much of them. Lao Lu stood there looking silly. Keep waiting and you won't even get a piece of scrap metal. So priceless then. Li Qie said flatly. My treasures. After being reminded by Li Qie, Lao Lu finally noticed the piles of treasure being drowned out by the tsunami. He screamed like a chicken being butchered and immediately lunged forward to pull all the treasures into his pouch. He eventually finished the task as this world was being ravaged by the unrelenting torrents of essences. The two finally made it out but there were still non-stop explosions. Cracks appeared on the gigantic corpses with essences spewing out in a destructive manner. What should we do now? Lao Lu was feeling lost before this scene due to the sheer amount of essences. Remember that this land used to be quite vast with many stars above. All of these powers and lives were devoured by Mad God. Thus, one could extrapolate the insane amount of energy he had gotten. Open. Li Qiye was floating above the dark sky while touching one of his temples. His eyes lit up again and two more pillars of light shot out. Boom! Debris scattered crazily as the rays pierced through the depth of the earth. Rumble. The already broken place seemed to be completely collapsing with blaring fanfare. However, this wasn't the case. After cracking noises, this dead zone had rays shot out from underground. They wove together into a huge symbol. But after the lights finished with their formation, Lao Lu found that this wasn't a symbol but rather a wheel of time. It left its mark on this land. The mysteries of time, only emperors are qualified to step into this domain. Lao Lu was shaken to see the land marked with the wheel of time. Even ordinary high gods couldn't do something like this. Buzz. The land became ethereal from far away due to its current glittering state. Boo! Li Qiye turned his gaze towards the dark sky. Under the two rays of light from his eyes, the broken galaxies and stars were slowly pushed back to their original path. Next, his gaze turned into countless tiny strings and pierced through these celestials. This eventually created a wheel of time up there too with a faint light. Temporal ray is dependent on the amount of time accumulated, not someone's power. Lao Lu gasped after seeing this. Li Qiye was actually changing the world with his eyes. However, no one else noticed this because no actual power was being released. This was a way to protect the order of the universe, a primal affinity. Li Qiye earned this due to the generations of hard work in the mundane realm. Other powerful beings wouldn't have this privilege since it wasn't within the boundary of cultivation. Lao Lu had only heard of it before in the legends, hence his astonishment after witnessing it in person today. Meanwhile, Jilin Princess was paying attention to the changes at the ominous ground. In the beginning, she didn't notice anything strange until the strings of light over yonder. She finally used her heavenly gaze then to carefully look through the land. When she saw the rays coming out of his light to change the land itself, she became astounded and took a deep breath. Not an emperor but even more formidable than one. Who the hell is he? The princess was completely lost at this moment about Li Qi. He didn't seem like a reincarnation of an emperor but it was impossible for him to be a new cultivator as well. What was the real answer behind his identity? Chapter 1807, Boom. With a deafening explosion, Mad God's corpse finally collapsed and the escape of essence intensified. After destroying everything inside, the flood was on an unstoppable path to the outside world. However, the two temporal seals in this area slowly turned. Coordinates and latitude lines in space flashed with tiny shimmering dots. In a short time, the essence was being absorbed by the broken land and space. The lights eventually dispersed but the place became bright again. In the beginning, one would think that the change was quite minimal. However, the ever-so-present black fog was completely eliminated. The ominous ground was still silent and devoid of life like before, but one could see faintly shining star lights in the far horizon. This flickering light would eventually illuminate the space above one day. There weren't any vegetation either but moisture was emerging in certain locations. The land was regaining its power and essence. One day, seeds would be brought here by the wind to take roots in the soil. Returning to the earth, a reversal back to the origin, the emperors can't do better than this. Lao Lu was completely speechless. No words could describe his current thoughts. Even though emperors could also change the landscape of the world such as moving mountains and the celestials, Li Qiye wasn't doing it forcefully with his own power. He was simply reversing the flow, dust to dust and earth to earth. The myriad essences returned from where they came. This had nothing to do with power, it was a type of primal affinity or order belonging to the heaven and earth. Lao Lu was completely in awe as Li Qiye was floating back down to the ground. He stared at Li Qiye with utmost reverence and said, "Ancestor, you are so benevolent, How many people would be willing to trade these temporal wheels to change this dead land? Li Qiye nonchalantly said, "This is the order of time, and the heaven and earth shall guard over the land. I am simply returning them to the source. The fortunes of the world, let them be with the world. As for whether this place will become a paradise or a barren land, that's not my business." Lao Lu quietly nodded. This was beyond his knowledge and comprehension. Only someone truly at the top would be willing to wait with that perspective. While Li Qiye was inside Mad God ominous ground, there was a prosperous place in a remote region of the Jilin territory with a clan presiding there. One would see old shrines and beautiful pavilions everywhere. Bushels of lingji and auspicious clouds were everywhere. This was one of the strongest clans in Jilin, the Southern Sun. Today, red clouds and bright lights engulfed the sky. Boom! Sacred laws rushed upward from inside the clan. They wove together to form a divine order. It looked as if a deity was ordering everyone in the nearby vicinity. The disciples outside were shocked to see this order and quickly abandoned their business in order to return home. Southern Sun High God is coming into being. This news spread across Jilin like a storm. A high god coming out in all of pure wasn't a big deal, but it was still a grand event in Jilin. What's going on? People found it quite strange. The messenger said, "I don't know, but that high god is returning from the primordial chaos back to the clan. This is 100% accurate. It must be something big for a high god to leave the chaos. Otherwise, these reclusive gods wouldn't do so." Others wondered as well. High gods at a particular level also invoked the heavenly execution. The difference was the smaller probability. That's why high gods would come out more often. The Southern Sun young lord was killed, so the high god came out with wrath. Someone who had more access to information revealed. People were surprised to hear this. That doesn't make sense. A high god lives for so many years, why would they come out just for a descendant? They have so many of them already. If one has to come out every time a descendant is killed, they'll get tired to death. It's different this time. Whether the high god likes Li Tianhao or not isn't the main issue. Most importantly, his divine intent was smashed before a crowd, its face, to be specific. In the end, this big shot behind Li Qiye also destroyed the intent. The high god can't swallow this anger. Being humiliated is one thing, but destroying his intent too. That's a declaration of war. Just who the hell is this fiercest fella? He has such powerful backers behind him, I wonder who his ancestor is. The majority had this thought. No one would believe a new cultivator could destroy a divine intent. The most common guess was that he also had his own high god helping him in the shadows. A high god level battle is about to happen. Some became excited if this speculation was true. While the return of the high god alarmed many of the sects and cultivators in Jilin, a different great power sent out a message. Li Qiye must give us an answer. The Shrouding Sun Gate officially declared, "It doesn't matter which high god did it, the successor of Shrouding Sun cannot die for no reason. Shrouding Sun is joining too." This further shocked the crowd in Jilin. It's not just the sect, this is a message from the Grand Rule High God too. A royal lord received the newest information and warned those closest to him. Grand Rule, Qianqianjun. The amazing high god from that sect. He's also returning from the chaos. People were skeptical. One ancestor said, "No way, Grand Rule has been quiet for a long time now, he's quite old too. Why would he come out for the death of a successor?" Shen Jinlong had a high position in Shrouding Sun, the successor of its Dao legacy. However, he was still only a junior, there were many others like him in that sect. "Ha, you guys don't know then." One influential ancestor playfully smiled, "Jinlong isn't only the successor. He, there's a rumor in the sect that he's Grand Rule's son, but they choose against making this public. Who knows the exact reason why? Maybe because he's too old and doesn't get along with his son very well. Grand Rule's son. Even sect masters were astounded to hear this. Jinlong had never talked to outsiders about his background. Others only knew him as Shrouding Sun's successor. Maybe Grand Rule is embarrassed about having a child at such an old age. And right, maybe they don't get along too well too. Another big shot commented. There were too many speculations and explanations, but they didn't wish to pry too much. After all, this is related to a high god secret. It could bring about some sect-destroying trouble if Shrouding Sun or Grand Rule became offended by this. Both Grand Rule and Southern Sun High Gods are demanding an answer from the Jilin clan since their successors died in their territory. It doesn't matter who fiercest is. And even more heavyweight news came out. That's two high gods pressuring the Jilin clan, so they probably won't just ignore this issue. I guess Southern Sun and Shrouding Sun are on the same boat then and want others to know then. A sect master understood the real message sent by the two clans. Chapter 1808, Li Chia and Lao Lu left the ominous ground. He climbed God-watching peak again with the princess standing there waiting. She bowed deeply and spoke with respect. I thank you on behalf of my clan and the future living beings in the area. You have created prosperity and fortune for that domain. The world-transforming deed of Li Chia would benefit Jilin in the future as well as the citizens there. The princess' gratitude came from the heart. Li Chia accepted her grand gesture and sat down without any hesitation. The princess was surprised to see Lao Lu too. After looking at him carefully, she cupped her fist and said, I see, Dao brother is hiding in our Jilin. The elders from the Divine Dragon Mountain are all looking for you. Some even visited my clan. Unlike the others, the princess was able to recognize his real identity. Lao Lu became a bit awkward and smiled wryly, please don't tell me elders or they'll break my legs. He, I can assure you that I'll play nice at Jilin and won't do anything to put you in a tough spot. And the sun would set to the east. Li Chia laughed and said, even the masters of your sect are troublemakers. Lao Lu let out another awkward laugh. The princess shook her head since she had heard of this stubborn fella. He had a great foundation with an enviable sect, yet he didn't like staying there and rather go outside to play. Divine Dragon Mountain had two immortal monarchs on top of possessing a bloodline of true dragons. It was a power that could call for winds and rains at pure. For someone like Lao Lu, he could have any treasure and merit laws if he were to play nice and train hard in the sect. However, the guy rather played around as a swindler in the mundane world. It was a love for freedom and being carefree. Lao Lu quietly left since he could tell that the princess wanted to talk to Li Chia. She was having a hard time finding the right words. Li Chia looked at her and said, speak, I shall pardon your sin if you were to say something inappropriate. She heaved a sigh of relief after gaining permission and calmly said, Southern Sun and Grand Rule High Gods are complaining to my clan, they want an answer. There was no doubt that these two were pressuring the Jilin clan. Even though they wouldn't dare to say that they were dissatisfied with the clan, the Jilin owed them this much since their successors did indeed die under the clan's jurisdiction. The Jilin clan was slightly vexed by this. They couldn't find Li Chia's background at all. Of course, they couldn't ignore the complaints from the high gods either because their sects were tributaries to the Jilin. Thus, the clan needed to voice an opinion. Otherwise, the hundreds of powers under them would feel slighted. Furthermore, it was one thing if the two sects were the ones complaining. Even their sect masters didn't mean much in front of the Jilin clan. This wasn't the case for the two high gods. They were powerful in their own rights with prestigious status on the same level as many older ancestors of the Jilin. Oh. Li Chia's response was very leisure. He smiled and said, what is their demand? They want us to hand you over, young noble, for killing their successors. They want an answer. The princess said. Of course, their demand was more than this. The aggressive high gods demanded the Jilin to kill Li Qiye, but the princess chose against being too direct. Li Qiye naturally knew this even if the princess didn't tell him. He leisurely said, "Then I'll see them at your clan. If they have something to say or some kind of demands, I'll love to hear it. I'm someone who listens to others' opinion." The princess knew that this wouldn't end well after hearing his response. She wasn't worried about Li Qiye but rather, the two high gods and even her own clan. Others might think that high gods were untouchable existences that could do whatever they want or sweep through the land. People were very fearful of high gods. A high god could easily massacre a clan, a sect, or even a race. The princess didn't think so. She found Li Qiye to be much more terrifying than these two high gods. He was completely unfathomable, so she worried that her clan might be dragged into this whole mess if he were to become angry. "Young noble, I will let the two high gods know. I hope that friendship will come of this, not war," the princess said. Li Qiye nonchalantly said, "Go tell your geezers that I want to see that item. They shouldn't be hiding anything or I won't be happy. At that point, don't blame me for not giving your monarchs any face." The princess sighed in her mind. Li Qiye clearly didn't care for the two high gods. The only thing he wanted was the item in her clan. "I will definitely let the ancestors know." The princess bowed again. "Go." Li Qiye ordered, "I will visit your clan, hoping that it won't be an unpleasant trip." He didn't want to cause trouble at the clan because of his relationship with Nightfall Immortal Monarch. Of course, he wouldn't be so polite either if some ignorant fools were to stand in his way. The princess bowed again and left. Li Qiye called for Lao Lu and asked, "What is your plan?" Lao Lu smiled happily while feeling quite spirited. "This lowly one wants to follow Ancestor as a servant and work for you despite my meager abilities. If you are willing to take in a lonely soul like me, I'll disband hooligans and follow you instead." For Lao Lu, being able to follow Li Qiye was the blessing of a lifetime. He would never regret such a choice. "Lonely soul my ass." Li Qiye struck the guy's head again. "You are the beloved son of the divine dragon mountain with the thin bloodline of a true dragon. But I'm all alone right now, a lonely soul indeed." Lao Lu forced a wry smile. Li Qiye told him, "Go back from whence you came. Be a good seed instead of playing around in the mundane world. It is a waste of your cultivation and the sect's hope on you. Even if you don't care about being strong, your sect still needs strong pillars in the future. It can't be prosperous with just the protection of the monarchs and ancestors. Future descendants need to work hard too. You are a genius from the sect, uphold your responsibility with pride." Li Qiye rarely gave such earnest and well-meaning advice to the juniors. The only reason why he did it this time was because he liked Lao Lu. Lao Lu pondered quietly before softly answering, "I don't want to let the sect down either, but I yearn for the freedom in the mundane world. You'll have your chance once you are at the apex. You can pick then, to either mingle with the mundane world or to continue finding the grand Tao. Listen to your heart at that point." Li Qiye persuaded. Lao Lu smiled wryly and said, "If I do reach the apex, at that point, it will no longer be up to me. With great strength comes great responsibility. Even the emperors are helpless since they shoulder more than just themselves." Lao Lu had seen and heard about many things due to his background. Being invincible was both glorious and full of suffering. Chapter 1809, Li Qiye stared at the horizon and said slowly, "Why did some emperors want to embark on the final expedition while others chose to live in seclusion? This is a choice they made after reaching the apex for all kind of reasons. Does the former group think they will return alive? No, in fact, each of them knew that this was a fruitless war and fully aware that they would be going to their death. Nevertheless, they still made this choice for their descendants, their race, and all the existences in the 10 worlds, but also themselves. After making the decision, they met it straight on without hesitation." He gently sighed at this point. Lao Lu became quiet as well. The apex was both cold and full of heavy burdens. Go back, these are your best years. It'll be too late if you waste them now. Li Qie said, try again after reaching the apex. Maybe you won't be so attached to the mundane world then. Master and the others will break my legs if I go back now. Lao Lu said with a painful expression. This wasn't his first time escaping, just the longest and most fun. He would be done for if his master were to catch him. The guy might even peel his skin as a punishment. Li Qie chuckled and took out a piece of paper to start writing. He handed it over to Lao Lu and said, give it to your forefather since I've agreed to put in a good word for you. Take my personal letter and you will see Qi Gong, but whether he'll take you in or not, that's up to your own fortune. Lao Lu was stunned at first but he eventually accepted the letter in a respectful manner. His eyes shifted around with a new idea, how about this, ancestor? Take me in as a disciple in name only and I'll just follow you. Halt your wily nature. Li Qie slapped his head and scolded, you don't think your immortal monarch is good enough for you? No, of course not. That's not what I meant. Lao Lu hurriedly denied. Leave now, we'll meet again if it is meant to be. Li Qie waved his sleeve dismissively. Lao Lu knew that Li Qie had given him a great opportunity and this was the end of their relationship. He prostrated and kowtowed 3 times, this lowly one hopes to see Ancestor's supreme presence again in the future. Li Qie accepted the grand gesture and nodded before closing his eyes. Lao Lu stood up and saw that Li Qie was already in a meditative state so he bowed once more before leaving. Li Qie sat there quietly as if sleeping. He reached a Zen state in order to search for the mysteries of the Tao. He didn't leave the peak right away and continued to absorb energies up above. Occasionally, he would think about that white armament and how to refine it. This 88,888 fetuses white armament was one and only in this world. The only thing that was greater than it was the ultimate 99,999 fetuses armament in the hand of Saint Emperor. Li Qie didn't want this armament to be the best in the world or reach the same level as true immortal armament. However, this was a profound and challenging art, being able to refine one's armament and exert it to the maximum limit. Thus, this armament was a great training tool for Li Qie, allowing him to understand armaments even more. Shen Shaoshan was staying by his side to wait on him. At this moment, Tai Shu Weng's group found that being able to serve Li Qie was a blessing from the heavens and a supreme glory. Others would love to be in this position but couldn't. At the same time, Jilin became very rowdy. On this day, with a loud blast, countless rays of light spread around like the wings of an angel. A divine aura surged all around and shocked everyone in Jilin. An old palanquin was carried out of southern sun with celestials floating around it. The inside of the palanquin seemed to be gestating a world itself. This majestic aura engulfed all of Jilin like an ocean. Its unstoppable pressure mentally assaulted everyone in waves. The experts in Jilin were all alarmed. The weak cultivators were out of breath while those too close to the palanquin were forced on their knees. Southern Sun High God. Even those who had never seen the High God knew that only a being of this level would command such a scene after coming out. Another loud blast exploded not long after the emergence of Southern Sun High God. A world suddenly appeared above shrouding Sunday. Everything was present such as stars and laws. When this world emerged, an unquestionable divine aura permeated the world. Nothing could escape its grasp. With a hymn, a gigantic figure emerged from this world. Above his head were the sun and moon while he stepped on the stars. The laws of the world were present to his sides. He controlled the universe and all the laws as the center of all. Not only was he the master of the world, he was also its creator. Let the Tao be free. The hymn echoed across the world and resonated with the heart of people. They voluntarily kneeled down to worship. In this blink of an eye, the figure started to grow hands until there was 1,000, each had stars floating around it and they seemed to be raising 3,000 worlds. Grand Rule High God. The people in Jilin immediately knew who was in the world. Shen Qianjun. People started murmuring his name, the strongest high god from Shrouding Sunday. After so many years, Qianjun has finally become a high god. An extremely old ancestor said with a tinge of emotion. In the past, this ancestor debuted at the same time as Shen Qianjun, but now, the guy was an invincible high god. People knew a storm was coming in Jilin after two high gods emerging at the same time, especially when they were heading for the Jilin clan. Damn, those two are strong enough to do whatever. A big shot had to say. They're just posturing while trying to raise their clan's status too. A smart man noticed something. The successors of their clans were killed, so if they don't demand justice, their position would fall in Jilin. Moreover, they have to be the ones asking the Jilin clan for an answer, just the sect masters alone can't do anything. The Jilin won't care for some juniors. When Southern Sun High God came to the Jilin clan, a golden bridge was paved out from inside the clan. Flowers started to fall down with springs gushing out on top of resonating hymns. In a short time, golden lights were everywhere. The clan was engulfed in the light of an immortal monarch with an unstoppable prestige. Even though the Jilin didn't do anything too crazy, just the light of an immortal monarch alone spoke volume. This was indicative of their power. Inside the clan, a big character came out to greet the high god. The high god himself maintained a polite demeanor after coming here, exiting his palanquin early on. Even though high gods were strong and same with their clans, they needed to play nice before a monster like the Jilin clan. Chapter 1810. Everyone heard about the high god's visit to the Jilin clan. That brat who calls himself fiercest will have his head removed. It'll be a sacrifice to the two young lords from Southern Sun and Shrouding Sunday. Someone was fanning the fire from the shadow, otherwise, some random people can just massacre disciples from Jilin all they want. It'll be a terrible precedence. How are we going to walk with our head high in pure again? That's right, use fiercest's blood as an offering for the young lords or the rest of the world will laugh at us for being weak. Someone else chimed in right away. Our Jilin clan has 3 emperors, enough to smile proudly across pure. Fiercest is unbridled and doesn't care for Jilin's prestige, doing whatever he wants in the Jilin's territory, killing the innocent. This is provoking the Jilin, a crime worthy of death. Many were asking for Li Qia's death. Many sect masters and ancestors glanced at each other after hearing these messages. The experienced people naturally knew that some people wanted to cause trouble. They wanted these rumors to reach the experts in the Jilin clan. Looks like the high gods want fiercest's life, no chance for peace. A royal lord concluded. Fiercest will be visiting the Jilin, he's not afraid of anyone. Another news came out soon after. Not afraid of anyone? He dared to say that. That's too arrogant and domineering. It means he doesn't care about the high gods or even the Jilin clan. Who the hell is this guy? More people stirred the pot, wishing chaos upon the world. Humph, if this brat dares to act arrogant at our clan, we'll show him even if he has a high god as his protector. No one can challenge our prestige. Some young disciples from the Jilin clan were affected by the messages. In a short time, the people of Jilin became animated with all kind of undercurrents flowing about. Some sects wanted to please Shrouding Sun and Southern Sun while others steered clear from the trouble. During all of this, the Jilin clan suddenly issued an invitation to the influential characters from the sects within its territory. Some ancestors began to speculate the clan's intention. One ancestor thought, does the Jilin clan want to make an example out of this event, starting with this Li Qia? That's possible. Fiercest killed whoever he wanted in Jilin and 2 successors at that. It is indeed a blatant disrespect towards the clan. Remember, Southern Sun and Shrouding Sun are tributaries to the clan. You have to look at the master first before beating his dogs. Another sect master said. It didn't matter what the clan wanted to do. All the ancestors who received an invitation quickly headed for the clan. Some juniors who wanted to broaden their horizon also followed along. During the turmoil, Li Qie finally left the peak for the clan. Come, off to the Jilin clan. Li Qie told Shen Xiaoshan's group. Tai Shu Weng's legs grew weak right away for some reasons after hearing this. If this was the past, he would be so excited. After all, a small sect like his wasn't qualified to have an audience with the Jilin clan. Just staring at the clan from the distance was a type of glory, but actually entering the clan was something they never dared to dream of. But now, following Li Qie to the clan should be a type of rewards. In theory, he should be very excited. However, when Li Qie said he wanted to do so, Wang had a strange premonition as if the sky was about to fall down. Something major was certainly going to happen. His intuition had always been apartment. He Chen, on the other hand, was excited with his eyes flashing after hearing this. It was definitely an exciting thing, being able to visit the Jilin clan, almost like a dream coming true. He wished that he could be there at this very second. Shen Xiaoshan didn't care too much. She only wanted to follow Li Qie wherever he went, even if it meant jumping into a cauldron of boiling water. She was willing to do anything as long as she could stay by his side. Sir, I heard that both Southern Sun High God and Shrouding Sun High God are at the Imperial clan right now. Wang had also received some news despite staying at the peak. He didn't dare to tell Li Qie that these two high gods wanted Li Qie's head. The best thing to do now was to avoid the Jilin clan, so he was indirectly reminding Li Qie. So what? Li Qie smiled freely. They should thanking their ancestors that I'm not causing trouble for them, but if they choose to be blind, then it's their own fault for seeking death. Wang was scared out of his mind. For a minor character like him, just talking about a high god was terrifying enough, let alone actually opposing one. However, this seemed so trivial to Li Qie as if he didn't care about a high god. Despite his fear, he still closed his eyes and followed Li Qie to the clan. After choosing the path, he had no choice but to follow Li Qie to the end. This amazing man was their only chance to rise. Imperial Jilin, one clan with 3 emperors, a renowned lineage in pure. In the 9 worlds, there were many imperial lineages with no lack of 3 emperors. However, it was a bit different in the 10th world. A lineage from the 9 worlds was only a legacy left behind by an emperor, but in the 10th world, some of these emperors were still alive. Thus, an imperial lineage from the 9 worlds was weaker than one in the 10th world. There was a big probability of a lineage from the 9 worlds collapsing. However, even without any decline, other great powers had a chance to surpass them if these imperial lineages couldn't produce any capable successors. This wasn't the case for the 10th world. As long as their emperors were still alive, these sects could last forever. It didn't matter how strong other powers grew to be, they still had something incomparable, their emperors. Thus, even the strongest great power wouldn't dare to talk about destroying an imperial lineage. Even the strongest high god wouldn't dare to do so. After all, destroying an imperial lineage meant opposing an emperor, which is why the high gods had to tread very carefully. This was the reason why Shrouding Sun and Southern Sun high gods remained vigilant and acted properly in the Jilin clan. The clan had 3 emperors. 2 were still alive while Nightfall Immortal Monarch had embarked on the ultimate expedition. There had not been any news about her, but this didn't affect the Jilin at all. Her influence and fame were still there in pure. She played a great part in Jilin's current success. It was because of her that the clan was able to become a present-day behemoth. Before Nightfall, despite having 2 emperors already, the clan was still much weaker compared to the War Monarch clan and Dragon Citadel. But after the appearance of Nightfall with 11 wills, everything became different. Henceforth, the clan became a force to be reckoned with. Chapter 1811, Nightfall. Immortal Monarch was one step away from being a top emperor. However, in the eyes of the inhabitants of the 13 continents, having 11 wills was already a top emperor in some sense. She was indeed a bit weaker compared to Pure Wood, Origin, and World Emperor since they had 12 wills. But remember, only 9 people in history had 12 wills. Only 4 were still alive right now. Moreover, these 4 virtually never appeared again, so the world wouldn't be able to see them. There was no way for them to hide from the heavenly execution. The moment their real body came out, the probability of the execution descending was immense. This was the reason why those with 11 wills were considered the strongest emperors in the world, in a certain sense. That's why Nightfall was able to elevate her clan's position in Pure. The strongest imperial lineage in Pure was the War Monarch clan, but even their progenitor, War Monarch Heaven Emperor, only had 11 palaces and 10 wills. Just imagine, Nightfall was even more powerful than War Monarch, who had countless war accolades. There was even a time when he gave orders to the rest of the world. From this, one could see Nightfall's status, being even stronger than War Monarch. When Nightfall was in charge of the Jilin clan, the War Monarch clan with 4 emperors, Heaven Search sect with 4 as well, and Dragon Citadel all played nice. Even though these sects had surviving emperors, dragons still had to coil and tigers had to lie down on their stomach before Nightfall. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that she was completely unstoppable when the peak emperors didn't come out. Even though there hasn't been any news of her, her prestige was still present at the clan. When Li Qie and the group go there and saw the place full of imperial aura, Li Qie gently sighed and said, "Nightfall, immortal monarch. The past couldn't be gazed upon again." Li Qie didn't experience the 6th expedition or sent the group away, but he didn't want to do it either. There were too many familiar faces and people he didn't wish to lose on that journey. It left him with a heavy heart. Jilin clan. He Chen was too excited at this visit. He had dreamed of this in the past, but he knew it was impossible. But now, the clan was right in front of him. The clan was situated inside Jilin city, but it was also not part of it. The entire clan was built up high in the sky. Jilin city was extremely vast, and in the center was a high plain. It looked just like a divine mountain. Just imagine, 1,000-mile vast plain that towered all the way to the clouds. This was a magnificent and moving spectacle. It looked as if someone had used a supreme mean to uproot the entire clan from its foundation. The craft was meticulous, so all 8 directions were neatly carved. Thus, the entire clan looked like a kingdom in the heavens. People couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. Along the cliffs were beautiful streams gurgling down just like true dragons. One would either fly or use the bridges to reach the clan. There were bridges leading to the clouds all around the plain. Climbing up gave an illusion of ascension. There were experts guarding all the bridges. Without an invitation, no cultivator could gain access to the clan. The arrival of Li Qie's group caused quite a commotion. It was hard for him to keep a low profile due to his current notoriety in this region. He killed Heavenly Phoenix Crown Prince and crushed both Li Tianhao and Xin Jinlong. This was enough to make him famous on top of being enemy with 3 powerful lineages. This was definitely fierce enough. No wonder why he called himself Fiercest. Fiercest is here. Someone shouted when Li Qie was outside of the Jilin clan. All eyes turned towards him instantly, only to see his leisure stroll. He was still as leisure and nonchalant as ever despite the massive attention. Meanwhile, Tai Shu Wang was nervous and afraid, secretly praying that nothing major will happen. He really dares to come here even though both the Sun sects said they wanted his life, not caring about the 2 high gods. Such courage and decisiveness far surpass his peers. The experienced leaders from the last generation were both surprised and found it admirable. Any other young cultivator would have pissed their pants in this situation or ran away long ago, unlike Fiercest. A new cultivator with only several hundred units of chaos energy yet daring to oppose Southern Sun and Shrouding Sunday. That's quite unbelievable. Disbelief was a common sentiment among the members of the crowd. In the beginning, they heard that this person called Fiercest was going against two high gods. They assumed that it was a supreme genius from a great lineage, not a newly debuted junior. They shifted their focus towards his entourage and found that it was made up of nobodies. How could such a person dare to go against the two high gods? The unaware was simply astounded. Ha, you don't know about it. Weak his cultivation may be, but his background can scare you to death. I heard he has a high god protecting him in the shadows. That's why he wasn't afraid of anything. Cultivation no longer matters nowadays, a nice upbringing is still the best. That alone will allow you to act however you please. A cultivator said with a hint of jealousy. Oh, I see. A high god protecting him. His background must be great. The ones who heard this for the first time understood right away. After seeing Li Qia's group, the experts guarding the bridges became austere right away. He Chen's face was turning red from excitement while Tai Shu Weng's legs were giving up. He knew that there was a chance of dying after entering, but he still took a deep breath since they have gotten so far already. May I ask for the reason for your visit? One expert from Jilin asked. The name's Li Qia, tell your princess to come and get me. Li Qia calmly said. The disciples guarding the bridge were startled. Wanting their princess to personally see him was quite a domineering request. Nevertheless, the group here didn't show any slight. One of them went to report the message. That's some grandstanding. The spectators didn't like his choice of words. As members of Jilin, they considered Jilin princess to be a supreme existence. The young ones especially didn't like it because she was a goddess in their mind. Humph, too arrogant, not showing the imperial clan any respect at all. He should take a look in the mirror. Who the hell is he for the princess to come out and greet him? A young expert said with annoyance. Right, so what if he has high god protecting him? The Jilin clan has immortal monarchs. Does he think he's the heaven's favorite just because he has a high god? Another chimed in. In a short time, a dozen youths landed before the bridge from above. The leader was a handsome youth with a stalwart and oppressive aura. You must be fellow Daoist Li. He smiled and said after seeing Li Qia. Chapter 18:12. The guards didn't expect this youth and his group to be the ones seeing Li Qia. Is Her Highness not coming? One expert quietly inquired. The youth told Li Qia in a friendly manner, Fellow Daoist Li, Our Highness is occupied at the moment, so I am here to welcome you instead. This youth answered the expert and stated his intention towards Li Qia in one go. The experts outside slightly raised their brow after hearing this. First Brother Zhang Yang is here. Her Highness didn't come out, but it looks like First Brother will be representing her. Someone immediately recognized the youth. Humph, why would this fiercest even ask for Her Highness to come and greet him? Even if he has a high god backing him up, the imperial clan won't let him do whatever he wants. The fact that First Brother is here to greet him is already giving him ample face. In terms of cultivation and status, First Brother is on the same level as any main successor of a great power. Zhang Yang might be the first brother, but he wasn't from the main branch. Nevertheless, he was quite exceptional at his age and was taken in by an elder of the branch to be a disciple. Li Qia simply smiled at this reception. Even though Zhang Yang was friendly enough, his company clearly showed displeasure and even hatred towards Li Qia, evident by their cold glare. Tai Shu Weng's expression darkened after seeing them due to his discerning gaze built from experience. He knew that they came with malicious intent. Was this the clan's attempt of taking Li Qia down a notch? Of course, one would be worried since they were dealing with a behemoth like the Jilin clan. I see, let us go in then. Li Qia remained aloof. Fellow Daoist Li, this way, the elders are waiting. Zhang Yang didn't lose his respectful demeanor. The group stepped on the bridge in order to climb to the top. However, a different youth who came with Zhang Yang immediately shouted at the group, "Stop." Li Qiye didn't become angry and asked, "There's something else?" For safety reasons, one must leave behind their weapons here before entering the clan. Also, this is an imperial lineage, random dogs and cats can't just enter whenever. He pointed at Tai Shu Weng's group. The group couldn't become angry after being treated with such contempt because they were minor characters. Just being able to enter the clan was already a type of honor. "Oh, fellow Daoist Li, this is just a misunderstanding. This is my junior brother Ma Sheng, he's too straightforward and is only going by the rules. He doesn't mean anything by it." The experts guarding the bridge wondered what was going on and if this was the intent of their princess. This made the cultivators outside glance at each other. Zhang Yang was purposely causing trouble. No cultivator would hand their weapon to an outsider. Of course, some Jilin cultivators, especially the younger ones, felt that this was how it should be. "Humph, that Li guy thinks he's cool with a high god backing him up. Let's take him down a notch so that he knows the Jilin clan isn't a place for him to do whatever he wants." A youth cheered after seeing Li Qiye in trouble. Li Qiye smiled in response, "And if I don't?" He naturally knew what they were up to. The Jilin clan is an imperial lineage, not a place for you to act presumptuously. Ma Xing said with a stern expression while being full of pride. Despite being a disciple of a side branch, his talents were high enough. He was also a relative of an outer elder, so it meant that he had some status even within the clan. It was normal for him to be a little conceited. His peers were smirking in the back, clearly feeling schadenfreude. So it turned out that this group was egged on by several people from the two high gods' camps. It made them stand on the side of Shrouding Sun and Southern Sunday. This shouldn't be too surprising because as side branches disciples of the Jilin, they were originally from other great powers under Jilin anyway. More importantly, they considered other powers within Jilin as their own. That's why when Li Qiye bullied Southern Sun and Shrouding Sun, it was the same as bullying the Jilin clan, hence their antagonistic view of him. Right now, they even had two high gods at their backing. Li Qiye couldn't cause any trouble regardless of who he had behind him. Daring to oppose the clan at their home was the same as declaring war against two immortal monarchs, quite a suicidal endeavor. Thus, this young group took advantage during the princess' visit to the ancestors and stopped the messenger from informing the princess. They took the initiative of seeing Li Qiye in order to show him the deal. Li Qiye stared at the proud Ma Sheng and said, "I don't care if you are from an imperial lineage or not, they're no different from little puppies in my eyes. Provoking me won't end well regardless of your background." Not just Ma Sheng but the rest of the disciples were shocked. Even the guards felt the same way. The spectating cultivators from Jilin were glaring angrily at him too. This comment was a straight slap at the clan, so the Jilin disciples became angry, regardless of whether they were from the main or side branches. Even the experts from other great powers under Jilin became enraged. Insulting the clan was the same as insulting them. "Li, such big tone. You want to fight one-on-one then?" Ma Xing loudly challenged. "One-on-one? You?" Li Qiye smiled and gave him the side-eye. This naturally made Ma Xing furious. It was one thing to be looked down at by a genius, but this was someone with virtually zero cultivation. Boom! Chaos energy rose to the sky like a waterfall, eventually resulting in fiery wings forming behind Ma Xing's back. The laws of a monarch made him look formidable. So powerful. The spectators were startled to see the powerful imperial laws. One expert added, "That's a side branch senior disciple for you. He might just be as strong as the first brother." Despite being side branch disciples, Ma Sheng and Zhang Yang were definitely more powerful than Li Tianhao. They were originally brilliant talents from their own great powers. After joining the Jilin, they gained access to imperial laws which propelled their abilities. "Brat, come, I'll let you know the consequence of insulting our clan." A white aura illuminated the sky after Ma Sheng took out his sword. Is that so? Go for it, I'll give you a chance. Li Qiye said flatly. Very well. The sword howled continuously before the slash. Its sharpness could pierce through the world while its momentum could flatten the earth. Boom! Before people knew what was going on, Ma Sheng's sword cracked and he was hanging in the air with something gripping his neck. A high god. People instantly recalled the rumors of Li Qiye's protector. I know that side branch might feel like an insult or a downgrade, but it isn't in this case. The literal translation is disciple with a different last name, but I can't come up with a shortened/better way for this outside of side branch. It just means that they were accepted to the Jilin clan despite being from outside families. That should be a positive indicator of their talent/worth. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.